welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The doorbell remained silent on that autumn afternoon, replaced by a gentle knock so light it could have been mistaken for a moth's delicate wings fluttering against glass. Wrapped in a cozy blanket, I sat on the couch, absorbed in a book, while the rain outside tapped a soothing melody on the window panes. Rising slowly, I assumed the knock was just the wind toying with something outside. Opening the door revealed an empty porch, save for a perfectly squared brown package resting at the threshold. No labels, no addresses, just my name elegantly inscribed in ancient calligraphy, as if penned with black ink from a bygone era. The cardboard felt smooth and dry to the touch, defying the rain's persistence. Curious, I brought it inside, the silence now amplified, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock and the gentle rain's background serenade. Seated once more, I scrutinized the package, finding no signs of tape or evident openings. Its flawless edges suggested expert origami-like folds. A faint fragrance lingered, a blend of old books, black tea, and sandalwood, familiar yet elusive. Cradling it in my lap, I sensed a subtle internal movement, as if the very air inside danced in delicate currents, unseen but felt. With the daylight waning, shadows stretched across the room, and I refrained from switching on the lamps, preferring the natural twilight's comforting embrace. The package seemed to absorb light uniquely, as if crafted from a material that played with reflections. After moments of contemplation, I sought a way to unlock its secrets. Tracing my fingers along the edges, I detected sporadic warmth, as if the internal heat followed an enigmatic pattern. A distant memory resurfaced, faint and dreamlike, of a similar package from my childhood days at my grandparents' home. The rain's cadence intensified, painting trails on the windows mirroring the warmth patterns on the package. Was there a connection, or was my mind weaving tales from mere chance encounters? Lost in thought, the room's temperature subtly shifted to a perfect equilibrium. The scent from the box mingled with the rain's aroma, seeping through the cracked window. Astonishingly, my touch left luminous imprints on the cardboard, flickering like shooting stars before fading. Time slipped away as I observed this enchanting phenomenon, only realizing as I looked up that evening had descended. Bathed in a bluish twilight, the package emitted a faint glow, barely visible, as if whispering secrets untold. Deciding to delay unraveling its mysteries, I gently placed it on the coffee table and illuminated the room with a lamp. In the artificial light, the package appeared mundane once more, a simple cube bearing my name. In the ensuing days, it remained there, at times hinting at a faint glow in the twilight, at times suggesting a silent inner dance. The scent lingered, evolving subtly with each passing hour, forever familiar yet elusive. The enigmatic package, its origins and contents unknown, became a symbol of perfect mystery, inviting contemplation rather than resolution. Even now, on autumn evenings when rain taps against the windows, my thoughts drift back to that package and its silent allure. I ponder if, elsewhere in another home, someone else beholds a similar parcel, their name penned in that same elegant script, debating whether to unveil its secrets or let the mystery persist, an undisturbed dance of the unknown. Story 2. The gentle glow of my desk lamp spilled soft shadows over the worn surface of my grandfather's vintage writing desk. Raindrops tapped a soothing rhythm on the window, creating a tranquil melody that embraced the quiet of the evening. My hands sifted through old letters and postcards, tracing the delicate paper with a sense of nostalgia, until a peculiar sight captured my attention. Nestled among the aged envelopes and faded cards lay a pristine white envelope, untouched by time, its paper smooth and untouched. The feel of it under my fingertips was oddly familiar, yet subtly different, like encountering a long-lost memory with a new twist. In a corner of the envelope, my name was elegantly inscribed in deep blue ink, shimmering in the lamplight. But what truly caught my breath was the date marked there, December 27, 2025, precisely 1 year from that very moment. As I turned the envelope, a seal of dark red wax, imprinted with an intricate design, met my gaze. The pattern seemed to shift and swirl as though alive, mesmerizing in its mysterious beauty. A blend of scents filled the room. The comforting aroma of old books and leather mingled with a hint of lavender and a metallic tang, reminiscent of a storm on the horizon. Setting the letter on the desk, I observed as rain-kissed shadows danced upon its surface. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the hour, each toll lingering in the air as if reluctant to fade away. Amidst the chimes, a faint whisper of paper sliding against paper teased my ears, though the envelope remained still before me. The wax seal seemed to warm under my touch as I carefully broke it open. Inside, a single sheet of paper awaited, folded neatly with precision. The same deep blue ink adorned the page. Yet the handwriting, my own, appeared hurried and urgent compared to the elegance of the envelope. The scent of lavender and ozone grew stronger, sending a tingling sensation through my fingertips as I read the words that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice, the letter began. Each line unfolded a tale of decisions unmade, paths untaken, and consequences unmet. I journeyed through moments yet to come, conversations yet to be had, and choices awaiting my resolve. As my eyes traversed the script, the lamp's light flickered in harmony with my reading, a dance orchestrated by unseen forces. The rain's cadence shifted against the window, weaving a melody that intertwined with the narrative before me. The future painted in those paragraphs felt both inevitable and fantastical, narrated in a voice unmistakably mine, yet transformed by experiences yet to unfold. The letter abruptly ended, leaving a sentence half-formed, as if my future self had been interrupted or chose to withhold the conclusion. Beneath the unfinished line, a postscript in darker ink, slightly smudged, appeared. Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once. Glancing at the grandfather clock, I noted it was 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, leaving a profound silence broken only by the rhythmic ticking of seconds passing by. As I clutched the letter, it seemed to grow lighter, almost ethereal, as though on the verge of vanishing. Rising slowly, I approached the window, the moon's silver light bathing the room in a tranquil glow. The ink on the page began to fade, words dissolving like stars at daybreak. By the stroke of midnight, the paper lay blank, carrying only the faint scent of lavender and the warmth of endless possibilities. The envelope eluded me in subsequent searches, disappearing as mysteriously as it had appeared. Sometimes, on quiet rainy nights, the scent of lavender and ozone wafts through the air, and my fingertips tingle with the memory of that ephemeral paper. I ponder the choice alluded to in the letter. Whether it lies behind me or looms ahead, perhaps both existing in a delicate balance between reality and potential. The grandfather clock ticks on, each second a reminder of time's relentless march, or so we believe. Yet on nights like this, with rain's return and shadows at play, I find myself gazing at the door, anticipating midnight, and imagining a future where I reach back through time with a letter of my own, bridging the chasm between what is and what could be. Story 3. The hush of night draped the cobbled streets of the quaint hillside town like a soft velvet cloak. It was an autumn evening, the air heavy with the scent of crackling fires and wet leaves, while tendrils of fog slinked through the narrow alleys like a silent wraith. From my perch on the third floor, I gazed out at the windows of the neighboring houses, each bathed in a warm, amber glow. A peculiar sight, for the hour was late, yet no signs of life stirred behind those misty panes. The church bell tolled 10, its chime echoing strangely hollow, as if muted by some unseen force. Though I had only recently arrived in this town, it felt unfamiliar to witness the streets so eerily deserted. Normally, even at this late hour, a stray dog walker or a group of youths would linger under the flickering street lamp. But tonight, all was still. Settled in my favorite armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I observed the world outside. Not even the usual stray cat that prowled Mrs. Miller's windowsill made an appearance. Wisps of steam rose from my cup, twisting and twirling into ghostly shapes that dissolved into the shadows of the room. I had opted to keep a small reading lamp aglow, casting gentle shadows on the cream walls. A sudden rustle broke the silence, emanating from the hallway that led to the bedroom. Curiosity nudged me to investigate, rather than fear. The sound, like paper being softly dragged across the floor, repeated at regular intervals. Rising from my seat, I carefully placed the cup on the wooden side table and ventured towards the source of the noise. The air grew chill as I neared the bedroom, not a biting cold, but a coolness reminiscent of ancient stone walls. The floorboards murmured beneath my weight, a familiar sound that oddly comforted me. Pausing at the threshold, I hesitated. The door stood slightly ajar, a hint of bluish light seeping through the crack. With a gentle push, the door yielded, revealing a room suffused with an otherworldly glow. The window was shut, yet the curtain fluttered as if stirred by a phantom breeze. And there, upon the floor beneath the window, lay a single sheet of paper. Drawing closer, I saw it was a yellowed newspaper page dated October 15, 1954. The headline gripped my attention, "Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove." The article recounted a night when the town's denizens had all retreated into their homes, as if obeying an unspoken pact of silence whose origins were lost to time. As I absorbed the words, a movement outside caught my eye. Across the street, lights winked out one by one, like candles extinguished by a breath of wind. Yet in the darkness, shadowy figures stood motionless, their gazes fixed upon the empty street. A buzz from my robe pocket startled me. It was a message from the building's WhatsApp group. "Tonight, stay indoors. It is crucial." Peering out the window once more, I noticed that all lights had now faded, save for mine. In the deepening stillness, I felt my heartbeat slow, as if aligning with some ancient, enigmatic rhythm. Perching on the edge of the bed, clutching the newspaper clipping, I marveled at its velvety texture, as though handled by generations. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, enshrouding the streetlights in a ghostly haze. Surveying the deserted main street, I recalled the article's mention of townsfolk who, after that fateful night, could not recollect the events that unfolded in the shroud of silence. Some had whispered of a cyclical recurrence of the phenomenon, a mystery that defied explanation. Rising to my feet, I made my way to the light switch. Before plunging the room into darkness, I stole one final glance outside. The mist twisted and swirled, forming sinuous shapes that seemed to dance, hinting at spectral figures moving within its depths, like phantoms adrift in a sea of milk. With the room now cloaked in silence, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the bedside clock, I settled onto the bed, fully clothed. Drifting into a profound slumber, I pondered whether come morning, I too would forget this peculiar night, joining the ranks of the townspeople oblivious to the cyclical enigma that haunted our lives. As sleep beckoned, the distant toll of midnight bells lingered in my ears, their resonance oddly muted, as if whispered from a distant epoch where silence reigned as the universal tongue of all beings. Story 4. A Winter's Dream. Winter nights have a way of casting a spell, especially when the world is veiled in a cloak of mist. Nestled in my cozy study, enveloped in the soft embrace of a woolen blanket, I watched as the fog painted the outside world in a shimmering haze. The gentle glow of the lamp on my desk cast flickering shadows, transforming the walls adorned with shelves of books into a shifting tapestry of darkness and light. Amidst this tranquil scene, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the reflection on the window pane. A small, mysterious wooden box, its intricate carvings dancing with elusive patterns that seemed to change with every glance. I couldn't recall ever owning such an object, yet there it sat on the edge of my desk, as if it had always belonged there. The wood seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light, hinting at a hidden life within. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, the soft rustle of the blanket slipping to the floor, blending with the hushed creak of the wooden floorboards underfoot. Approaching the enigmatic box, a nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax wafted towards me, triggering memories long forgotten. My fingertips grazed the warm surface of the box, its carvings whispering tales of moonlit forests, stormy seas, and starlit skies, each narrative unfolding in a timeless night. Seated once more, bathed in the warm glow of the lamp, I found myself drawn to the ever-shifting story etched into the box's surface. An unsettling realization dawned upon me. This box, with its enigmatic carvings, had visited me in my dreams, weaving its mystery through different realms of my subconscious. In the stillness of the room, the ticking of the grandfather clock slowed to a languid pace, as if time itself held its breath in anticipation. Grasping the box, its weight defying its small size, I sensed an unseen significance hidden within. Without a visible lock, I felt a compelling urge to uncover its secrets. As my fingers traced the carvings, a mesmerizing pattern emerged at the center of the lid, pulsating with a subtle energy that responded to my touch. The fragrance of beeswax mingled with an ancient, elusive scent, evoking a sense of profound mystery. A soft, melodic hum resonated from within the box, lulling me into an unexpected drowsiness. The rhythmic pulse of the lamp's light synchronized with the hypnotic sound, coaxing me into a deep slumber. Hours slipped by unnoticed, and when I awoke, the fog had lifted, revealing a sky sprinkled with twinkling stars. The box had vanished, leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the desk, as if it had stood there for eons. A faint carving, akin to those on the box, glowed on the back of my hand, a silent testament to a night of enigmatic revelations. Since then, the box has continued to visit me in my dreams, each time beckoning me to decipher its cryptic message. Every morning, the carving on my hand evolves, hinting at a message slowly unfolding, waiting to be unveiled with the passage of time. I ponder if others share in this mysterious dream, if they too bear unseen marks of a riddle that unfurls only in the realm of slumber. The line between dream and reality blurs, as the box becomes a conduit between worlds that have always been intertwined, just beyond our awareness. In the air, a lingering hint of beeswax whispers of the approaching night, where the box awaits with new revelations to disclose in the realm of dreams. Story 5. The soft rhythm of raindrops tapping against my window had become a familiar companion during my late-night writing sessions. Each droplet traced shimmering paths down the glass, weaving an ever-changing tapestry of liquid light. The warm glow of my desk lamp enveloped me in a soft amber halo, while the rest of the room basked in soothing darkness. I found solace in studying the raindrops, deciphering hidden tales within their wandering trails. But on this night, a peculiar shift captured my attention. The water cascaded in peculiar patterns, as if guided by an unseen force. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of exhaustion. The gentle patter of rain almost lulled me into a tranquil state between reality and dreams. Yet, the anomalies in the droplets, movements grew more pronounced as I gazed intently. They seemed to evade certain areas on the glass, forming dry spaces that slowly outlined a figure. Intrigued, I leaned in closer to the window. The reflection not only mirrored the rain, but also revealed the dim expanse of my room behind me. Within that layered reflection of glass and water, a subtle peculiarity caught my eye. My own reflection seemed slightly delayed, moving out of sync with my actions, as if trailing a fraction of a second behind. The gentle murmur of rain intensified, its melodic rhythm filling my senses. I watched transfixed as my mirrored self reached out to touch the glass, a motion I had not initiated. The movement flowed gracefully, akin to a dancer executing steps unknown to me. A delicate warmth spread over my skin, contrasting the cool air by the window. Slowly, my reflection's features began to shift, morphing into a blend of familiarity and enigma. The eyes that met mine held a profound wisdom, depths that transcended time. Motionless, I observed as my reflection underwent a subtle metamorphosis. The face lost its defining gender and age, embodying a timeless essence. The rain wove intricate patterns around this ethereal form, the droplets now moving in perfect circles, defying gravity's pull. A flicker of my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room, and in that fleeting darkness, a gentle presence enveloped me, tender as a mother's caress. As the light steadied, my reflection reverted to mirroring my movements flawlessly. Yet, the rain persisted in those mesmerizing circles, a lingering reminder of an extraordinary visitation. I sat by the window for hours, contemplating the enigmatic encounter. The residual presence felt comforting, like a cherished melody echoing in my soul. With the approaching dawn, the rain ebbed away, leaving behind mundane streaks on the window. Now on rainy nights, I find myself drawn to that window, abandoning pen and paper on my desk. Sometimes, under the perfect conditions when the rainfall transforms the glass into a reflective canvas, I glimpse that other self-observing me through the silver threads of rain. We share a silent understanding, my reflection and I, acknowledging that certain mysteries are meant to be embraced rather than unraveled. The rain continues its gentle descent, each droplet carrying the promise of another encounter. And in those fleeting moments of mutual observation, I ponder if in another realm, another version of myself sits by their own window, yearning to catch a glimpse of my world through the glistening veil of rain. The aged wooden floor murmured beneath my footsteps as I wandered down the hallway during the tranquil twilight of sunset. Grandma's house possessed a unique way of speaking, as if each creaking board held a secret tale to tell. The air was filled with the soothing scent of lavender and aged wood, a comforting aroma that had accompanied me through all the summers of my youth. However, on this particular evening, there was an unfamiliar aura lingering in the air. I halted in front of the weathered attic door, inexplicably drawn to a detail that had previously escaped my notice. The white paint, worn and chipped in places, bore peculiar markings upon its surface. Drawing near, I discerned that these were no random blemishes left by the passage of time. They seemed to form an intricate pattern, as if someone, or something, had endeavored to inscribe a message from within. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow that filtered through the windows and painted elongated shadows upon the walls. The only sounds breaking the silence were the steady ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs and the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the wind outside. Curiously, I reached out and ran my fingers over the markings, feeling the rough texture of the scratched wood beneath my touch. The engravings appeared methodical, almost geometric in their arrangement. Some etchings were deep, while others were barely perceptible, as though they had been added at different intervals. I pondered how many times I had passed by that door without ever noticing them before. Grandma had never mentioned any peculiar noises emanating from the attic. Yet now, recalling how she had always avoided those stairs, I began to wonder. A chill breeze brushed against the nape of my neck, causing a shiver to run down my spine. The hallway stretched out before me, seemingly elongating, while the shadows deepened around me. I retrieved the heavy brass key from its hook on the wall. It felt cold and substantial in my hand, its once ornate floral patterns now faded with age. With hesitant fingers, I inserted the key into the lock, sensing a slight resistance from the internal mechanism. As I turned the key, a faint noise caught my ear, a slow, deep breath, almost imperceptible, seeming to emanate from the other side of the door. My heart quickened its pace within my chest as I froze in place. The sound ceased as abruptly as it had begun, leaving only the stillness of the house enveloping me. Trembling, I activated the flashlight on my phone. Its beam pierced the darkness, revealing hidden details on the door's surface that had eluded me before. The scratches formed a circular motif, resembling a spiraling pattern that wound upon itself. In the center, a set of numbers caught my eye, delicately etched and nearly invisible to the naked eye. Struggling to decipher their meaning, a vague recollection surfaced in my mind. Grandma had once spoken of a secret diary concealed within the house, holding untold family mysteries. She had never divulged its whereabouts, but I recalled the distant look in her eyes as she spoke, as if guarding something precious. The wind outside intensified, causing the aged windows to groan, and the shadows in the hallway seemed to sway in a spectral dance. A connection formed in my mind between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary, yet an unspoken force restrained me from opening that portal. It might have been instinct, or perhaps the ancestral wisdom passed down through generations of women in my family. Reluctantly, I stepped away, only to catch a faint scratching sound emanating from the attic. It was not menacing or loud, but rather gentle and methodical, as if someone were patiently inscribing a new message. I glanced back at the door one final time. In the waning light of day, the etching seemed to shimmer with a faint, ethereal glow. That night, seated upon my bed, I pondered the mysterious numbers I had encountered. I transcribed them into my notebook, vowing to return the following day for further scrutiny. Yet upon awakening the next morning, the attic door appeared unblemished, devoid of any visible markings. Only the brass key, still hanging on its hook, seemed to exude a peculiar radiance, hinting at a concealed secret not yet ready to be unveiled. Since that day, each time I revisit Grandma's house, I find myself pausing before that enigmatic door. Sometimes I swear I glimpse the markings reappearing in the dim light, or catch the faint echo of that slow breath from beyond. However, I have never dared to reopen it. Some mysteries, it seems, are best left undisturbed, safeguarded within the tranquil confines of an ancient house and within the memories of those attuned to its murmurs. Story 7. The autumn mist enveloped the streets in a soft, gray embrace, transforming each streetlight into a hazy halo in the stillness of the night. After a long day at work, I embarked on my journey home, only to notice a pair of headlights in the mist, trailing behind me at a constant distance. It was a subtle feeling, a whisper in my mind, hinting at something peculiar about the way that car mirrored my every move, turn after turn. The gentle hum of the engine behind me echoed like a patient breath, perfectly synchronized with the cadence of my drive. As I slowed down, it slowed down. When I picked up speed, it did the same. Peering through the rearview mirror, all I could discern was a dark silhouette, perhaps a sedan, its headlights resembling vigilant eyes that never wavered from me. The road meandered through the quiet residential area, the houses nestled in slumber, exuding an aura of peace that clashed with my mounting disquiet. Curiosity nudged me to test the waters. Instead of veering onto my usual street, I ventured straight ahead, opting for a longer path. To my surprise, the car behind me followed suit, maintaining that hypnotic distance that now felt strangely intimate. The pitter-patter of rain on the windshield composed a soothing melody, a stark contrast to the eerie situation unfolding. Raindrops cascaded down the glass, further obscuring my view of that persistent presence in my wake. I made a series of turns onto side streets, each one met with the same response. It was as if an invisible thread tethered us together in a nocturnal ballet. The headlights trailed me faithfully, never encroaching too closely, never lagging behind. While the neighborhood slumbered, oblivious to our peculiar dance, we continued our silent waltz through the night. Halting at a red light, I caught a glimpse through the rain-splattered windshield of the car behind me. A figure seated in the driver's seat, unmoving as a statue. Deciding it was time to head home, I parked in the driveway and shut off the engine. In the ensuing silence, the only sounds were the rain tapping on the car roof and the steady thud of my heartbeat. Glancing through the rearview mirror, I watched as the car came to a gentle stop several yards away, its headlights piercing the darkness like beacons. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Gradually, the headlights dimmed, plunging the street into obscurity. Yet, the dark silhouette of the vehicle remained faintly visible in the night. Summoning my courage, I stepped out of the car, huddling beneath my jacket to shield myself from the rain. But when I turned to scrutinize the street, it stood devoid of any trace of the car that had trailed me relentlessly. Since that fateful night, whenever I drive post-sunset, I find myself casting more frequent glances into the rear-view mirror. And on occasion, when the fog thickens to a veil, I swear I catch a glimpse of those familiar headlights in the distance, patient and poised. I ponder whether that car still prowls the night, trailing another unsuspecting soul, or if it bides its time, awaiting the opportune moment to resume our enigmatic dance through the city's nocturnal labyrinth. Story 8. In the hush of dawn, the mist embraced my steps along the neglected path behind my grandmother's aged abode. Here, darkness clung stubbornly, defying the usual rhythm of daybreak. The air held a weighty dampness, carrying whispers of decaying leaves mingled with an elusive, ancient fragrance that eluded my senses. Just a fortnight ago, I had come into possession of this estate, and while the house beckoned with open arms, it was the enigmatic garden that captivated my soul from the very start. Stretching out behind the Victorian manor, this peculiar plot was encased by weathered stone walls cloaked in ivy's deep green embrace. Most striking were the looming trees surrounding it, their boughs curving inward to form a natural canopy so dense that even the sun's brightest rays could barely penetrate its depths. This garden had been in my grandmother's care for over 6 decades, yet in all my youthful visits, I had never seen her tend to it. In fact, she never entered it in my presence. Once, inquisitive, I had asked her about it, and she had simply smiled and remarked, "Some places prefer to tend themselves, my dear." In my youth, I had brushed off her cryptic words as the whimsy of an old woman. But now, as I wandered through the perpetual twilight of this sanctuary, her words carried a significance that eluded me before. My footfalls were absorbed by the moist earth, creating no echo. The vegetation here grew unlike any other I had beheld. Pale roses bloomed devoid of their customary hues, their petals radiating an ethereal luminescence in the dim light. Ferns spiraled in improbable patterns, their fronds extending like gentle tendrils whenever I drew near. Yet, the most mesmerizing were the mushrooms that dotted the garden in perfect circles, their azure-gray caps pulsating with a soft, otherworldly glow. Delving further into the garden, I observed an oddity about the plant life. Every bloom, leaf, and blade of grass seemed to shy away as I approached, only to slowly pivot towards me after I passed, a deliberate motion devoid of any breeze in this sheltered realm. It was as though they were watching me, their movements akin to curious glances from hidden eyes. At the heart of the garden, an ancient stone fountain stood, its basin dry yet untouched by the encroaching tendrils of moss or vine. Adorned with inscrutable symbols that seemed to shift and dance under varying gazes, the stone, as I traced a symbol with my finger, emitted a subtle warmth in the cool air. A faint hum reverberated through my touch, and for a fleeting instant, I fancied I caught a distant melody on the breeze. And then I spied the butterflies. Not the vivid, flamboyant insects of ordinary gardens, but pure white creatures with wings that appeared almost translucent, akin to snowflakes caught in morning light. They flitted amongst the pallid blooms, leaving trails of silvery dust in their wake. Yet this dust did not descend to the ground, but lingered in the air, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of celestial constellations. As I stood enraptured, I discerned that these patterns were not arbitrary. They formed a script that felt vaguely familiar, like words half remembered from a dream. The silver trails materialized, held briefly, then dissipated, only to be supplanted by fresh formations. It was akin to witnessing a discourse beyond my comprehension. The temperature plummeted, prompting me to draw my sweater snug around me. It was then that I noticed my watch had ceased its ticking, though I could not discern when it had transpired. The light remained unaltered. It never wavered in this garden, yet an intuition informed me that I had lingered here for hours. Time here ebbed differently, a sluggish, viscous flow akin to honey. In my grandmother's study, I had discovered her diary, containing a solitary passage regarding the garden. It existed before us, and it shall persist long after. This sanctuary is not ours to claim. We are but guests within its embrace. While some gardens nurture flowers, this one cultivates enigmas. As I stood amidst the ghostly ballet of butterflies and swaying flora, I began to discern further peculiarities. The absence of birds overhead, the shadows moving independently of any light source, the ephemeral blossoming and decay of certain flowers within minutes, only to bloom anew. This garden pulsated with a vitality that transcended natural laws, abiding by its own enigmatic principles. As evening approached, how I discerned this within the unchanging luminance I could not articulate. I retraced my steps towards the manor. The path appeared altered, yet my earlier footprints remained etched upon the soil. Fresh blooms had unfurled where none had existed before, their petals sealed tight around mysteries not yet ripe for revelation. Before departing the garden's confines, I cast a final glance backward. In the distance, near the fountain, a figure that could have been my grandmother appeared to tend to botanical wonders defying logic. But in the blink of an eye, the figure dissolved into mist, leaving behind only the pale blooms and the eternal twilight that seemed to murmur, "Welcome home." That night, as I readied myself for repose, a lone white butterfly alighted on my windowsill, its wings casting shadows resembling words upon my chamber wall. Drifting into slumber, I pondered if the garden had chosen me, as it had once chosen my grandmother. In my dreams, I discerned the lilting melody of the fountain, comprehending at last why certain sanctuaries need never bask in the sun. They possess a luminescence born of enigmas older than time itself. Story 9, I awoke to the gentle, rhythmic ticking of a pendulum in the darkness, its steady beat echoing through the stillness like a whispered secret. The sound filled the room, a mechanical lullaby guiding me through the mysteries of this unfamiliar place. Slowly, my eyes fluttered open, revealing a space shrouded in the soft glow of twilight. Nothing seemed familiar in this room that cradled me on an old, worn burgundy velvet couch, its plushness a comforting embrace from a bygone era. A scent lingered in the air, a delicate blend of aged wood, dried flowers, and a hint of something elusive, teasing my senses. Light seeped through heavy brocade curtains, casting ethereal patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper that whispered stories of the past. Taking in my surroundings, I noticed the silent guardianship of antique dark wood furniture standing stoically in the corners, while a towering bookshelf held leather-bound volumes untouched by time. A porcelain teacup, still steaming, sat on a small table beside me, its contents a mystery begging to be unraveled. With each creak of the floor beneath my tired feet, I rose, muscles protesting as if I had been in slumber for an eternity. Approaching the window, I drew back the curtains to reveal a misty garden where shadows of trees and bushes swayed in the evening breeze, their forms dancing in harmony with the night. A reflection in the glass startled me. I was clothed in garments of a forgotten era. A white linen shirt, a brocade vest, and velvet trousers adorned my frame, tailored to perfection, yet out of place in this time. A flicker of movement in the room caught my eye, but as I turned, all was still except for the relentless ticking of the pendulum, a constant reminder of the enigmatic passage of time. Curiosity tugging at my soul, I ventured beyond the confines of the room, the door opening with a whispered creak to reveal a dimly lit hallway. Portraits of strangers lined the walls, their eyes following my every step with silent curiosity. Each footfall on the creaking wooden floor echoed in the silence as I ascended a staircase to the chill of the upper floor, the banister cool beneath my touch, a familiar sensation shrouded in mystery. Closed doors bearing brass nameplates lined the hallway, their inscriptions blurred in the dim light, teasing with untold secrets. A haunting melody, as delicate as a whisper, drifted through the air, drawing me towards the final room at the end of the hallway. The piano notes, barely there, led me closer, the music fading into the realm of dreams. Pushing open the door, I found an empty room save for a grand piano draped in a ghostly white sheet, its keys untouched yet resonating with a melody long forgotten. Approaching the piano, I uncovered it with reverence, revealing an old, yellowed photograph resting on the ivory keys. In the fading light of day, I studied the image, my heart skipping a beat as I beheld a figure seated at the piano, a figure that mirrored my own reflection, dressed in the same antiquated attire I now wore, though the photo belonged to a distant time. Descending the stairs, a sense of calm washed over me amidst the surrealism of it all. The pendulum's ticking, once a disconcerting reminder, now seemed to align with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. Settling back onto the velvet couch, the warm teacup beckoned, its contents a familiar comfort in this uncertain reality. Gazing into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps I had never truly awakened, or perhaps I had stepped into a dream woven by another soul long before my own existence. The pendulum's steady beat marked the passing of a time unknown, in a house that held more secrets than met the eye. Sipping the tea, its taste a bittersweet reminder of the past, I embraced the fog that enshrouded the garden outside, blurring the lines between what was real and what was but a dream. In this house, a sentinel of memories, I knew I belonged, drawn by invisible threads woven through time and space, beckoned by whispers of a forgotten melody. And as the pendulum continued its hypnotic dance, I surrendered to the embrace of the unknown, finding solace in the timeless mysteries that awaited me in the depths of the night. Story 10. The night lay still, cloaked in a delicate mist that swirled gently like a phantom ballet in the air. I settled into my cherished armchair, the rich burgundy velvet one positioned next to the grand antique mirror, engrossed in a book under the soft glow of a vintage lamp. The rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock filled the room with a mesmerizing cadence, while the crackling warmth of the fireplace wrapped me in a cozy cocoon. In that moment of serene perfection, a peculiar anomaly caught my attention. Initially, it was a fleeting notion, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in one's peripheral vision. I lifted my gaze from the book and scrutinized my reflection in the ancient mirror. The ornate golden frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered faintly in the flickering firelight. A subtle chill ran down my spine as I beheld my mirrored self. Something felt amiss, imperceptibly so. Tilting my head slightly, I noticed my reflection mimicked the movement with a barely discernible delay, as though striving to replicate rather than mirror my gestures naturally. I attempted to dismiss it as fatigue or the capricious interplay of shadows in the flickering firelight. Yet, the disquiet grew as I continued to observe. When I raised my right hand, the reflected image hesitated momentarily before mimicking the action. When I smiled, the reflection's lips curved belatedly. The crackling of wood in the fireplace assumed a sinister undertone, as if whispering hidden messages. The atmosphere thickened, charged with a subtle tension that prompted me to draw breaths at a measured pace. The scent of candle wax intermingled with an ancient aroma, redolent of forgotten tomes and faded memories. Rising from the armchair with deliberate slowness, I noted how the reflection moved with an unnatural fluidity, executing choreographed motions rather than mirroring my spontaneous actions. The mirrored eyes appeared deeper, concealing enigmas beyond my ken. Drawing nearer to the mirror, I discerned further disconcerting anomalies. The reflected room bore slight discrepancies from my own. The books on the shelves arranged in a different order, unfamiliar objects scattered about. An aged framed photograph depicting a seascape in reality portrayed a blurred visage fixated on me in the reflection. The pendulum of the clock continued its unwavering swing, yet in the mirrored realm, its motion seemed languid, as though time flowed at a divergent pace. Shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted on the walls, assuming spectral forms that hinted at silent observers. Tentatively, I extended my hand to touch the cold mirror surface, and my reflection reciprocated with an almost beckoning gesture. Fingertips met on the icy glass, but while I felt the chill of the crystal, the expression on my reflection's face conveyed a wholly distinct sensation. Stepping back, I observed as my mirrored self hesitated momentarily before deciding to follow suit. Its movements grew increasingly autonomous, as if gradually asserting its own volition. Retrieving an old velvet cloth from a drawer, I veiled the mirror in an attempt to conceal that disquieting doppelganger. Yet, as the fabric descended over the reflective surface, I glimpsed an inscrutable smile on the mirrored visage, a smile foreign to my own countenance. Since that fateful night, the mirror has remained shrouded. Occasionally, in the quietest hours, I detect faint stirrings emanating from behind the velvet cover, a phantom presence traversing a parallel realm identical to my own. And during the most tranquil moments, when the house is enshrouded in profound silence, I ponder whether that elusive reflection lingers still, existing in tandem with me in a realm of glass and silver. The veracity of what transpired that night eludes me, straddling the line between reality and imagination. Henceforth, each time I encounter a mirror, a lingering uncertainty takes hold, prompting me to question whether the reflection before me is truly mine, or an entity that has mastered the art of imitation to such a degree that reality blurs with illusion. Story 11 night draped the ancient countryside house in a cloak of profound calm. Nestled in my cherished armchair by the hearth, I gazed as the shadows pirouetted on the walls while the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The warmth enveloped me like a cozy quilt, while outside, the autumn breeze tenderly rustled the tree leaves. In that moment of utter serenity, a peculiar sound reached my ears. A crystalline, childlike laughter wafted from the upper floor of the house, a laugh akin to silver bells. Pausing, I let the sound intermingle with the crackling of the fire. There was an innocence to it, a joyous laughter, almost musical. Yet I had dwelled alone in this abode for over 2 decades, never playing host to children. Intrigue began to trickle through me like a tranquil stream, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that had nearly overtaken me. I rose from the armchair with deliberate motions, relishing the sensation as my feet met the time-worn Persian rug. The floorboards murmured softly underfoot as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm and inviting glow, casting my shadow on the walls in a silent waltz. Ascending the stairs, I felt the air grow cooler with each step. Not a harsh chill, but a gentle caress on the skin, akin to the breezy touch near the ocean. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom frequented, adorned with antique furniture draped in white sheets that swayed as if moved by an unseen hand. The door stood slightly ajar, and through the gap spilled a silvery light, unlike any other light in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor the glow of electric lamps. It was something else, pulsing softly like a quiet heartbeat. Pushing the door open, the aged wood crooned a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that peculiar luminescence. The draped furniture formed gentle, comforting shapes, resembling clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a distinct figure, but a dance of light and shadow that seemed to mimic a child. The laughter chimed once more, this time distinctly from that radiant presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe. The light child toyed with the beams it emitted, painting luminous patterns on the walls as if crafting with light itself. Drawing nearer, the room's temperature oscillated tenderly between cool and warm, like the ebbing waves along the shore. As I approached, a flicker of recognition dawned. In its fluid motions, I glimpsed echoes of my own childhood play in the figure. The realization washed over me with the sweetness of a forgotten memory. That laughter, so pure and crystalline, was my own childhood laughter. Time seemed to stretch as I observed that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent game, punctuated by the melodic laugh that now reverberated like a whisper from the past. I refrained from speaking or disrupting, fearful of shattering that spell of tranquility and nostalgia. Slowly, the silvery light began to wane, akin to the sun setting on a winter eve. The child's form grew increasingly ethereal until only a faint glow lingered. The final laugh I heard was a gentle murmur, a tender farewell before fading into the darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enfolded in a comforting silence. The draped furniture stilled, the air resumed its usual temperature. Yet something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now held a precious enigma. Retreating to my armchair by the hearth, the fire smoldering softly, I sank into the cushions. It dawned on me that I may never unravel the mystery of that night. Was it a dream, a memory, or perchance something deeper, a message from the past manifesting through a child's laughter in the shadows? Since that night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. Sometimes, on the stillest nights, I catch a faint echo of that crystalline laughter, a gentle lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I allow the mystery to linger, a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the dark. The night was shrouded in a profound silence, interrupted solely by the rhythmic symphony of the train wheels gliding along the tracks. I found myself nestled in the final carriage, enveloped by a soft, dim light that emanated from delicate fixtures suspended above. The air held a gentle warmth, and the ceaseless movement of the train induced an almost hypnotic trance. Peering through the window, I observed the mist waltzing lazily in the darkness, morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved into the void. Within that carriage, I believed myself to be the sole passenger, or so I thought. My reflection on the window pane intertwined with the obscurity outside, crafting an illusion of an indistinct presence observing me from the other side. The cadence of the rails carried a soothing quality, akin to a mechanical lullaby coaxing me toward slumber. It was in this tranquil state that I discerned an anomaly in my reflection upon the glass. A shadow lingered behind me, a silhouette seated a few rows distant. I could not recollect anyone boarding the train, yet there they sat, a visible enigma. As the train journeyed through the night, the persistent whispers of the wheels seemed to murmur ancient, forgotten tales. I pivoted slowly, striving not to attract attention. The carriage was bathed in an amber glow, casting elongated shadows over the unoccupied seats. The mysterious figure I had glimpsed sat motionless, veiled in what appeared to be a dark cloak. Their countenance remained obscured beneath the brim of a wide hat. Time appeared to decelerate as I scrutinized that silent specter. The atmosphere in the carriage thickened, saturated with recollections that did not belong to me. The passenger remained immobile, wordless, as though seamlessly integrated into the essence of the train itself. I resolved to rise, feigning a journey towards the lavatory at the rear of the carriage. Drawing nearer to the enigmatic figure, I observed that their cloak seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, shrouding them in obscurity. A chill pervaded the air surrounding that presence, accompanied by a faint perfume of lavender and aged books that lingered. Passing by the seat occupied by the enigmatic passenger, I experienced a transient suspension of time. The clatter of the rails dulled suddenly, as if emanating from an alternate realm. It was then that I noticed a disquieting detail. Beneath the somber garment, there was no perceptible movement, no indication of breath. Reaching the terminus of the carriage, I hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed to the next carriage or return to my seat. The corridor appeared interminable, while the subdued lighting birthed hypnotic patterns upon the floor. Upon retracing my steps, the seat where the mysterious figure had sat now lay vacant. In its stead rested an antiquated train ticket, aged to a yellowed hue. Trembling, I retrieved it. The date imprinted upon it dated back 50 years, precisely to that very day. The ticket exuded a warmth as though grasped merely moments prior. Clutching it between quivering fingers, I retraced my steps to my seat. The train continued its nocturnal odyssey, the melodic resonance of the wheels once more a comforting companion. The fog beyond the window appeared denser now, and amidst it, ethereal figures seemed to walk parallel to the train, as though accompanying it on its enigmatic voyage. As weariness enveloped me, I pondered how many others had crossed paths with that mysterious traveler aboard the final train of the night. The ticket I clutched remained the sole, tangible remnant of that surreal encounter, yet even it seemed to dissolve gradually, akin to a fading dream upon awakening. The train pressed on through the night, carrying within it its enigmas and passengers, both seen and unseen. Drifting towards slumber, I fancied catching a faint trace of lavender in the air and the dwindling echo of footsteps retreating down the carriage corridor. Story 13. Snow drifted down quietly that evening in my quaint vintage store. The flakes pirouetted behind the windows, bathed in the cozy glow of retro lamps, weaving a gentle and inviting ambiance. The aged wooden shelves murmured softly, harmonizing with the unhurried beat of the pendulum clock's hands. The air carried the nostalgic scent of antiquity, a blend of old books and beeswax, a fragrance unique to objects with a rich past. As I arranged some ancient volumes, the doorbell chimed with a crystalline tone, breaking the serene atmosphere. A gust of wintry air slipped into the shop, ushering in a few snowflakes that dissolved into nothingness on the wooden floor. I turned to greet the visitor, only to be momentarily struck by bewilderment. Standing at the threshold was a tall figure cloaked in darkness, seemingly absorbing the light around them. A broad-brimmed hat obscured the upper part of their face, while a gray wool scarf veiled the lower half. "Good evening," I murmured, attempting to maintain a composed demeanor despite a subtle shiver creeping down my spine. The visitor remained silent, gliding gracefully among the shelves, their gloved hands delicately grazing the displayed curios. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, as if they danced to a melody known only to them. I found myself entranced, studying every gesture, noting the peculiar behavior of light in their presence. Shadows deepened and thickened, possessing a life of their own. The visitor halted before an antique mirror, an 18th century piece acquired just the previous week. Their gloved fingers traced the ornate golden frame with deliberate and unhurried strokes. The silence in the shop grew weighty, punctuated solely by the steady tick-tock of the clock, each beat elongating in time. I cautiously tried to catch their reflection in the mirror, but to my disquiet, the reflective surface only revealed the shelf behind them, as though they existed beyond its reach. Approaching tentatively, the floor creaking beneath my steps, I inquired, "Can I assist you in finding something specific?" My voice held a hushed tone. Slowly, the visitor turned towards me, their face shrouded in shadows beneath the hat. With a fluid motion, they withdrew a yellowed piece of paper from their coat pocket, unfolding it delicately on the counter beside the cash register. The list, penned in elegant and antiquated script, detailed enigmatic items. A mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. As I perused the list, a chill seemed to permeate the shop, my breath forming ethereal puffs in the frigid air. Objects on the shelves quivered imperceptibly, as if recognizing something in the visitor's presence. "I regret," I whispered, "but I do not believe I possess these specific items." The visitor remained motionless for a prolonged moment before nodding slowly. Retrieving the paper, they tucked it back into their coat with the same grace as before. Making their way to the door, they paused before exiting. With a slight turn, a sound emerged from the scarf, more akin to a thought than a spoken word. "You will." It wasn't a question, but a certainty. The bell jingled as they departed, the sound carrying a deeper resonance, as though echoing from a distant place. Outside, the snow continued to descend, yet for an instant, it appeared as if the flakes hovered in a timeless suspension. That night, after locking up the shop, I inspected the antique mirror. Its reflective surface seemed to conceal something within its silvery depths. And the pendulum clock, the faithful timekeeper, had halted precisely at the moment of the visitor's arrival. Since that night, every evening as shadows extended and light waned, I find myself gazing at the door, anticipating the chime of the bell. Every item in the store appears to share the vigil, as if we all sense the inevitable return of the visitor. In an antique shop, every object harbors a story, and perhaps, just maybe, some objects await the commencement of their own tale. Story 14. The hotel corridor glowed in a soft amber light, filtering through glass lampshades like drops of honey. It was the late hours, and the only sound was the gentle hum of air conditioners. I made my way towards the elevator, dragging my suitcase silently on the deep burgundy carpet. The weariness of the day's travels weighed heavily on my shoulders after endless business meetings. Pressing the elevator button, I watched my blurred reflection in the metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator ticked down slowly. 6, 5, 4. A soft green light from the display cast a gentle glow on the walls. The doors opened with a soft chime, and I stepped into the small space surrounded by mirrors and dark wood. My destination was the top floor, the 7th. Pressing the button, I leaned back against the wall, closing my eyes briefly. The elevator began its ascent with a smooth, steady motion. The mechanical sound was barely perceptible, like a deep, steady breath. When I opened my eyes again, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror ahead. It seemed as though my reflection moved with a slight delay, mimicking my actions with a fraction of a second delay. Shaking my head, I attributed it to fatigue. The elevator came to a gentle stop, and the doors slid open. Stepping out into the corridor, I sensed something was amiss. The carpet was now a deep emerald green, instead of the burgundy below. The wall lamps had transformed into antique fixtures, boasting an Art Deco design I hadn't noticed earlier. Double-checking the elevator display, it indeed showed the 7th floor, yet the ambiance felt entirely different. The hallway appeared elongated, more narrow, and the air carried a scent of old books and aged wood. The room doors bore peculiar labels, 7A, 7B, 7C, instead of the usual numbers I had seen during booking. Turning back towards the elevator, the doors had sealed shut. Pressing the call button proved futile, yielding no response. The display above the doors remained blank, as if the elevator had never existed. The silence thickened, almost tangible. Slowly, I ventured down the corridor, attempting to reorient myself. The lights seemed to pulse gently, as if breathing. Each door I passed appeared identical, yet held a unique aura, as if concealing a distinct tale behind its dark wood facade. At the far end of the hallway, a figure caught my eye, seated in an ancient armchair. He resembled an elderly doorman in a vintage uniform, sporting meticulously groomed white hair. As I drew closer, he glanced up from his book, offering a kind smile. "Are you lost?" he inquired in a calm, familiar tone, as if anticipating my arrival. "I believe so," I responded. "I was headed to the 7th floor, but this place—" "Ah, but this is indeed the 7th floor," he interjected with a mysterious grin. "Just not the one you sought. You see, this elevator possesses a quirk. At times, it guides weary travelers to where they truly need to be, rather than where they believe they should go." Surveying my surroundings again, I noticed intricate details for the first time. Golden-framed photographs on the walls captured happy faces from a bygone era, and the clock displayed an impossible time, its hands moving against the norm. "Fear not," the doorman continued, gently closing his book. "The elevator shall return when the moment is ripe. Until then, why not rest a while? Time is of no essence here." Settling into the neighboring armchair, I felt fatigue dissolve gradually. The silence ceased to unsettle, transforming into a soothing embrace. The doorman resumed his reading, and I found myself entranced by the shadows dancing on the walls, weaving hypnotic patterns. Time eluded me in that moment. It might have been mere minutes or stretched into hours. The backward ticking of the clock emitted a calming melody, akin to a lullaby. Suddenly, the familiar chime of the elevator resonated through the corridor. "Ah!" the doorman remarked without lifting his gaze from the book. "I believe you can now return to your designated floor." Standing up, I felt oddly rejuvenated. Approaching the elevator, I turned to express gratitude to the doorman, only to find the armchair vacant. The book he had been perusing lay on the armrest, its weathered leather cover faintly gleaming in the soft light. The elevator doors glided open soundlessly. Stepping inside, this time the journey proved swift. Exiting, I found myself back in the familiar corridor with the burgundy carpet and contemporary lamps. Reaching my room, I slid the key into the lock. Before entering, I cast a final glance towards the elevator. The digital display flickered momentarily, revealing an unfamiliar symbol instead of a number. Then, it returned to normal, simply indicating 7. Since that peculiar night, each elevator ride in a hotel triggers a pondering within me. Will it transport me to my intended destination, or to where I truly need to be? And sometimes, on the quietest of nights, I swear I catch the whisper of pages turning in an ancient book, flipped by unseen hands in a hallway that exists betwixt one floor and the next. Story 15. In the soft glow of my reading lamp, shadows caressed the mahogany shelves of my private library. The rain outside tapped a gentle melody on the window panes, a soothing lullaby that accompanied me into the depths of night. Nestled in my favorite leather armchair, I inhaled the comforting aroma of aged paper and polished wood that enveloped the room like a familiar embrace. Yet on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the air captured my attention, a whisper of change that eluded immediate recognition. My gaze wandered over the meticulously arranged volumes, each one a sentinel in my organized domain. The leather-bound treasures shimmered in the warm light, their golden titles winking in the shadows. And there, nestled between two books, a peculiar gap beckoned me with its absence. It was as if a single volume had been plucked from its place with deliberate precision, leaving behind a void that defied explanation. Rising from my chair, the leather protesting softly, I ventured closer to the enigmatic gap. The floorboards murmured beneath my steps as I extended a tentative finger into the dustless space. A subtle chill greeted my touch, a whisper of the unknown lingering in the emptiness. The neighboring books stood stoically, my prized collection of 19th century tales of the supernatural, yet the missing volume, a recent acquisition of rarity, was conspicuously absent. In the solitude of my library, where only I held the key, questions blossomed like shadows in the dim corners. How could the book have vanished from its rightful place? I distinctly remembered its presence that very morning during my routine inspection. And as I pondered this enigma, another anomaly revealed itself. The adjacent books remained pristine, untouched by time, while a fine layer of dust cloaked the others nearby. Drawing closer, a sweet fragrance teased my senses, a delicate blend of aged parchment and elusive undertones that danced on the edge of recognition. Vanilla, perhaps, or the faint whisper of aged leather, intertwined with a floral essence that defied classification. I reached for a neighboring volume, hoping to unveil the missing treasure hidden behind, yet my quest yielded only the unyielding back of the bookcase. As I returned the displaced book to its rightful place, a subtle movement flickered at the corner of my vision. Within the gap, a shimmer of light played tricks on the shadows, reminiscent of moonbeams on a hidden stream. But this illusion puzzled me, for the wall bore no window to invite such ethereal radiance. Intrigued, I extended my hand into the void, encountering a warmth that pulsed with life, as if the very air held secrets untold. The rain outside continued its melodic cadence, now weaving a cryptic tapestry of whispers that teased the edge of comprehension. Entranced, I found myself drawn to that empty space, where time seemed to ebb and flow in mysterious patterns, a dance of light and shadow that defied explanation. Throughout, I remained ensconced in my chair, torn between the allure of my books and the magnetic pull of the vacant space. The rain softened to a gentle murmur, the night deepening around me as shadows pirouetted in the lamplight, casting their own enigmatic ballet on the walls. They swirled and shifted, like liquid seeking equilibrium, a silent testament to the unseen forces at play. As weariness tugged at my eyelids, I noticed a subtle transformation in the room, a subtle shift in the shadows that defied logic. They converged towards the empty space, a slow and graceful migration that blurred the line between reality and illusion. Was it a trick of the light, or a manifestation of something beyond my understanding? When the time came to bid the night farewell, I followed my customary ritual of securing each window and door. But as my hand hovered over the reading lamp, a glimmer caught my eye. There, within the gap, a single page materialized, ancient and luminous in the dim light. The script, elegant and unfamiliar, beckoned me to decipher its mysteries. Yet before I could unravel its secrets, the words dissolved like mist, leaving behind nothing but aged paper that crumbled into oblivion. The missing volume remained elusive, a phantom in the tapestry of my library. Each night, as the rain painted shadows on the walls and the silence enveloped me, I returned to my chair, drawn to the void between the books. In moments of hushed tranquility, I fancied the soft rustle of turning pages, though the gap remained stubbornly vacant, a riddle without a solution. And in those rare, quiet interludes, a subtle perfume would waft through the air, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lingered within the heart of my sanctuary. The gap persisted, rejecting all attempts to fill it with a replacement, as if waiting patiently for the return of its lost companion. I learned to embrace this enigma, this fragment of uncertainty that nestled within the order of my library. Some books, it seemed, were destined to wander, carrying their stories beyond the bounds of comprehension, leaving behind only whispers of what could be. And so, I sit in the quiet of my library, watching the shadows dance and listening for the echo of forgotten tales, knowing that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, hidden in the spaces between reality and imagination. Story 16. The ocean that night lay in a profound stillness, its surface a mirror reflecting the full moon's gentle glow. Nestled in a cozy wooden house, I wrapped myself in a soft woolen blanket, entranced by the rhythmic music of the waves caressing the shore. The moonlight painted a shimmering silver path upon the water, beckoning me to follow its mysterious course to the horizon. In the midst of this serene contemplation, a peculiar sight caught my eye. a faint green luminescence like a whisper of magic, swaying amidst the waves near the shore. Rising from my creaking rocking chair, I felt the salty breeze kiss my cheeks as I descended the weathered steps. Beneath my feet, the sand retained the warmth of the day, a comforting sensation despite the late hour. Approaching the water's edge, where the waves tenderly kissed the land, the enigmatic green glow grew more defined. There, nestled among the waves, lay an ancient glass bottle of elegant design, cradling a yellowed piece of parchment within. With cautious hands, I lifted the bottle, its weight surprising me, its surface adorned with a salt-veiled patina that rendered it opaque in places. As the moon's luminescence danced through the glass, casting hypnotic reflections, I marveled at the bottle's intricate details. Its cork stopper, sealed with cracked black wax, remained intact despite the passage of time. Peering closer, I noticed the glass held within it tiny crystalline formations, sparkling like celestial gems captured in a fragile prism. Returning to the porch, the soft glow of an oil lamp illuminated my discovery. I placed the bottle upon the aged wooden table, settling into an armchair to study it further. The symphony of the sea now seemed to whisper secrets, each wave a verse in a timeless ballad. With deliberate grace, I began to unseal the bottle, the ancient wax crumbling beneath my touch like memories fading to dust. As the cork yielded to my careful coaxing, a peculiar fragrance wafted forth, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and a hint of something indefinable, lingering in the air like a forgotten dream. Within, I found a parchment tightly rolled and bound by a faded blue silk ribbon. My hands trembled slightly as I untied the ribbon, revealing a surprisingly resilient document adorned with sepia-toned ink that spoke of ages past. The script upon the parchment danced, its elegant strokes weaving a tale in a language almost familiar yet elusive in its comprehension. Phrases such as "time flows differently here" and "the light is never the same" teased my senses, accompanied by intricate sketches of celestial patterns and lunar cycles that wove through the text like threads of destiny. At the parchment's conclusion, a drawing of a perfect spiral held me transfixed, its subtle movements captivating my gaze. The oil lamp flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows upon the porch that seemed to dance to the sea's haunting melody. The once tranquil waves now murmured in an ancient tongue, their cadence a hypnotic chant that transcended time itself. The final paragraphs of the message, preserved in clarity, spoke of a realm where reality blurred with dreams, where time ebbed and flowed like a river's current slipping through cupped hands. A chilling realization gripped me as the message concluded with a cryptic declaration. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look to the sea this night, and you will see its true nature revealed. Raising my gaze from the parchment, I beheld a moon grown larger, its reflection upon the water taking on a surreal, geometric form. The bottle on the table shimmered with the same ethereal green light, pulsating rhythmically like a slumbering heart. Carefully refolding the parchment, I returned it to its glass vessel, leaving the cork aside. As I peered out to the horizon, pondering the mysteries that lay beyond, a question lingered in my mind. Had others before me stumbled upon similar messages, felt the silent beckoning of the sea's depths? The night progressed in silent reverie, the stars casting their reflections upon the gentle waves, each shimmering point a whisper of hidden truths. With the arrival of dawn, the green glow of the bottle dimmed, fading into the light of day. Uncertain if I would ever unravel the enigma of that cryptic message, I sensed a change had stirred within me that fateful night. On subsequent full moon evenings, I found myself captivated by the phantom dance of that green glow upon the waves, an alluring invitation to explore the veiled secrets that the ocean held close to its ancient heart. Story 17. The whispers of the autumn wind danced through the deserted streets as I trudged my way home after a long day at work. The street lights painted the wet pavement with pools of amber light, their reflections shimmering in the puddles like scattered treasures. There was a peculiar hush in the air that evening, where sounds lingered longer than usual, footsteps echoing into the night, and the rustle of fallen leaves creating a haunting melody that hung in the stillness. It was on an ordinary Tuesday that I first saw him, standing like a statue at the bend where Main Street curved past the vintage bookshop. Clad in layers of weathered clothing, he seemed to blend into the shadows, a silent figure amidst the bustling world. What struck me was not his appearance or his stillness, but the way people instinctively avoided him, walking around in a perfect circle as if compelled by an unseen force. My usual path home led me right past his corner, and as I neared, I found myself unconsciously drawn into that orbit, my steps veering wide without my conscious command. And as he turned to meet my gaze, it was his eyes that held me captive, not the expected brown or blue, but pools of utter blackness, absorbing the light around them instead of reflecting it. His gaze seemed to penetrate through me, reaching into the depths of my soul. Each evening, he was there without fail, stationary, silent, a mysterious presence on that corner. Sometimes I would take detours, avoiding that stretch of sidewalk, yet his unseen eyes seemed to follow me, even when I thought I had escaped his watchful gaze. Strangely, he never asked for alms or help, never extended a hand in need. He simply observed, his dark eyes fixated on each passerby with a gentle yet unsettling intensity. On quiet nights, when the world hushed and the breeze whispered secrets, I fancied I could hear him humming. The melody was like no other, a haunting tune that resonated deep within me, stirring memories of forgotten realms and ancient songs. It was a lullaby of the cosmos, weaving a tapestry of dreams and mysteries. One rainy evening, a shift occurred. As I approached his corner, ready for another silent encounter, I noticed a change, his hand raised, not in petition but pointing upwards toward the veiled sky. Following his lead, I looked up, feeling the weight of each raindrop on my skin, each one carrying a message untold. When I met his gaze again, his lips moved, his voice a mere whisper carried on the rain-kissed wind. "You see it too," his words echoed in my mind, a blend of statement and question, ancient and comforting. That night, my dreams were filled with visions of watchful eyes guarding slumbering cities, of timeless sentinels standing vigil on unseen corners throughout history. I dreamed of melodies shaping the universe and rain carrying secrets from the stars. Upon waking, I found my window frosted over with intricate patterns, a chill in the air despite the warmth of autumn. And in the following days, he was gone from his corner, leaving behind a void that felt heavier than his silent presence. Yet, on quiet nights, when the world holds its breath, I glimpse his reflection in the puddles that gather at that spot, his black eyes gazing out from beneath the surface. Others still avoid that specific place, unknowingly maintaining the circle of emptiness around it. And on rare occasions, when the wind carries that familiar melody, I pause and look to the heavens, pondering the mysteries whispered by the rain. He was not a beggar, I realize now. He was something more, a guardian of enigmas, a keeper of secrets beyond our grasp. I continue to pass that corner each night on my way home, sometimes halting to listen for that ancient lullaby. And when the light plays tricks on the puddles, I catch glimpses of those black eyes watching me from every reflection. It brings me solace, knowing that whatever he was, whatever he symbolized, he watches over our silent streets as the world slips into night, a silent sentinel of the mysteries that lie just out of reach. Story 18. The rain of November softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, crafting a natural lullaby that always brought me tranquility. Back there after years to sift through her belongings, now that she had departed, the aroma of aged wood and yellowed books lingered in the air. The twilight's dim light filtered through the partially closed shutters, casting playful shadows on the vintage wallpapered walls. In one corner, beneath a thin veil of dust, I stumbled upon the ancient brass record player Grandma always kept gleaming like a mirror. A relic of another era, adorned with delicate floral patterns on its mechanical arm and a turntable impeccably preserved. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records neatly stored in weathered cardboard sleeves. While perusing the records, my fingers paused on a particular one. Its cover was plain white, devoid of any title or author, adorned only with a faint golden border that glistened in the dim light. Unfamiliar to me, though I knew every record in Grandma Rose's collection by heart. Intrigued, I resolved to give it a listen. The record player sprang to life with a gentle, familiar hum. Placing the record on the turntable and lowering the arm, I was met with the customary crackle of vinyl before the music commenced. A melody unknown to my ears unfolded, a waltz performed on the piano, yet there was a peculiar quality to the way the notes intertwined. It felt as though the music subtly shifted with each revolution of the record, rearranging itself into fresh harmonies. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the enigmatic composition. A hint of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, seemed to waft through the air despite the wintry season. Opening my eyes, I observed the shadows in the room moving in an unusual manner, no longer in harmony with the natural light, but swaying in time to that mysterious melody. Before me on the wall, I discerned the silhouette of a dancing figure, despite my solitude in the room. The waltz persisted, now accompanied by a familiar laughter intertwined within the piano notes, a laughter I recognized as Grandma Rose's, clear as crystal. A shiver coursed down my spine, not of fear, but of a peculiar blend of nostalgia and awe. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. In the glass's reflection, the room behind me was mirrored. Yet for an instant, I glimpsed Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her favorite dancing attire, twirling in the attic center. Swiftly turning around, the room stood empty. The record played on until its conclusion, and as the final note faded, the atmosphere in the room shifted. It felt warmer, more vibrant, as if that brief musical interlude had stirred dormant memories within the house's very walls. That evening, returning the mysterious record to its white sleeve, I noticed something previously overlooked. Inscribed on the inner edge in Grandma Rose's elegant script was a date, her wedding day. Beneath it, in almost imperceptible letters, a phrase: "Music is the key to our most precious memories." Since then, each visit to the attic involves a search for that specific record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, while other times it seems to hide among the other vinyls. Whenever I play it, the melody varies slightly, as if it holds infinite renditions of the same memory. Whether it was a special gift for Grandma Rose or something more enigmatic, I have never fathomed. Yet one thing remains certain. On rainy evenings, when the record player spins that mysterious melody, the attic fills with a subtle enchantment, blurring the line between present and past, reality and memory, as delicately as the paper of an old photograph. Perhaps, in those fleeting moments, Grandma Rose dances on, eternally youthful, eternally joyful, in an unending waltz. Story 19. The gentle rain tapped on the windows of the cozy establishment, weaving a soothing melody with the soft clinking of cups and murmurs of the few lingering patrons. Seated at the bar counter, I observed the dim lights flickering on the polished surface of the dark wood. Jack, the bartender, meticulously polished glasses with a slow, almost hypnotic rhythm. That evening, a peculiar aura surrounded him, a depth in his gaze I had never before perceived during my routine visits. His dark eyes held hidden contemplations as he prepared my customary lavender tea. While his hands moved with accustomed precision, a faint tremor betrayed him as he placed the cup before me. The delicate fragrance of lavender mingled with the scent of coffee and aged wood, creating a harmonious blend in the air. Jack's eyes darted surreptitiously towards a solitary figure seated in the farthest corner, almost blending into the shadows like a forgotten relic. Approaching to refill my cup, Jack exuded controlled composure, yet a subtle tension quivered in his voice when he inquired if I desired anything else. It was then that a disconcerting detail caught my attention. A faint reddish stain marred the cuff of his otherwise pristine white shirt, barely visible in the dim ambience. Time drifted languidly as the rain continued its steady, hypnotic descent. Patrons left one by one, leaving behind empty seats and abandoned cups, while the enigmatic figure in the corner remained motionless, an enigmatic presence awaiting an unknown arrival. Jack meticulously organized the counter, his movements meticulous, tinged with escalating disquiet, as the pendulum clock marked time with relentless precision. Amidst this unfolding scene, a hidden notebook, its cover worn, peeked out from beneath the counter among the bottles. Jack's meticulous notes filled its yellowed pages, documenting names, dates, and places in meticulous order. Yet the cryptic annotations that adorned the final pages puzzled me. Numbers devoid of apparent meaning, accompanied by meticulously drawn symbols. A fleeting glance upwards revealed the figure in the corner finally stirring, making their way towards the exit. A silent exchange of glances between them, and Jack crackled with palpable tension, laden with unspoken truths. As the stranger vanished into the rainy night, Jack resumed his duties, but a shift in his demeanor was palpable. His hands, typically steady, trembled imperceptibly as he stowed away the glasses, his gaze lost in a realm of distant contemplation, perhaps grappling with memories best left forgotten. Just as I readied to depart, Jack halted me with a gentle touch. In a hushed voice, he spoke of the weight of bartenders' secrets, buried within the silent confines of those walls, sometimes too burdensome to bear alone. His tired face flickered with shadows cast by the dancing lamplight, the hidden notebook a silent witness to untold truths. With a feeble smile that failed to reach his eyes, Jack whispered, "Return tomorrow. Perhaps I shall share a tale, or perhaps not." Stepping into the night, the rain's soft descent continued. Through the window, I watched Jack continue his meticulous routine, the radiance of the establishment dimming as I ventured into the embracing darkness. The mysteries veiled behind bar counters echoed in my thoughts, the silent sentinels like Jack guarding secrets too weighty to unveil. The rain persisted, a constant lullaby in the starless night, concealing the untold stories nestled within the heart of that mysterious establishment. Story 20. The night had draped the old house in a velvety hush, broken only by the soft patter of autumn rain against the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of warm tea, my gaze drifted absently to the painting hanging across from me. A relic passed down from my grandmother, it portrayed a woodland scene at dusk. Though not a masterpiece, it possessed a captivating quality that stirred a sense of wistful tranquility within me. As the golden light cast by the floor lamp painted dancing shadows on the walls, a peculiar observation caught my eye. The painting appeared slightly askew to the right, a deviation from its usual alignment that puzzled me. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose, the floorboards murmuring softly beneath my feet as I approached the wall. With gentle hands, I straightened the painting, feeling the aged texture of the frame beneath my fingertips. Returning to my seat, I resumed my book, enveloped by the cozy ambiance and the soothing melody of the rain outside. It was only after a while that I glanced up to find the painting tilted once more, this time to the left. A subtle chill traced my spine, though I endeavored to dismiss it as a trick of fatigue or a play of light. Standing up cautiously, I drew near to the painting, noticing a detail that had eluded me before. The colors of the sunset appeared more vibrant, almost pulsating, while the tree shadows seemed to stretch further than I remembered. Tentatively, I reached out and brushed the canvas, noting its warmth and a peculiar luminosity in the paint. In the days that followed, my attention was drawn increasingly to the painting. Each time I entered the room, it seemed to have shifted ever so slightly. Sometimes the change was barely perceptible, other times it was more pronounced. Not only did its tilt vary, but the very essence of the painting seemed to undergo subtle alterations. The density of the trees fluctuated, the clouds in the sky morphed in shape. Compelled by this enigma, I began documenting the painting with photographs, scrutinizing them diligently. The discrepancies, though subtle, were undeniable. In the painted woodland, new elements emerged and vanished. A bird's nest nestled in the branches, a hidden glade, a faint trail that materialized out of thin air. The sunset inched forward imperceptibly, as if time within the painting danced to a different tempo. On a particularly tranquil evening, ensconced in my familiar armchair, I caught a movement in my peripheral vision. The painting was tilting on its own, a slow and graceful motion that held me transfixed. Not a trace of fear gripped me, only a profound curiosity mingled with a surreal serenity. The shift was seamless, as though an unseen hand caressed the canvas. Without hesitation, I approached the painting once more. Its surface seemed to hum beneath my gaze, and in the reflection of the protective glass, a fleeting image materialized. A vague silhouette, reminiscent of my grandmother, flickered like a distant memory, offering a ghostly smile as she righted the painting. Since that moment, I've embraced these subtle transformations as the house's peculiar charm. Each night before retiring to bed, I dedicate a few moments to studying the painting, seeking out its hidden truths. Sometimes I believe it's my grandmother's way of reassuring me of her presence, a silent guardian manifested through this bewitching canvas that breathes and shifts like a living entity. I've kept this tale close to my heart, sharing it with none, for it is a sweet mystery I hold dear. The painting continues its dance of movement, though now with less frequency, as if it has found equilibrium between revealing itself and guarding its secrets. And so I sit in my armchair each evening, tea in hand, lulled by the rain's gentle cadence against the windows, watching the painting live its own silent narrative, a dialogue understood only by us. Story 21. The rain tapped a soothing lullaby on the weathered roof of the ancestral home, a melody that beckoned me as I delved into the remnants of my grandmother's legacy. Nostalgia lingered in the air, mingling with the aroma of aged wood and dancing dust particles illuminated by the setting sun seeping through the cream curtains. Each item I unearthed seemed to whisper tales of bygone days, painting vivid memories in my mind's eye. And then, amongst the final boxes, I uncovered a dark leather-bound photo album, its corners worn, but its touch retaining the softness only time can bestow. Placing it gently on the antique oak table in the cozy living room, I traced the album's cover with my fingertips, feeling the faint scent of mold and aged paper wafting from its pages. Within the album, black and white photographs unfolded snippets of family history. Weddings, birthdays, carefree summer days. Smiling faces of long-lost relatives stared back at me, revealing resemblances that transcended generations. The rustle of the pages blended harmoniously with the rain's rhythmic cadence against the windows. Pausing at a photograph captured in the garden, a summer scene frozen in time, I recognized my grandmother among her siblings, basking in the sunlight with joyous smiles. Yet a mysterious presence stood apart from the group. A figure cloaked in a light dress and shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat, unfamiliar to my family narratives. Intrigued, I lifted the photo from the album, drawn to the enigmatic figure. The date, summer 1956, inscribed in my grandmother's elegant script on the back, offered no clues to her identity. As I scrutinized the image, a chill swept through the room, causing the curtains to flutter in a ghostly dance. With the sun's departure, a twilight haze enveloped the room, casting everything in a veil of uncertainty. Illuminated by the soft glow of the table lamp I switched on, the photograph revealed a disconcerting anomaly. The shadow of the mysterious woman defied the natural light source, casting doubt upon its origin. A distant memory surfaced, a fragment of a conversation overheard between my mother and aunt, alluding to a woman who had once graced the family circle before vanishing without a trace. The rain's melody intensified, weaving a spell around me. The figure in the photograph seemed to sharpen, her presence growing more defined amidst the blurred background. It felt as though she harbored a message, a secret waiting to be unveiled. Turning the photo, my gaze fell upon faint markings in the corner, barely discernible under the lamp's gentle glow. With bated breath, I deciphered the cryptic words, "She always sees." Returning the photograph to its rightful place in the album, I found myself unable to close it, drawn back to the haunting image. How many untold stories lay hidden within these walls? How many mysteries were immortalized through the lens of a camera, shrouded in the mists of time? The rain persisted in its gentle descent, wrapping the house in a cloak of tranquility as night descended. Nestled in an armchair by the window, the album resting on my lap, I pondered the woman's identity. What secrets had she witnessed, and did she still watch over us? Leaving the album open on the table, I readied myself for bed, stealing a final glance from the doorway. In the flickering lamplight, a fleeting sensation crept over me, as if the mysterious figure had shifted, her gaze meeting mine. Or perhaps it was a mere trick of light, a mystery destined to linger unexplored, safeguarded within the aged pages of a family heirloom. Story 22. The gentle glow of the candle flickered, painting ethereal shadows on the ancient stone walls as I descended into the depths of the cellar. Each step I took echoed through the wooden staircase, a familiar cadence that had always accompanied me on my nightly journeys to retrieve Grandma's cherished preserves. The air in the cellar was cool and musty, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of old wood that whisked me back to the days of my youth. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere hung palpably in the air. The flame danced erratically, untouched by any breeze, and a thin veil of dust seemed to cloak every surface, even though I had been there only the day before. The shadows cast by the flickering light appeared elongated, stretching towards the darkness that enveloped the bottom of the stairwell. A peculiar sensation gripped me, halting my descent midway. The shelves that typically lined the cellar seemed to extend further than their usual boundaries, disappearing into a corridor that unfolded before my eyes, shrouded in obscurity. The silence in the cellar was profound, broken solely by the rhythmic beat of my own heart and the distant drip of water seeping through the stones. Driven by a curiosity that eclipsed my trepidation, I pressed on. The jars of preserves, usually gleaming under the candlelight, bore labels with dates that grew increasingly ancient as I ventured deeper into the corridor. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels had weathered to the point of illegibility. As I proceeded, the chill in the air intensified, mingling with a scent of damp earth intermingled with a more archaic aroma, reminiscent of aged parchments. The shelves continued to stretch into the abyss, the rough stone walls giving way to intricate patterns of ancient bricks. Symbols unknown to me adorned certain sections of the walls, etched with a precision that defied the era in which the cellar was constructed. My feet halted before a particular shelf, where a singular jar beckoned to me. Crafted from dark glass that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it, the jar bore an intact label displaying a confounding date, 1820. A tremor coursed through my hands as I lifted the jar, and in the cellar's hush, a faint sound reached my ears, a whisper devoid of words, akin to the timeless murmur of an ancient tome caressed by the wind. Slowly turning, I caught a fleeting glimpse of blurred figures moving in the shadows, like wisps of memories yearning to materialize. Sensing an urgency to depart, I pivoted towards the stairs, only to find the distance I had traversed elongated, the light at the stairwell's summit reduced to a mere speck amidst the darkness. With measured steps, I ascended, willing myself to remain composed, each footfall a reassurance of my existence. The shelves transformed once more, reverting to their familiar state, the dates on the jars shifting to more recent years, the intricate brickwork dissolving into rough stone. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, the warmth of the kitchen enveloped me, offering solace. Placing the jar on the first step, I cast a final glance into the cellar's depths. In that fleeting moment, I perceived a subtle movement, as if time itself contorted and twisted in the shadows. Seated in the kitchen later that night, cradling a cup of steaming tea, I pondered the events that had unfolded. The jar now bore a mundane label, Blackberry Jam 2023. Yet upon uncorking it, an aroma unlike any other wafted forth, a fragrance redolent of time itself, both sweet and ancient, reminiscent of childhood memories. Since that peculiar night, every descent into the cellar has evoked a sense of anticipation. The stairs remain constant, the shelves stocked with familiar preserves, yet amidst the dim light and profound silence, a lingering notion persists. The cellar awaits, poised to unveil further enigmas of time. And perhaps one day I shall summon the courage to traverse that seemingly infinite corridor to its culmination, to unravel the mysteries that lie where time loses its grasp on reality. Story 23. The night's hush was broken by a distant, gentle melody. Nestled in my beloved armchair, a woolen blanket draped over my knees and a forsaken cup of chamomile tea beside me, I lifted my gaze from the book I had been engrossed in. The notes floated like delicate snowflakes, barely there yet undeniably present. A piano, no doubt, played a tune unfamiliar yet oddly familiar, like a whisper of a long-lost dream. The house lay cloaked in darkness, save for the soft glow of a lamp by my side, casting a warm circle of light around me. Shadows waltzed on the walls, swaying to the mystical music's rhythm. Rising slowly, I let the blanket slip to the floor with a gentle rustle. Each step on the wooden floor murmured as I made my way to the living room window. Outside, the night was serene and still. The full moon bathed the garden in its silvery light, revealing the tree silhouettes swaying in the nocturnal breeze. Not a soul stirred in the neighboring homes, all veiled in darkness. Yet the music persisted, seeming to emanate from all directions and none at once. I traversed the house, room by room, hunting for the origin of the elusive melody that shifted subtly with my every move. In the kitchen, it appeared to drift from the living room. In the living room, it seemed to resonate from the stairs. On the stairs, it felt like it descended from the upper floor. A mesmerizing dance of echoes and reverberations guided me through the familiar spaces in a wordless ballet. Reaching my bedroom upstairs, I noticed the slightly ajar door, though I was certain I had left it wide open that morning. Moonbeams filtered through the sheer curtains, painting intricate patterns on the floor. The music grew clearer, more distinct, as though I drew near its wellspring. Pausing at the doorway, I surveyed the room intently. My ancient music box, a relic from my grandmother that sat on the bedside table, gleamed in the dimness. I had never dared to open it, convinced it was broken beyond repair. Yet now, in the stillness of the night, its diminutive ballerina twirled gracefully, casting her shadowy dance on the wall. The melody it played mirrored the one that lured me there, but amplified, as if the entire house had turned into a resonant chamber. With measured steps, I approached, feeling my heartbeat in synchrony with the music. The music box glowed brighter than ever, as if emitting its own inner light. As I extended my hand to touch it, I noticed the surface was tepid, almost alive. The ballerina kept spinning, but her visage, once a simple porcelain oval, now bore distinct features. Features I recognized. It was my grandmother's face, perfectly miniaturized, her familiar smile from my childhood captured flawlessly. The tiny figure's eyes seemed to meet mine fleetingly, and in that moment the melody shifted subtly, morphing into a lullaby she used to hum to me as a child. I stood transfixed, enveloped by the music like a cherished embrace. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of tranquility and wistfulness. The notes lingered in the room until they began to ebb, like waves receding from the shore. When the music finally ceased, the music box shut with a soft click. Silence descended once more, but it was a different quietude, pregnant with significance. Descending to my armchair downstairs, retrieving the fallen blanket and ensconcing myself in its warmth once more, I found the book still open to the page I had left off. Yet my mind could not focus on the words. It lingered on the music box and my grandmother. How many melodies lay trapped in those silent gears over the years, awaiting the opportune moment of release. Since that night, on occasion, when the house grows particularly still and the full moon bathes the garden, a sweet, familiar melody fills the rooms. I no longer seek out its origin. I simply close my eyes and listen, understanding that certain enigmas require no unraveling to be comprehended. Story 24. The soft patter of rain against my bedroom window had been a constant companion all evening long. I lay in bed, drifting between wakefulness and sleep, when a low, steady hum cut through the rhythmic rainfall. Initially, I brushed it off as background noise from the nearby road. However, as time trickled by, the sound persisted. A car engine, idling somewhere close by. The digital clock on my nightstand bathed the room in a gentle red glow as midnight drew near. Intrigued, I rose from my bed, compelled by an unexplained curiosity. Peering through the rain-streaked glass, I spotted a dark sedan parked across the street. Its headlights were dimmed, but a faint bluish light radiated from the dashboard, blending with wisps of exhaust curling into the misty air. A peculiar stillness enveloped the scene before me. No movement emanated from the vehicle, no shadow visible through its rain-splattered windows. Yet the engine's purr persisted, a presence that felt simultaneously ordinary and unsettling in the silence of the night. Raindrops cascading under the street lamp's glow created ever-changing patterns on the car's hood, giving it an almost liquid appearance in the darkness. My breath created a fog on the window as I observed, framing the mysterious vehicle in a hazy mist. Details captured my attention with dreamlike precision. The way droplets clung to its surface, the dance of exhaust merging with the mist to form fleeting shapes before vanishing. The longer I gazed, the more questions surfaced in my mind. Who would leave their car running unattended at this hour? Why choose this nondescript street for such an act? As if in response to my thoughts, the engine's hum shifted subtly, descending to a lower tone. The sound reverberated faintly through the air, more felt than heard. I then noticed that the car's windows were completely fogged over, concealing any glimpse of the interior. Yet the opacity hinted at a presence rather than emptiness. Contemplating whether to contact someone, perhaps the police, my hand hovered over my phone. The rational part of me offered mundane explanations. A rendezvous, a tired driver seeking respite, a neighbor preparing for a late shift. However, these justifications crumbled in the face of the eerie ambience that enveloped the night. Time seemed to stretch as I stood by the window. The rain continued its soothing melody, and the car maintained its silent watch. Minute alterations caught my eye, condensation patterns shifting, exhaust clouds morphing. Yet the vehicle itself remained unchanged, akin to a photograph flickering to life. As drowsiness crept over me, I retraced my steps back to bed, but an unseen force compelled me to cast one final glance. The car still sat there, engine humming, yet now, a flicker of movement danced behind the fogged windows, a shadow, a trick of light, or something more elusive. Sliding beneath my covers, the engine's drone seemed amplified, resonating through walls and glass. Drifting toward slumber, the sound melded with the rainfall into a peculiar lullaby. my last conscious musing fixated on those misted windows and the enigma they concealed, watching, waiting in the nocturnal hush. At dawn's first light, I hastened to the window, half expecting an empty street, the night's events dismissed as a reverie. To my astonishment, clear tire tracks marred the wet pavement where the car had been. Beside them, a small puddle glistened with a substance catching the morning sun, perhaps transmission fluid, its iridescence oddly beautiful in the early light. The car never reappeared, yet on quiet rainy nights, when the world hushed, a distant hum sometimes reaches my ears, akin to an idling engine. And I ponder, lying awake, how many others listen as well, peering through rain-dappled windows, yearning to glimpse the secrets veiled behind those misted panes of glass. Story 25. The autumn mist wrapped the park like a gentle shroud of gray silk, as leaves swayed lazily in the cool evening breeze. Walking along the gravel path, I savored the earthy aroma of damp soil and the hushed crunch of my own footsteps. The dim street lamps cast soft halos through the mist, offering just enough light to guide my way forward. And there it was, a dark coat, neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench, untouched by time. The park was deserted at that late hour, and the garment appeared to have been placed with meticulous precision, as if by an unseen hand. Drawing closer, I watched as the wool material absorbed the moisture in the air, still warm to the touch as though recently shed. A sense of intrigue, rather than fear, washed over me as I inspected the coat. Its elegance was evident, with shimmering mother-of-pearl buttons catching the fading light of evening. I checked the pockets for any clue to its owner's identity, only to find a lone bus ticket from 1985. Time seemed suspended as I held this relic from the past, its yellowed paper remarkably intact. Seated beside the coat, I let my mind wander as the fog thickened around me, carrying with it a subtle blend of lavender and pipe tobacco. The scent stirred memories of bygone days, of faded photographs and forgotten stories. Upon closer examination, I noticed faded initials JM delicately embroidered inside, barely visible in golden thread. A faint melody broke the park's silence, an old tune perhaps from a distant era, drifting like a hazy memory. Rising from the bench, I sought the source of the music, but it seemed to emanate from all directions at once. When I turned back, the coat had shifted ever so slightly, its perfect fold disrupted, a button catching the light in a new way. Yet I remained alone in the misty park. As time trickled by at a languid pace, shadows danced beneath the streetlights, and the mysterious music faded into the night. I pondered who JM might have been. A scholar finding solace in the park, a musician seeking inspiration, or perhaps someone seeking to shed the weight of the past. Lost in contemplation, a gentle touch grazed my shoulder, fleeting as a whisper of wind. Startled, I spun around, but the fog enveloped me in its silent embrace, the coat now weathered with age, its fabric worn and colors muted. Respecting the enigma before me, I chose to leave the coat undisturbed. Walking away, the music momentarily swelled, a waltz unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar in its haunting melody. Returning to the park the next morning, I found the bench empty, save for the lingering impression of where the coat had rested, imprinted in the dew-kissed wood. Beside it lay a new bus ticket, dated for that very day. Even now, on misty evenings, I catch a whisper of that distant tune, mingled with the essence of lavender and tobacco. And at times, as the streetlights flicker through the fog, I glimpse the silhouette of a refined figure strolling away in the park, only to vanish into the swirling leaves of night. Story 26. The night held its breath, a symphony of whispers merging with the gentle cadence of raindrops tapping on the rooftop. Stirring from slumber, a familiar restlessness beckoned me awake, drawing me into a realm of the unknown. In the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains, a mysterious object caught my eye on the nightstand, an ancient brass key, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell tales of bygone eras. Though unfamiliar to my memory, a sense of belonging washed over me as I reached out to touch its chilled surface, sending a delicate tremor through my being. Surprisingly weighty for its size, the key bore the weathered sheen of time, its design a curious blend of delicate florals and enigmatic symbols hinting at a forgotten narrative. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from bed, the key's faint bluish aura guiding my nocturnal exploration. The house felt transformed under the cloak of night, shadows morphing familiar corners into uncharted territory. Each step on the creaking wooden floor whispered secrets of the past, while the air carried whispers of ancient whispers woven in the scent of aged wood and yellowed parchment. Without conscious thought, I found myself drawn to the key, hovering it near doorways as if seeking an elusive connection. It was within the confines of my study that a subtle shift in the atmosphere became palpable. The antique bookcase, a relic passed down from generations past, seemed to resonate in harmony with the key's pulsing glow. Tracing the key along the shelves, a melodic hum reverberated through the stillness, as if a forgotten melody stirred to life. The wood responded to the key's touch, vibrating in silent acknowledgement of a hidden bond. As time slowed to a standstill, an ancient aura enveloped the room, casting shadows that danced with a life of their own. The key's radiance pulsed in rhythmic unison with a spectral heartbeat, unveiling intricate patterns etched into the bookcase's wood. Driven by an enigmatic instinct, I pressed the key against the heart of the bookcase, where a spectral sigh echoed through the room. The wood rippled like a pool disturbed, revealing glimpses of a distant past reflected in its polished surface. With the break of dawn, I found myself seated at my desk, the key cradled in my hand. Though sunlight dispelled the night's mysteries, an unseen transformation lingered in the air. In the days that followed, the key lost its ethereal glow, but retained an enigmatic weightiness, a silent reminder of the otherworldly encounter. On quiet nights, a haunting vibration still resonated from the bookcase, a siren call that beckoned to the key's dormant power. Yet, I hesitated to revisit that spectral connection, knowing that some doors are best left unopened, even when the key lies within grasp. The ancient relic now rests within the confines of my writing desk, swathed in black velvet, a silent guardian of untold secrets. In moments of profound silence, I hear its faint summons, pondering whether it was I who discovered the key, or if, in truth, the key found me. And in that timeless question lies the mystery of a key without a lock, its secrets veiled in the shadows of a forgotten time. Story 27. The gentle evening breeze whispered through the open window, carrying with it the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers from the garden. Nestled in the embrace of my favorite armchair, I found myself lost in the dance of shadows playing across the walls of the living room, painted by the flickering flame of a solitary candle. Beside me, on the small table, rested my aged Polaroid camera, a treasured heirloom gifted to me by my grandmother long ago. Though it had been ages since I last held it in my hands, a mysterious urge stirred within me that night, compelling me to reach for its familiar weight. Under the soft glow of the dim light, my fingers traced the contours of the camera, instinctively finding their place on the shutter button. Without deliberation, I aimed the lens towards the darkest corner of the room and pressed down. The abrupt flash of light illuminated the space momentarily, followed by the mechanical hum of the photograph gradually materializing. As the image took form on the blank surface, a peculiar sight caught my eye. In the corner where I had captured the shot, an ethereal figure materialized, its presence vague yet unmistakable. Like a specter veiled in wisps of smoke, it hovered in the air, just beyond reach. Curiosity piqued, I snapped another photo in the same direction. This time, the figure appeared more distinct, as if drawing nearer to the lens with each exposure. Though its features remained obscured, the outline of a face began to emerge, shrouded in a hazy ambiguity. A gentle shiver traversed my spine, not born of fear, but of a reverent fascination. Compelled by an unseen force, I continued to capture shot after shot, each frame unveiling a clearer manifestation of the enigmatic figure. With each click of the camera, the phantom entity seemed to solidify, its form taking shape and substance. Clad in what seemed to be attire from a bygone era, perhaps the 1940s, it exuded a haunting presence that permeated the room. The atmosphere grew dense with an unspoken communion, the silence pregnant with a mysterious energy. The air itself felt charged, as though the invisible presence of the figure enveloped me in an ethereal embrace. The candle flame flickered, casting elongated shadows that danced in harmony with the unfolding spectacle. Captivated by the unfolding spectacle, I continued to document the spectral visitor, each photograph a testament to its gradual emergence into our world. The blurred contours began to sharpen, revealing intricate details of a period dress and a countenance that seemed to beckon from beyond the confines of the photograph. In the final photo of that eerie evening, the figure loomed so close that it nearly engulfed the entire frame. A serene smile graced the woman's visage, her eyes seeming to pierce through the glossy surface to meet my gaze with an uncanny familiarity. A sense of recognition stirred within me, a dormant memory stirring from the depths of my subconscious. It was only when I rose from my seat, hands trembling imperceptibly, that I sought out an old photo album hidden away on a dusty shelf. Leafing through the yellowed pages, I stumbled upon a faded photograph of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the very same Polaroid camera. The identical smile that adorned her youthful face in the aged photograph mirrored the one that now gazed back at me from the last image I had taken. Carefully arranging the photographs in chronological order on the table, a silent narrative unfolded before me, a bridge between realms forged through the lens of a vintage camera. I made no attempt to replicate the otherworldly encounter, allowing the Polaroid to reclaim its place among forgotten relics. Even now, on tranquil evenings when the setting sun bathes the room in a golden hue, I find myself drawn back to that fateful night. As I gaze upon the photographs, the enigmatic smile of my grandmother occasionally seems to shift, as if whispering secrets across the fragile boundary separating memory from reality. In those fleeting moments, the veil between the tangible world and the ethereal realm blurs, akin to the delicate surface of a freshly developed Polaroid, a silent testament to the enduring connection between past and present, between the seen and the unseen. Story 28. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, setting a serene rhythm that harmonized with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absently at the recent addition on the wall, an ancient painting portraying an autumnal scene. Discovering it in a quaint antique store, I was drawn to its rich hues and the enigmatic aura it emitted. Despite the golden frame showing signs of age, it shimmered in the flickering firelight, casting playful reflections across the room. On that particular evening, as the storm outside intensified, a peculiar occurrence caught my eye within the painting. The painted leaves appeared to flutter gently, as if touched by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the shadows cast by the fire, but upon closer inspection, I discerned a subtle difference. The colors seemed more vibrant, more profound than before. The path winding through the painting, once concealed within the trees, now unfurled longer and more sinuous, as if extending beyond the confines of the canvas. Rising from my seat, I approached the painting. An unusual coolness enveloped the air around it, contrasting sharply with the warmth of the fire. Running my fingers lightly over the canvas, I sensed a peculiar smoothness, almost silky to the touch. A faint fragrance of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame, so lifelike it blurred the line between reality and art. While pondering these peculiarities, a movement in the upper corner of the painting seized my attention. Among the branches of an ancient tree, something stirred. It was not merely a trick of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if a presence lurked amidst the painted foliage. My heart quickened, not from fear, but from a burgeoning curiosity. Stepping back, I endeavored to gain a clearer view. It was then that I noticed the brushstrokes shifting direction autonomously, crafting new pathways and forms within the landscape. The trees swayed gently, as if swayed by an ethereal breeze. In the distance, where mist had obscured all before, I began to discern the silhouette of a modest structure. The rain's patter outside transformed into a hushed whisper, syncing harmoniously with the painting's movements. Sinking back into my armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the spectacle unfolding before me. The room expanded, deepened, as if the painting slowly extended its boundaries into reality. Throughout the night, the painting underwent a gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a mesmerizing cycle, casting shades hitherto unseen. The distant building grew clearer, a stone house, chimney smoking, windows aglow with a golden light. I pondered if inhabitants dwelled within that painted abode, and if they could perceive me, seated in my armchair, observing them through that enchanted window disguised as a painting. Oddly, the notion did not unsettle me. Rather, it bestowed upon me a sense of tranquility, as if I had unlocked a clandestine portal to a realm where truth and fancy intertwined gently. As the night ebbed away, the painting divulged its secrets with patience. At times, I fancied I glimpsed figures traversing the path, while on other occasions they dissolved into mere shadows flitting amid the foliage. Each attempt to focus on these details led to their gentle dissolution, akin to dreams fading at dawn. With the sky blushing pink at daybreak, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, the colors settled, and the distant house faded into the morning mist. Only the lingering scent of wet leaves testified to the nocturnal revelations I had witnessed. Henceforth, every evening, I ensconce myself in my armchair, awaiting in quiet anticipation. Sometimes the painting unveils its mysteries. Other times it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am aware that beyond that canvas lies an entire world, one that stirs only when the world slumbers, and solely for those with the patience to observe diligently. Story 29. The grandfather clock in my study announced midnight with its deep, familiar resonance, each chime resonating through the tranquil air like gentle ripples on a pond. Nestled in my worn leather armchair, a book cradled in my lap, I savored the soft pattering of rain against the window panes. The old house sighed softly, its ancient wooden frame settling into the hush of the night. My gaze drifted to the hallway door, bathed in the soft glow of my reading lamp, its dark wooden outline standing out against the shadows. Something felt different about it tonight, though the change eluded my grasp. Perhaps it was the brass handle catching the light in a new way, or the subtle shift in the wood's grain. Despite dwelling in this house for 15 years, the door now seemed to wear an air of unfamiliarity. Setting my book aside, marked by a delicate silk ribbon, I rose from my chair. The floor beneath my feet felt cool, even through my slippers. As I drew closer to the door, a chill seemed to seep into the air, as if a whisper of winter had crept into that solitary corner of my home. My hand brushed against the handle, surprisingly warm against the coolness surrounding it. With a fluid motion, the door swung open, revealing the unassuming hallway beyond. Familiar sights greeted me: the faded wallpaper, the well-trodden carpet, the array of framed photographs adorning the walls. Closing the door, I chuckled softly at my own fanciful thoughts. Perhaps my mind was playing tricks on me, influenced by the mysteries I had delved into through my reading. That night, my dreams were filled with doors. Doors materializing in improbable places, amidst lush gardens, hovering in the sky, standing solitary on deserted shores. Each door bore the same brass handle as the one in my hallway, exuding a warmth that defied logic. Morning arrived, and I went about my daily routines, scarcely sparing a glance for the hallway door as I passed through it. But as dusk settled in, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The door appeared subtly altered, its hue lighter, as if time had weathered it overnight. The brass handle now bore a patina previously unseen. Intrigued, I scrutinized the door with a keen eye, noting the unfamiliar wood grain and the hinge's transformation from black iron to gleaming copper. Yet upon opening it, the hallway remained static in its familiarity. Night after night, the door underwent gradual metamorphoses, sometimes aged, sometimes rejuvenated. The handle would shift minutely, or the frame would sport intricate carvings that appeared and disappeared like mirages. Intrigued by this enigma, I began meticulously documenting each alteration in a journal, capturing the nuances with intricate sketches and meticulous descriptions. Curiously, the door never changed when under my direct observation. It was during the darkest hours of the night, when the house slumbered and my attention wavered, that the door's transformations unfolded. One evening, determined to unravel the mystery, I resolved to stay awake and monitor the door throughout the night. Positioning my armchair to face it directly, I brewed a pot of robust tea and settled in for my nocturnal vigil. The grandfather clock marked the passing hours with its steady tick, my eyelids growing heavy but my resolve unyielding. At precisely 3:17 a.m., as per my watch, the lights in my study flickered momentarily. In that fleeting darkness, a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere heralded a new transformation. The warm oak had transmuted into rich mahogany, adorned with delicate silver inlays that seemed to dance when observed askance. Drawn by this newfound allure, I reached for the handle, now crafted from crystal rather than brass, hesitating at the palpable hum in the air surrounding the door. A startling realization gripped me. The door bore no keyhole, a feature that had always been present in its previous iterations. The absence of this fundamental detail baffled me. Had I overlooked such a basic aspect, or was there a deeper mystery at play? The question lingered like a half-remembered word on the tip of my tongue, teasing my thoughts with its elusive nature. Now, each evening finds me pondering the enigmatic door and its nightly transformations. Occasionally, I glimpse alternate hallways through the slender gap beneath it, hallways adorned with different carpets, wallpapers, and photographs. Yet, upon opening the door, my familiar hallway remains unchanged. The thought of rearranging the photographs to test the authenticity of my reality flits through my mind, only to be halted by an unspoken warning that cautions against delving too deeply into the veiled spaces between perception and truth. The door continues to evolve, each night ushering in a new iteration. I've grown accustomed to its silent shape-shifting, even finding a peculiar fondness for its elusive nature. At times, I ponder whether it is the door itself that transforms, or if my perception of it alters with each passing night. Perhaps both notions hold grains of truth, or perhaps neither does. One certainty remains. As the grandfather clock tolls midnight and the rain whispers against the windows, I eagerly anticipate the unveiling of the door's latest form and the secrets it may choose to disclose or conceal in the tranquil hours before dawn. Story 30. In the soft moonlight that bathed my room, delicate shadows danced across the wooden floor, creating a serene atmosphere that beckoned me into the realm of dreams. I've always been attuned to the quiet whispers of the night, those moments when the world holds its breath and secrets come alive. On this particular evening, a gentle autumn wind caressed the trees outside, its murmurs harmonizing with the stillness within. During my nightly meanderings through the ancient house, a peculiar anomaly caught my attention, a subtle shift in the hallway wallpaper pattern. Initially dismissing it as a play of shadows, I ran my fingers along the wall, only to discover a transformation unfolding beneath my touch. The texture altered, becoming polished and refined, reminiscent of aged wood instead of the familiar wallpaper. This revelation became a ritual, a nightly rendezvous with the unknown. As dusk descended and tranquility settled around me, I awaited the subtle shift in the air, heralded by a drop in temperature and the fragrance of cedar wood mingled with ancient whispers of leather-bound tomes and forgotten chambers. Slowly, like a painting revealing its depths, a door materialized before me. Its outline emerged faintly against the wallpaper, then blossomed with intricate carvings that seemed to dance and shift, defying my attempts to decipher them. The brass doorknob exuded a gentle, inviting glow that seemed to radiate warmth from within. Night after night, I sat in silent vigil, observing the door's gradual manifestation. Sometimes, I brought a cup of chamomile tea, its comforting scent blending with the enigmatic aromas that accompanied the door's appearance. Though tempted, I refrained from touching the doorknob, sensing that crossing its threshold would alter the fabric of reality in ways I wasn't prepared for. As my nocturnal watch continued, subtle changes unfolded in the house. Shadows deepened, moving with purposeful intent, while the familiar creaks and settling noises adopted a rhythmic cadence, akin to a distant lullaby. The air grew heavy with untold tales, pregnant with the promise of discovery. On quiet nights, whispers emanated from beyond the door, not ominous, but alluring. Pages turning in unseen books, the soft ticking of an ethereal clock, and the faint strains of an unfamiliar melody drifted through the cracks. Delving into the house's history yielded no answers about the door, yet tales of past inhabitants spoke of peaceful dreams and mystical nights. An elderly resident's journal described a passage to tranquil slumber that materialized only in the darkest hours, a sentiment I now understood intimately. Over weeks and months, the door became my nocturnal companion, a source of solace in sleepless nights. Its presence, bathed in a soothing glow, offered a sense of protection rather than menace, as if safeguarding a cherished secret. One memorable night, the carvings on the door seemed to weave a narrative. Figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, sailing across seas. Yet each time I sought to follow their journey, the patterns shifted, embarking on a new tale. The door itself appeared a storyteller, spinning endless sagas for those patient enough to listen. Years have drifted by since the door's revelation, and still I've refrained from turning its handle. Perhaps, in honoring its enigma, I've ensured its recurrent appearance, allowing it to retain its mysteries. The door serves as a reminder that some enigmas are best left unexplored, their allure preserved in their untouched state. On restless nights, I find myself drawn to the hallway, a cup of tea in hand, as the door unfailingly materializes, enveloping me in its warmth and tranquility. In those quiet moments of contemplation, I realize that the door's true gift lies not in what lies beyond, but in the serenity it bestows upon those who embrace its presence in the nocturnal hush. As morning light seeps through the windows, the door fades into ordinary wallpaper, prompting fleeting doubts of its existence. Yet, with the onset of night, a familiar shift in the air signals its return, reaffirming that some wonders in this world reveal themselves solely to those willing to dwell in the shadows and await the magic that unfolds. Story 31. The gentle patter of autumn rain whispered against my office window, creating a soothing symphony as I delved into my work in the quiet of my study. The world outside seemed to hush, cocooned in a cloak of raindrops that danced to a natural, mesmerizing tune. A soft, golden light spilled from my desk lamp, casting a warm glow on the aged pages of historical manuscripts I carefully organized for the city's archives. It was on such an evening that she appeared, a solitary figure traversing the square beneath a vibrant scarlet umbrella, a vivid splash of color amidst the muted palette of autumnal grays and browns. There was a distinct elegance to her stride, a rhythmic cadence to her steps that harmonized effortlessly with the rhythmic downpour. Every night, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella graced the square with her presence. Her nightly passage became a ritual I eagerly anticipated, a moment steeped in intrigue and mystery. Her face remained veiled beneath the shadow of her umbrella and the mist of rain that enveloped her like a shroud. Yet, one fateful night, as she paused in the square, a fleeting glance in my direction revealed a hint of a smile playing upon her pale features, illuminated by the dim glow of the street lamps. My heart quickened at the brief connection before she resumed her ethereal journey, vanishing into the night's embrace. In the days that followed, subtle disturbances began to unsettle my sanctuary. Water droplets adorned the documents I meticulously cataloged, as if a phantom hand had brushed them with rain-kissed fingertips. The delicate fragrance of antique roses lingered in the air, a haunting presence that lingered long after the day had faded into night. And then a discovery awaited me on my desk one evening, a faded black and white photograph depicting the square 50 years prior, with a solitary figure bearing a red umbrella standing out amidst the monochrome crowd. Intriguingly, the back of the photograph bore a date, October 15, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who once graced the halls of my very building. Her affinity for ancient tomes and her signature red umbrella were well known, as was the tragic end she met on a rainy night much like the ones I now experienced. As I immersed myself in Sarah's story, the scent of roses intensified, the rain outside transforming into a gentle, melodic hum that seemed to caress my ears. The pages of the documents I perused stirred as if brushed by an unseen hand, a ghostly presence guiding my journey. And when I lifted my gaze to the window, there she stood, closer than ever before. Her red umbrella folded, revealing a face etched with kindness and serenity. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of melancholy and connection. From that moment onward, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nocturnal crossings of the square. Yet, on rainy nights, when the archive fell silent and shadows pirouetted across the walls, echoes of her footsteps lingered, accompanied by the subtle perfume of antique roses. Sometimes, as I sifted through the yellowed pages of bygone eras, I would discover fresh water droplets, as if a spectral hand had just brushed the paper with rain-damp fingertips. I often pondered whether Sarah's spirit still lingered, watching over her cherished books, her eternal vigil continuing in the rain with her scarlet companion. This tale remains my private reverie, a sweet secret shared between myself and the enigmatic shadows of the library. And whenever rain taps gently against the window panes, a knowing smile graces my lips. For I am certain that somewhere, amid the tapestry of time, a woman with a red umbrella continues her eternal promenade. Story 32. The first thing that caught my attention in my new abode was the peculiar layout of doors in the hallway. Each one opened predictably, the bathroom showcasing its vintage tiles, the bedroom cloaked in faded wallpaper, and the kitchen boasting its well-trodden linoleum floor. However, the final door, shaded a touch darker than its companions, unveiled something out of the ordinary. Behind it lurked a semblance of a basement, yet no staircase descended into its depths. This anomaly revealed itself during my initial week in the house, when the winter winds murmured through the crevices in the ancient windows. Standing at the threshold, I peered down at the concrete floor below, about 8 feet distant, illuminated by a solitary hanging bulb I never recalled switching on. The space appeared pristine, almost unnaturally so, with sleek walls and corners that seemed to meld into darkness despite the light's presence. My real estate agent had made no mention of a basement, and the property listing omitted any reference to such a space. When I raised the issue with her, she sounded perplexed, asserting she had shown me every nook and cranny of the house, describing the mysterious door and the view of the space below only served to deepen her confusion. She vowed to inspect the original blueprints and revert to me. In the ensuing days, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that door, opening it at various times. The light remained unwavering, casting a consistent glow across the lower level regardless of the hour. Sometimes I would bring a chair and perch in the doorway, legs safely positioned on the upper floor, observing the interplay of shadows in the basement's corners. The air wafting up from below carried a subtle fragrance, not the expected musty dampness, but something crisp and clean, reminiscent of fresh linen or the frost of morning. One evening, as I sat in my customary spot sipping chamomile tea, a peculiar sight met my gaze. Nestled in the center of the basement floor lay a wooden toy block, the kind children delight in, adorned with a faded letter A. I was certain it hadn't been there during my prior inspections. The block's presence posed an obvious question. How had it materialized without any stairs? I commenced documenting the changes in the basement. Some mornings, the block had shifted a few inches from its previous position. Other times, it had rotated to display different facets. Not once did I hear a sound emanate from below, not even the customary settling noises typical of older homes. The light maintained its vigilant watch, unwavering and undimmed. After 3 weeks of scrutiny, a call from my real estate agent jolted me from my routine. Her voice tinged with unease as she disclosed that she had unearthed the original blueprints. According to the schematics, there was no basement door in the hallway, only a solid wall. As she spoke, I stood before the door, its dark hue stark against the surrounding lighter walls. That night, the block invaded my dreams. It multiplied, arranging itself into words on the concrete floor below, words I nearly deciphered but ultimately failed to comprehend. Upon awakening and hastening to the door, the basement harbored solely the original block, though it had shifted once more. Now it rested directly beneath the hanging bulb, casting a flawless square shadow on the concrete. While winter deepened beyond my abode, the basement remained unchanged, neither warm nor chilly, neither bright nor dim. Sometimes, on particularly serene nights, I fancied I detected a faint humming emanating from below. Yet whenever I focused on the sound, it would dissipate, leaving me to ponder its existence. The block persisted in its deliberate migration across the floor. I began to suspect it was forming a pattern, though its significance eluded me. Mapping its positions on graph paper, I connected the dots where it had halted. The resulting shape seemed familiar, though I couldn't quite place it. As the months elapsed, I grew accustomed to my inexplicable basement. I refrained from attempting to enter it. A voice within me quietly but firmly advised against such a venture, yet I adhered to my regimen of observation. The enigma morphed from a source of disquiet to a source of solace, akin to a tale unfolding at its own leisurely pace, unrushed by the reader's curiosity. Spring ushered in longer days and balmy temperatures, yet the basement remained ensconced in its perpetual twilight. One morning, upon opening the door, the block had vanished without a trace. The floor below stood barren, as immaculate as the day I first beheld it. I remained seated for hours, anticipating a transformation that never materialized. That night, stairs frequented my dreams. They descended gracefully into the basement, fashioned from dark wood that seemed to swallow light. In the dream, I descended a single step, and the air resounded with the melody of distant wind chimes. Upon awakening, the basement door stood ajar, though I distinctly recollected shutting it before retiring for the night. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Occasionally, a flicker of movement catches my peripheral vision as I pass the door, perhaps a shadow, perhaps something more. The block never reappeared, but now and then, in the hush of night, I discern what resembles the clatter of wooden toys against concrete, echoing from the depths below. I've learned not to investigate when these sounds reach my ears. Some enigmas, it seems, prefer to remain unsolved, content to dwell in the nebulous realm between reality and dreams. Story 33. The gentle patter of rain on the rooftop tiles wove a hypnotic melody into the evening air as I readied myself for the night ahead. Each droplet cascaded down the window panes, casting playful shadows that danced across the walls of my cozy study. The remnants of a long-extinguished fire lingered in the air, a faint hint of burnt wood from an evening past. Soft light from the desk lamp enveloped the room, creating a soothing, warm ambiance that embraced me like an old friend. In the hush of that tranquil moment, a single ring pierced the quiet. It was a sound that shouldn't have been there, for the old rotary phone on the shelf had long been disconnected, its cord coiled neatly out of sight ever since I opted to rely solely on my cell phone. Yet, unmistakably clear, the crystalline trill of the phone resonated through the room. Setting aside the book I had been engrossed in, I rose from the plush armchair, the softness of the Persian rug beneath my feet muting my steps as I approached the shelf. There it sat, the antique black phone, an heirloom passed down from my grandmother, its surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. The ringing ceased abruptly as my hand reached out to touch it. The receiver felt cool against my skin, the scent of aged Bakelite, triggering memories of childhood days spent watching my grandmother deftly dial numbers on its rotating disc. Shaking my head in disbelief, I dismissed the occurrence as a trick of my fatigued mind. But as I turned away, the phone rang once more. This time, the sound seemed to carry a weight, a presence that demanded attention. I pivoted slowly, fixating on the instrument with a blend of curiosity and apprehension. The receiver trembled almost imperceptibly with each ring, catching the soft glow of the lamp in shimmering reflections. I found myself counting the rings, 1, 2, 3, 4. And on the fifth, almost instinctively, I lifted the receiver. The ensuing silence felt deeper, more profound than before, broken only by the steady cadence of rain against the window panes. Bringing the receiver to my ear, the chill of the Bakelite pressed against my cheek. I awaited the familiar dial tone, the reassuring hum of electronic silence. Instead, there was only a void, an absence of sound that seemed to echo emptiness, and then a breath, slow, steady, distant. It carried a familiarity, a cadence that stirred memories long dormant within my mind. It mirrored the way my grandmother breathed as she drifted off to sleep in her cherished armchair, the phone always within arm's reach. "Hello?" I murmured softly, my voice a mere whisper above the rain's gentle percussion. The breath on the other end seemed to pause, as if in contemplation. Gradually, it transformed into a long, deep sigh imbued with a melancholy that tugged at my heartstrings. Motionless, the receiver pressed to my ear, I listened as that breath seemed to syncopate with the rain's rhythmic melody. There was no fear, only a peculiar sense of calm mingled with nostalgia. It was as if that fleeting moment, suspended between reality and reverie, was narrating a tale that transcended words. The breath continued, punctuated by pregnant pauses laden with unspoken significance. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me like a familiar shroud. Time seemed to lose its hold, slipping away unnoticed. When I reopened my eyes, the room appeared altered. The lamp's glow was softer, more enveloping, and a hint of lavender, my grandmother's beloved fragrance, lingered in the air. Slowly, almost reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle. The phone fell silent, yet now it exuded a sense of solace, as though it had imparted its message. Sinking back into the welcoming embrace of the armchair, I gazed at the antique phone bathed in the muted light. The rain persisted outside, its melodic symphony intermingling with memories of days gone by. Since that ethereal night, the phone has remained silent, a relic of a bygone era. Yet on rainy evenings, when the silence deepens and the world grows still, a faint echo of a breath, a familiar sigh from across the veil of time, seems to whisper through the air. In those fleeting moments, a smile tugs at the corners of my lips, a silent acknowledgement that some connections transcend the physical realm, lingering on in the quiet spaces between heartbeats. Story 34. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its resonant tone enveloping the old house in a soothing melody. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cocooned by a cozy woolen blanket, I basked in the tranquility of the moment. Outside, the winter wind whispered through the window crevices, adding a gentle lull to the night. The warm radiance of my reading lamp cast a soft glow, creating a safe haven of light while the room's corners remained draped in comforting darkness. Reading before bed had become my cherished ritual, especially during the long winter nights, offering a sanctuary of solitude in the quiet house. The familiar sounds of the settling house, its subtle creaks and sighs, were like a soothing lullaby from an old friend drifting off to slumber. But on this particular night, a subtle shift in the usual silence caught my attention. Setting down my book, I raised my head, attuning my senses beyond the pool of light from the lamp. The air held a different quality, barely perceptible, yet enough to raise the hairs on my skin. It carried a hint of chill, akin to the calm before a snowfall, despite the clear night outside. My gaze was drawn to the partially open hallway door, positioned just right to catch the comforting chimes of the clock. As I observed, I noticed something peculiar about the slice of shadow beyond the door. It appeared denser, as if the darkness had gathered into a tangible form, its layers resembling delicate silk hanging in stillness. While the room hummed with the radiator's warmth, that particular corner seemed untouched by its flow, almost as if a gentle force redirected the air. Leaning forward in my chair, not out of fear, but out of a tranquil fascination, I observed the shadow responding to my attention. It grew more defined, yet remained elusive, like a half-remembered dream hovering at the edge of consciousness. Marking my place in the book with a silk ribbon, I set it aside, the leather chair softly creaking as I shifted. I didn't rise, but allowed my eyes to adjust fully to the interplay of light and shadow. The darkness behind the door seemed to sway, a subtle motion akin to curtains stirred by an unseen breeze, though the room remained eerily still. The clock's steady ticks now synchronized with the shadow's movements, lulling me into a peaceful rhythm, my breathing matching the cadence. The shadow swirled gently, as if breathing, creating mesmerizing patterns reminiscent of sunlight dancing beneath deep waters. A soothing warmth filled the room, not from the radiator, but from an organic source, akin to the comfort of a dozing cat nearby. Its movements took on a deliberate quality, a silent form of communication transcending language, conveying meaning through rhythm and motion. Time seemed to bend, expanding and contracting like honey stirred in warm tea, as the shadow and I engaged in a wordless conversation of observation and response. Sometimes the shadow extended tendrils into the room, only to retract them with graceful elegance. Other times it condensed and then unfurled, like a blooming flower in the midnight hours. Intricate details emerged within the shadow, impossible in regular darkness, shapes forming and dissolving like ink in water, defying conventional understanding. Yet there was no sense of threat. Instead, the manifestations felt like offerings, secrets shared in the silent language of shadows. As the grandfather clock struck 1, a subtle shift in the air signaled a change. The shadow began to thin, not vanishing entirely but receding, akin to a cherished friend preparing to depart after a comforting visit. Watching it blend back into the hallway's ordinary darkness, a serene sense of completion lingered in its wake. The room felt subtly altered, not physically, but in significance, as if touched by the essence of the visitor that had graced this hour with me. Picking up my book, I held it unopened and remained in the warm embrace of lamplight, savoring the profound peace left by the shadow's presence. Sleep beckoned at the edges of my awareness, and I welcomed its embrace, knowing that my dreams would carry echoes of the shadow that moved with fluid grace and breathed like a dear companion. Since that night, I leave the door ajar, inviting that same wedge of shadow into my room. On quiet evenings, I catch glimpses of the familiar darkness gathering behind the door. In those moments, I simply smile and settle deeper into my chair, prepared to share another tranquil hour with my gentle visitor from the depths of shadow. Story 35. The ancient house had always spoken to me in its own subtle language, but on that wintry night, its whispers took on a new, mysterious tone. Outside, the snow fell with a hushed grace, each delicate flake shimmering under the watchful eye of the pale moon. Wrapped snugly in an old wool blanket, I sat in my favorite reading chair, the soft crackle of the fireplace providing a soothing backdrop to the night's symphony. The familiar sounds of the house settling, the creaking of floorboards, had long been my companions, but on this night, they carried a different cadence, a faint echo of voices that seemed to weave through the very walls themselves. At first, the murmurs were barely discernible, like whispers carried on a breeze, easily dismissed as the house's ancient bones settling in the chill of the night. But as I paused, book forgotten in my lap, I realized there was something more to these whispers. They held a rhythm, a humanity that stirred something deep within me. Placing my hand against the rough wallpaper, I felt a subtle vibration, a warmth that defied the cold of winter. Closing my eyes, I let the sounds guide me, like a hidden melody waiting to be discovered. The voices grew clearer as I pressed my ear against the wall, their words elusive yet strangely comforting. They ebbed and flowed, meandering through the house like a gentle stream, at times distant, at times so close I could almost reach out and touch them. There was no hint of malice in their tone, only a sense of familiarity, of shared secrets whispered in the dead of night. Following the trail of whispers, I wandered through the silent rooms of the house, my footsteps unheard on the faded carpets. In the kitchen, the voices seemed to emanate from behind the gleaming copper pots. In the hallway, they resonated from beneath the somber landscapes that adorned the walls. Each time I thought I was on the verge of understanding, the voices would shift and change, like elusive shadows dancing just out of reach. The grandfather clock told midnight, its deep chime merging with the enigmatic murmurings that surrounded me. In the dim light cast by the solitary street lamp outside, I noticed a peculiar bulge in the wallpaper, a subtle movement as if the wall itself held a secret breath. As I drew closer, the voices swelled, the wallpaper pulsing with a life of its own, almost as if it was alive. With trembling fingers, I reached out to touch the warm surface, feeling a surge of connection that transcended the physical. In that moment, I could have sworn I heard my name whispered with love and familiarity. The bulge receded, leaving the wall smooth once more, but the warmth lingered, a tangible reminder of the unseen presence that dwelled within. The night unfolded like a tapestry of mysteries, each room revealing hidden bulges in the walls, each one pulsing with a life of its own. Laughter, lullabies sung in foreign tongues, snippets of conversations long past. The voices wove a tapestry of memories that transcended time and space. Despite their unfamiliarity, they offered a strange comfort, a sense of belonging to a realm beyond our understanding. As dawn approached, the voices began to fade, their ethereal presence slowly dissipating like the morning mist. The walls cooled, returning to their silent vigil as the first light of day crept into the house. Though the source of the whispers remained a mystery, I found solace in their presence, a reminder that we are never truly alone in the embrace of the night. On quiet nights, when the snow falls and the world grows still, the voices return, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Perhaps the house itself holds the memories of those who came before, their stories woven into the very fabric of its walls. Or perhaps, on certain nights, the veil between worlds grows thin, allowing us a glimpse into the unseen realms that coexist alongside our own. One thing is certain, the voices are a part of this house, a part of me, a whispered lullaby that soothes the soul and bridges the gap between the known and the unknown. In the quiet of winter nights, when the boundaries blur and reality shimmers like a dream, the voices speak and I listen, grateful for the mysteries they bring and the comfort they provide in the darkness. Story 36. The wariness of a long day lingered as I entered my study. The soft amber glow of the desk lamp cast gentle shadows in the room, where shelves filled with books stood like silent sentinels. The familiar scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me, offering solace as I sank into my worn leather armchair. Atop the polished wooden desk, my grandmother's gift, my old diary, lay undisturbed from the morning. Its brown leather cover and yellowed pages held my innermost thoughts like a secret treasure. As I reached for it, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The last page, once blank, now bore elegant handwriting unlike my own. The words, fresh as if just penned, drew me in. They painted a vivid picture of the very room I sat in, as if the diary held a mirror to the present moment. The patter of rain against the window added a soothing layer to the ambience, blending with the sound of rustling pages, though no breeze stirred the air. Intrigued, I read on, captivated by the mysterious prose that seemed to anticipate my every move. Curiosity urged him to turn the page. The script beckoned, and as if under a spell, my hand obeyed. New words materialized before me, as though an unseen hand guided the pen. They described my surroundings with an eerie accuracy, capturing even the minutest sensations I felt. The warmth of the lamp, the weight of the silence, the chill that ran down my spine. Unable to tear my gaze away, I watched as the narrative unfolded, unveiling details I had not consciously noted before. The titles of books on the shelves, unfamiliar yet somehow present, danced across the pages in a mesmerizing rhythm. The room seemed to pulse with a life of its own, separate from the world outside, cocooning me in its enigmatic embrace. Moving to the couch, I observed the diary from afar, its pages still in motion, as if writing their own story. The rain's melody grew stronger, cocooning me further in a veil of tranquility. With each passing moment, the words grew more intimate, delving into memories I believed forgotten, secrets I had never shared. Approaching the desk once more, I found myself drawn into a silent dialogue with the diary, as if it sought to unearth truths buried deep within me. The night wore on, the conversation evolving into a profound exchange of memories and emotions. There was no fear, only a profound sense of curiosity mingled with peace, guiding me through this ethereal encounter. As the clock struck midnight, I realized hours had slipped away, lost in this otherworldly communion. The final words on the page echoed a truth that resonated within me. Some mysteries don't need solving to be understood. Closing the diary gently, I felt the leather's familiar touch beneath my fingertips, the rain outside now a companion rather than mere background noise. Preparing for sleep, I stole a final glance at the study. The diary lay innocently on the desk, yet within me, a transformation had taken root. The night enveloped the room in a hushed embrace, the lamp's glow a silent witness to the enigma that had unfolded. Some mysteries, I mused, are best left untouched, their magic preserved in the realm of the unknown. And with that thought, I bid the study good night, leaving behind a whisper of wonder that lingered in the air like a dream. Story 37. In the hush of the night, my steps reverberated through the ancient wooden corridor. The floorboards murmured beneath my weight, weaving a familiar tune with the rain's soft percussion on the window panes. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and weathered paper. Pausing before the door at the hallway's end, the one I had kept closed for months, I noticed the lock glinting faintly in the dim lamplight, beckoning me. I vividly recalled locking it last, turning the key thrice and ensuring the handle was secure. A ritual of reassurance that evening felt subtly altered. A chill enveloped the air around the door, and a delicate film of dust had settled on the brass handle, forming intricate patterns that drew my gaze. As I leaned in for a closer look, the dust seemed to swirl in concentric circles, as though an unseen hand had traced ephemeral designs. The door's surface emitted a gentle warmth, a subtle heat that belied its sealed state. Puzzling, given the room had remained undisturbed and devoid of any heating source. Placing my palm against the wood confirmed the unexpected warmth. Curious, I pressed an ear to the door, straining to catch any sound. Amidst the profound silence, a faint rhythm, akin to someone's slow, slumberous breath, teased my senses. Retrieving the key from my robe's pocket, its warmth surprised me as I inserted it into the lock with deliberate care, aiming for silence. The key glided in smoothly, yet as I attempted to turn it, a resistance met me, as if the lock had undergone a clandestine alteration. A flutter stirred within my chest, not fear, but a blend of intrigue and anticipation, akin to standing on the cusp of a significant revelation. Switching directions, the key yielded with a graceful click. Upon swinging the door open, a waft of warm, fragrant air greeted me, redolent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonbeams filtered through gossamer curtains, casting a luminous sheen upon the room. Familiar yet transformed, the books on the shelves seemed arranged in novel configurations, unveiling unseen patterns. The plush velvet armchair had shifted slightly toward the window. Beside it, an empty porcelain cup, a remnant I did not recall leaving. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingers glided over its surface, revealing dust unevenly dispersed, as if phantom words had been inscribed and then erased. Nestled by the inkwell lay a time-worn sheet of paper, bearing a solitary sentence inscribed in a script resembling mine, though foreign to my memory. The line declared, "Time flows differently here." Enveloped in the room's vivacious silence, I discerned my breathing harmonizing with the gentle billowing of the curtains, though no breeze stirred. The room seemed animated, pulsing with a myriad of inaudible murmurs. Sinking into the velvety armchair, I caught a glimpse of the entire room mirrored in the window. Fleetingly, a blurred figure seemed to move in the shadows behind me, dissipating upon my swift turn. Closing my eyes briefly, I surrendered to the room's tranquility. Reopening them, I perceived a subtle shift, as if each object had subtly realigned. The cup on the table now exuded warmth, a tendril of steam curling upwards. Rising from the chair, I bore the weight of the enigma that cloaked the room. Progressing towards the door, my footsteps echoed silently on the wooden floor. Halting at the threshold, I cast one final glance back. The room exhaled softly, akin to a slumbering entity. Gently shutting the door, I turned the key in the lock. The conclusive click reverberated like a lullaby in the hallway's silence. Since that night, a faint aroma of vanilla tea lingers whenever I pass the door, accompanied by the spectral rustle of pages turned by unseen hands. Though I have not breached that threshold again, the room harbors its clandestine existence, safeguarding mysteries best left undisturbed in the embrace of quiet slumber. Story 38. The leather-bound journal materialized on my nightstand one frosty morning in the heart of winter. Its deep burgundy cover shimmered under the soft sunlight peeking through the curtains, casting a warm glow in the room. I hadn't placed it there, yet as I ran my fingers over the weathered spine and the creamy pages, a sense of familiarity washed over me. The air carried a crisp scent of frost, mingling with the distant melody of wind chimes swaying gently. Tracing the intricate patterns embossed on the cover, I felt a connection to the history held within the soft leather, worn smooth by the passage of time. Opening the journal released the delicate fragrance of lavender and aged paper, stirring memories just beyond my reach. The first pages lay blank, pristine and beckoning. Yet as I turned them, elegant handwriting emerged, shimmering in the morning light. It was my own handwriting, unmistakably so, though I couldn't recall penning those words. The entries were dated for days yet to unfold. Day after day, I found myself drawn to the journal, reading about events written in my hand that hadn't come to pass. Simple occurrences at first, a chance meeting with an old friend, the discovery of a lost ring, the distant tolling of church bells at midnight. Each prediction unfolded with a quiet precision, like gentle ripples on a tranquil pond. With time, the entries grew more detailed. Conversations unfolded exactly as foretold. Sunsets mirrored the descriptions on the pages, and the rain felt on my skin matched the written prophecies. The journal never spoke of anything harrowing, only gentle mysteries and subtle revelations that draped each day in a dreamlike tranquility. One entry spoke of the aroma of freshly baked bread drifting in through my window, followed by a knock on the door. And when it came to pass, a basket of warm rolls awaited me outside, an anonymous gift from an unseen benefactor. Another entry hinted at a mysterious melody that would grace my garden stroll, played on an unfamiliar instrument. And so, when the ethereal music danced through the air, its origin remained a secret, adding to the enchantment. The journal altered my perception of time. Each morning held a sense of anticipation, each evening a moment of introspection. Details once overlooked now captured my attention. The play of shadows on the walls, the subtle shift in the air preceding rainfall, the various textures of silence that filled the rooms at night. Pressed flowers found their way between the pages, vibrant blooms from futures yet to unfold. Their gentle petals and lingering fragrance intertwined with the lavender scent that always accompanied the journal. As days turned into weeks, the entries began to fade post-event, blending into the cream pages like morning mist under the sun's gaze. New predictions emerged, maintaining the delicate balance between mystery and comfort. The journal's origin remained a mystery, a secret meant to be kept, its enigma adding to its allure. It imparted a lesson on embracing the unknown with curiosity rather than trepidation, finding solace in the gentle passage of time. On quiet moonlit nights, I caught glimpses of words forming themselves on the pages, ink drops cascading into clear water to create letters. I refrained from reading them as they materialized, preferring to let the mysteries of tomorrow remain shrouded until their appointed hour. The journal became my steadfast companion, a conduit between the present and the yet-to-be. It didn't unveil grand tragedies or moments of immense joy, but rather the subtle magic woven into everyday life when one learns to observe. Its greatest gift lay in revealing the wonder tucked within the ordinary rhythms of existence, in the ethereal spaces where reality and dreams intertwine. As I pen these words, I sense the whispers of tomorrow's entries forming in my mind, awaiting their place on the blank pages. The journal rests by my side, its cover radiating warmth, ready to unveil another day's gentle enigmas. Outside, the wind chime resumes its melodic dance, and I find solace in the knowledge that its tune was predicted in the journal's tomorrow, in script both mine and not, in a diary that dreams of the days yet to dawn. Story 39. The fall breeze whispered through the branches, conducting a gentle symphony with the hushed hum of the passing crowd. Nestled on my cherished bench in the park, I observed the steady stream of individuals wandering along the winding paths. The air held a crispness, carrying the fragrance of moist soil and damp wood. Though I held a book in my hands, my focus was stolen by a subtle, almost intangible sensation that had lingered for days. It all began so discreetly. One morning, on my way to work, a tingling crept up my neck as if unseen eyes were fixed upon me. Whirling around, I found only the usual rush of commuters, each hurrying towards their destinations. As days passed, this feeling grew more frequent, more palpable. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, and moments at my treasured cafe, it lingered. While folks meandered past my bench, some in solitude, others in pairs, I sensed a shift, an inexplicable shift that eluded definition. Closing my book, I rose and embarked on a stroll. The sky blushed with amber hues as streetlights flickered to life one by one. Each step echoed on the main avenue, the sensation trailing me like a silent shadow. Pausing before a storefront, I feigned interest in the wares on display. In the glass, I scrutinized the figures passing by. There I glimpsed an anomaly, a face that seemed ever present within the crowd, indistinct, slipping between bodies with seamless fluidity. Proceeding with heightened awareness, I veered onto side streets, the throng thinning yet the presence persisting. Settling upon a bench in a tranquil square, encircled by illuminated edifices, the chill of evening descended as stars speckled the darkening sky. A disquiet settled within me. Not a solitary gaze tracked me, but many. It was as if a multitude orchestrated a silent ballet, passing the baton seamlessly. Certain faces recurred more frequently. A woman in a blue scarf, a bespectacled man, a boy with a backpack. Rising slowly, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of their collective scrutiny. The streets now near deserted, the sensation swelled in the ensuing silence. Seated by my window, I surveyed the street below. Passers-by came and went, some lingering briefly, others striding forward. I pondered how many were truly bound for destinations, and how many were players in this enigmatic choreography, of which I unwittingly served as the focal point. What unsettled me most was their normalcy, seamlessly blending into the masses. As the city lights flickered on, I contemplated the essence of this clandestine observation. Who were these watchers? What drove their gaze? And above all, why me? Questions dangled in the air as night draped the city in its somber cloak. Since then, I've acclimated to this eerie awareness. At times, I seek to identify my observers. At others, I feign ignorance. Yet, they persist, like phantoms flitting at the peripheries of my routine. And in the hush of night, as I peer from my window at the dwindling streets, I ponder if they, too, mull over me from their abodes, poised for another day of this enigmatic waltz of gazes and apparitions. Story 40. The grandfather clock in my study tolled midnight, its deep resonance enveloping the room in a comforting embrace. Instead of the expected single chime, the clock's tolling lingered, each note blending seamlessly into the next, creating a timeless symphony that seemed to elongate the very essence of time. The warm glow of lamplight bathed my antique desk, casting soft shadows and highlighting the steam swirling from my cup of chamomile tea. A subtle shift in the air hinted at an unusual night ahead, not foreboding but subtly altered, like a subtle shift in a painting hanging slightly askew. The darkness beyond the window appeared denser, almost tangible, as if it could seep through the glass at any moment. I stood up from my chair, drawn to the peculiar quality of the night outside. The aged wooden floor creaked softly beneath my wool-socked feet as I approached the window. My reflection in the glass appeared almost normal, yet there was a peculiar delay in its movements, as if time itself hesitated to keep pace. The scent of night-blooming jasmine wafted through the room, a fragrance both sweet and haunting, evoking distant memories of long-forgotten summer evenings. The clock's chimes continued, each note elongating like honey dripping from a spoon, stretching time in a mesmerizing rhythm. Turning back to my desk, I intended to record these strange occurrences in my journal, but to my surprise, the words on the page began to shift and rearrange. Ink flowed and formed new patterns, weaving a narrative of this very night, a future I had yet to experience but somehow already knew. The room's temperature subtly fluctuated, in harmony with my breath, creating a soothing ebb and flow. Shadows danced in the corners, pulsating with a hypnotic cadence. When I reached for my teacup, its temperature was a paradox, simultaneously warm and cool to the touch. The liquid inside shimmered with reflections of the lamplight, each ripple resembling stars twinkling in a vast night sky. With each sip, the cup seemed to refill itself, maintaining a constant level as if defying the laws of physics. The gentle ticking of my wristwatch mingled with the grandfather clock's chimes, blending into a melodic lullaby of time. I noticed the hands of my watch moving in opposite directions. Yet the contradiction felt oddly natural, as if revealing a deeper truth about the nature of time itself. Words appeared on the journal pages, seemingly of their own accord. Time is not a river, but an ocean. Reading those words, a profound understanding washed over me. This night was not endless because it wouldn't conclude, but because it encompassed all moments simultaneously, a dream transcending past, present, and future in a single breath. The darkness outside morphed into a gentle void, inviting rather than menacing, offering glimpses of alternate realities within my study, other versions of this eternal night playing out in parallel. My mirrored reflection moved independently, engaging in different activities, showing me the infinite possibilities contained within this singular moment. Settling back into my chair, a profound tranquility enveloped me. The grandfather clock's chimes stretched further apart, each one a universe unto itself, brimming with experiences between each sound. The night wrapped me in a cocoon of infinite moments, each one complete and perfect in its own right. I realized that this night would never truly end, not due to time halting, but because it had expanded to reveal its intrinsic nature. In this eternal moment, I sat in my study, watching the darkness pulse, listening to the timeless chimes of the clock, existing in a state of serene acceptance. The night unfolded like an infinite dance of now, where all moments converged into one harmonious whole. Embracing the endless possibilities, I found peace in the realization that time was not a linear progression, but a boundless symphony of existence. And so I linger in this perpetual night, penning words that have always existed, savoring tea that never cools, and witnessing time unveil itself as an eternal waltz of the present. The darkness outside whispers of untold potential. The clock's chimes echo through the infinite expanse, and I dwell in this timeless moment, at one with the infinite night. Story 41. The night had enfolded the house in a cloak of profound tranquility, broken only by the soft tap-tap of raindrops on the window glass. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltz on the walls, in perfect harmony with the flickering blaze of the fireplace. The warmth enveloped me like a snug quilt, while the fragrance of burning wood mingled with the delicate scent of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. In that moment of absolute peace, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's playroom, peeking through the slightly ajar door. An ancient porcelain music box, a keepsake from Grandma, seemed to exude a faint, bluish luminescence. I couldn't recall it ever shimmering like that before. Gently, I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took on the floor produced a gentle creak that harmonized with the rain's rhythm, weaving an almost hypnotic tune. Drawing nearer to the door, the glow intensified, yet retained its tender glow, akin to moonlight caressing a placid pond. The playroom was a haven of reminiscences and enchantment. Weathered wooden shelves cradled porcelain dolls in Victorian attire, colorful toy locomotives, and plush animals with benevolent gazes. The music box occupied a special spot on the central shelf, encircled by small crystals my niece had collected during her strolls in the garden. The porcelain ballerina perched atop the music box, typically frozen in her eternal pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if brushed by an unseen zephyr. Drawing closer, I noticed the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. Wisps of vapor escaped my breath into the air, while the crystals encircling the music box seemed to react to its glow, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost discern a faint melody in the distance, akin to a musical murmur from a bygone era. Reaching out towards the music box, the blue light pulsed gently at that precise moment. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to have tilted their heads slightly in my direction, but upon blinking, they had returned to their original positions. The melody grew more distinct. It was a lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I had believed to have faded from memory. The music box began to rotate on its own, at a leisurely pace. The ballerina pirouetted with an unearthly grace, her motions fluid like a genuine dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of yesteryears. The room's atmosphere thickened with recollections, as though time itself had condensed around that small, enchanting object. I stood transfixed, entranced by the spectacle before me. The music from the box intertwined with the rain's melody, crafting a symphony that whispered of yearning and concealed enigmas. The shadows in the room appeared to sway to the music's tempo, and for an instant I felt I wasn't alone in witnessing this private exhibition. Slowly the melody began to dissipate, like a dream slipping away at dawn. The blue light from the music box dimmed to a faint glimmer, and the ballerina slowed her dance until she came to a halt. Silence descended upon the room once more, yet it was a different silence, laden with significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I picked up my now tepid tea. As I gazed at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, I ruminated on Grandma and her penchant for objects steeped in tales. I pondered whether she had ever encountered something akin, if the music box had always harbored that magic, or if it was a special gift bestowed upon select moments and observers. Since that fateful night, each time I pass by the playroom, I steal a glance at the music box. Occasionally, I fancy I glimpse a fleeting blue glow or catch the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet perhaps it is merely memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy eve. Story 42. In the gentle embrace of slumber, I awaken to a world shrouded in mystery and tranquility. Each morning unfolds the same, with a weightiness that envelops me like a leaden cloak. The room bathes in a soft, ethereal light, casting a pearly glow that emanates from an unknown source, painting the walls in an ever-shifting hue. The ceiling stretches far above, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless night sky. The bed cradles me in its luxurious softness, the silk sheets whispering against my skin with a hypnotic rustle. A familiar, sweet scent lingers in the air, elusive and ever-changing, evoking memories of lavender, vanilla, and other unnameable fragrances. Time in this room dances to its own rhythm, shadows playing a silent symphony on the walls, stretching and retracting as if alive. The silence, never absolute, is accompanied by a subtle background hum, akin to a deep slumber or the echo of my own heartbeat resonating through the empty space. Stepping onto the plush carpet, my bare feet sink as if walking on clouds, carrying me towards sparse furnishings, a dark wood desk, a velvet armchair of burgundy hue, and an oval mirror veiled in mist with a golden frame. On the desk lie objects that change with each awakening, an aged leather-bound diary, a fountain pen with midnight blue ink, and a cup of tea releasing wisps of warmth. The diary's pages remain blank, yet beneath my fingertips I sense invisible words etched into the paper, whispering untold stories. The inviting armchair cradles me as I sink into its warm velvet, as if someone has just vacated the seat. Amidst this tranquility, a peculiar phenomenon captures my gaze, a subtle pulsing in the wall before me, akin to a slumbering breath. Seeking an escape, I trace the walls in search of a door, a passage to the beyond that eludes my grasp. The mirror, beckoning with its obscured reflection, offers glimpses of a world slightly askew, where movements echo with a delayed cadence, and an enigmatic figure sometimes peers back at me through the mist. Time ebbs and flows erratically, the room's light shifting in a dance divorced from the constraints of day and night. Minutes blur into hours as I lose myself in the diary's invisible tales, ensnared in a surreal loop where time is but a fleeting illusion. Returning to the bed, I surrender once more to its comforting embrace, the sheets enveloping me in a tender caress. The scent in the air grows stronger, evoking memories of bygone days, my grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, the earthy aroma of rain on a summer's eve. With closed eyes, I sense the inevitable cycle about to begin anew, the room cradling me in its enigmatic hold, blurring the lines between wakefulness and dream. Lost in this twilight realm, I ponder the enigma that binds me to this place. Is it I who dream the room, or does the room dream me? Drifting back into slumber, a fragment of my consciousness questions the existence of an escape, wondering if, perhaps I have grown accustomed to this liminal space, intertwined with the fabric of the room itself. In this eternal dance between reality and reverie, I find solace, merging with the room in a symphony of waking dreams, where the boundaries blur and time weaves its intricate tapestry. Story 43. The gentle, rhythmic patter of raindrops on the roof of my old country house enveloped me in a hypnotic embrace as I settled in for another solitary evening. Serpentine patterns formed on the window panes, illuminated by the flickering candlelight I had summoned to push back the encroaching darkness. The wind whispered through the garden trees, their leaves rustling in a soothing melody, like a lullaby from nature itself. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I found myself entranced by the delicate spirals of vapor swirling into the air. The house murmured its familiar sounds, the soft creak of aged wood, the steady tick of the entryway clock, the gentle whistle of wind slipping through unseen crevices. Everything appeared normal, yet an intangible unease began to stir in the tranquility of the evening. It was as I savored my tea that I first glimpsed the anomaly. The upstairs bedroom window, reflected in the hallway mirror, exuded a peculiar glow, as though a phantom candle had been lit within. Yet I knew without doubt that no such light existed in that room. Setting down my cup with deliberate care, I rose from the armchair and made my way towards the stairs. Each groan of the wooden steps beneath my feet felt distinct that night, as if the house itself sought to convey a message. The air grew colder as I ascended, a thin film of moisture clinging to the walls of the upper hallway. Pausing before the bedroom door, I hesitated, the brass handle chilling my fingertips with an icy touch. With a hesitant creak, the door swung open, revealing the room cloaked in shadows. The window, the same one I had observed in the mirror, remained closed. Yet to my astonishment, the lock began to shift of its own accord, inching open without any visible force guiding it. The soft breeze that wafted in held a fragrance both sweet and ancient, redolent of dried flowers and aged wood. Intrigued, I drew nearer to the window, watching raindrops pirouette into the room, forming ethereal circles before alighting on the floor. Amidst this inexplicable ballet, my gaze was drawn to the glass as ghostly writing materialized upon its fogged surface. The words emerged slowly, their meaning obscured by the haze. As the curtains stirred in a phantom breath, mimicking the slow rise and fall of slumbering breath, shadows danced upon the walls, weaving silent tales in the moonlit gloom. I extended a trembling hand towards the window, feeling the chill of the outside air brush against my skin. Just as my fingertips grazed the glass, the window glided shut with a gentle finality, the lock clicking softly into place. The ancient scent dissipated, leaving me rooted to the spot, my heart thrumming in my chest. I stood in silence, listening to the steady cadence of rain outside. The room had reverted to its normal state, yet an intangible shift lingered in the air. It felt as though the house had offered me a glimpse of another realm, a parallel world veiled from sight, revealed only in fleeting moments when reality and mystery converged like gossamer threads. Since that fateful night, whenever the rain falls, I find myself ensconced in my armchair, gazing at the bedroom window's reflection in the hallway mirror. Sometimes it remains still, a silent sentinel, while on other occasions it opens slowly in a ritual shrouded in quietude. I may never unravel the enigma behind this phenomenon, but I have learned to embrace it as a facet of the mysteries my home holds, a secret shared solely between myself and these ancient walls. And on the stillest of nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and the rain descends in a gentle cascade, I sense a presence, a spectral guardian, perhaps, watching over me from the shadows, manifesting through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 44. The November breeze danced with the dry leaves on the pathway as I gazed at the shadow of the forsaken mansion against the dreary sky. Known as the house that time forgot, although it had indeed been a home once, long ago, yet the memory of its previous inhabitant had faded into obscurity. I approached the weathered gate, feeling the chill of the iron bars beneath my touch. The air held a delicate fragrance of moss and damp stone. The overgrown garden enveloped the crumbling walls with its wild embrace of brambles and nettles, yet the mansion exuded a quiet elegance even in its neglect. My task as a real estate agent was to assess the property, a duty requested by the aging owner who resided overseas and wished to sell this enigmatic estate. Inherited from a distant relative, the current owner had never set foot inside and sought to divest himself of this mysterious property. As I wandered through the garden, a peculiar discovery caught my attention. Amidst the weeds, faint trails appeared to have been recently traversed, hinting at a presence that defied explanation. The neighbors had insisted that no one dared to enter the premises. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, revealing an interior bathed in a bluish hue that filtered through the closed shutters. The air felt heavy with dust and the faint scent of aged wood as I ventured deeper into the mansion. Each step echoed through the main hall, where furniture draped in yellowed sheets cast ghostly silhouettes in the dim light. The grand mirrors on the walls played tricks with the scarce light, casting illusions of movement with their clouded reflections. Ascending the staircase, my hand grasped the polished wooden railing, worn smooth by the touch of time. Along the upper corridor, a series of closed doors awaited my exploration. Room by room, I documented the barren interiors for my appraisal, until I reached the final chamber that held a semblance of life. A bedroom, likely belonging to a woman, bore a thin layer of dust disturbed as if by recent contact. A silver brush lay on the dresser alongside strands of dark, fresh hair untouched by time. The immaculately made bed hinted at recent occupation, a faint impression left as if someone had sat there moments before. A movement flickered in the mirror, a fleeting image of a figure seated on the bed, a presence that lingered even in its absence. Descending the stairs hastier than before, I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me as I hastened towards the exit. The shifting light in the salon cast elongated shadows, and the mirrors seemed to reflect more than just the physical world around me. A haunting melody, ancient and mournful, drifted down from above, a soft hum that tugged at my senses. Pausing with a hand on the doorknob, I hesitated, unsure if the ethereal tune was real or a trick of the mind. Closing the door behind me, the garden lay tranquil, the wind now still. Glancing back at the mansion, I caught a glimpse of a subtle movement behind an upstairs window, a fleeting glow that vanished as swiftly as it appeared. In the days that followed, I compiled my evaluation of the property, detailing its state of disrepair, the necessary renovations, and its potential value on the market. Omitting the peculiar findings within the bedroom, I noted cryptically, the property possesses a distinct allure that may captivate a select clientele. The house lingered on the market, a silent sentinel of forgotten stories. Occasionally, pausing by the rusted gate, I fancied I saw a figure flit between the upper rooms, a specter suspended in time, perhaps awaiting a long-lost companion. The mystery of the never-inhabited house revealed its hidden truth. Not that no one had ever dwelled within its walls, but that someone had never truly departed, a spirit bound to its timeless confines. Story 45. The rain cascaded down with a gentle persistence, composing a soothing melody that serenaded me on my journey home. Each droplet pirouetted on the pavement, capturing the warm amber hues of the streetlights that painted the wet road like strokes on a mysterious canvas. The air held a crisp coolness, carrying the earthy perfume of rain-kissed soil through the crack in my car window. Crossing the desolate parking lot, a place often overlooked, I sensed an unusual energy pulsating through the mist that swirled around the parked cars, cradling them in a tranquil silence. Pausing before entering my car, I observed the shimmering reflections of the streetlights on the puddles, a dance of light and water that mesmerized me. In that moment, a presence, not menacing but undeniably enigmatic, made itself known. A faint silhouette lingered a few paces away, barely discernible through the veil of mist. Its form was elusive, shrouded in stillness that captured my gaze. I stood transfixed, my breath suspended, as the figure gradually dissolved into the night, melding with the humid air until it vanished into obscurity. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility, as if I were witnessing a phenomenon beyond comprehension. Resuming my journey homeward, I started the engine and drove at a leisurely pace. The lingering sensation of encountering the extraordinary lingered, an enigmatic presence that transcended understanding yet felt strangely familiar. The rain whispered its serene melody, cocooning me in its embrace. In the ensuing days, whenever the rain descended, I found myself scanning the nocturnal landscape for elusive figures. Not out of dread, but in pursuit of that ethereal wonder, that profound calm from a realm untold. Even within the sanctuary of my home, a place of solace, an air of mystery now lingered. Every creak of the floorboards, every gentle draft that stirred the curtains, seemed to weave a cryptic tale. One evening, as raindrops tapped against the windows, I opted to leave a lamp aglow in the living room. The flickering light cast playful shadows on the walls, a dance choreographed by the wind's invisible hand. Nestled in my armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I observed the shadow play with tranquil fascination. An unspoken anticipation hung in the air, though its source eluded me. It was then that I spied a detail previously unseen. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an otherworldly luminescence, as if from an unseen origin. Intrigued, I approached, fixating on my reflection. But it wasn't just my visage that met my gaze. Lurking in the shadows behind me, a vague figure seemed to materialize, akin to the one glimpsed in the parking lot. No fear gripped me, only a serene acceptance, as though that presence had always lingered, awaiting my notice. Turning slowly, I found emptiness, only the rain's gentle patter and the soft creak of the house. Returning to my seat, I endeavored to rationalize the inexplicable. Perhaps a trick of light, a phantasm born of rain and shadow. Yet deep down, a knowing stirred. Not frightful, not ominous, but profound and elusive. Even now, when the rain descends in torrents and the evening hush blankets the world, I find myself seeking traces of that enigmatic presence. I slow my pace near vacant lots, casting my gaze into the interplay of light and darkness between the lampposts. Though the figure has not reappeared definitively, there are moments when the conditions align just so, and the silence deepens, that I sense a whisper of something beyond. It lacks fear, instead offering a peculiar solace, as if that presence were a forgotten fragment of myself or a memory unwilling to fade. And thus, as the rain continues its gentle descent, enveloping the world in a symphony of sound and shadow, I surrender to that sensation, understanding that certain mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, merely experienced. Story 46. In our neighborhood, autumn nights hold a special kind of magic. The air is crisp, carrying the fragrance of fallen leaves and the hushed echo of footsteps on the damp pavement. Lately, on my evening strolls home from work, I've been captivated by an unusual sight. At the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue, a particular streetlight has caught my attention. Unlike its counterparts that steadfastly cast their golden glow, this one behaves differently. As I draw near, its light begins to dim gradually, almost as if it wishes to conceal something from my gaze. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, a tired old streetlight in need of repair. But as the nights passed, I couldn't ignore the peculiar pattern. The light only dimmed when I approached, remaining unchanged for others who passed beneath it. Curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate further. Leaning against the weathered Art Deco building, I conducted a little experiment. From a distance, the light shone brightly, painting elongated shadows on the sidewalk and causing dewdrops to shimmer in the nearby garden. With each step closer, the light flickered as if hesitant. And as I stood beneath it, the light faded to a soft glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. Within that dim circle of light, a profound stillness enveloped me. It was as though even the city itself held its breath in that moment. Peering up at the glass covering the streetlight, I discerned faint markings etched onto its surface, forming a cryptic pattern. Just as I reached for my phone to investigate further, a sudden gust of wind stirred the leaves, and I sensed a subtle movement within the glass. In the days that followed, I altered my route to pass under that mysterious streetlight each night. The ritual repeated like a silent dance, the light dimming, the silence deepening, the sensation of being observed from above growing stronger. Gradually, I began to notice intricate details. The light subtly changed colors, conveying messages through its imperceptible shifts. One moonlit night, amidst the dim glow, I heard a peculiar sound, a gentle, melodic hum emanating from within the pole, resonating like a musical whisper. Placing my hand against the cool metal, I felt the vibrations, as if the streetlight sought to communicate. I meticulously documented each encounter, noting how the dimming intensity varied with the moon's phases. During the new moon, the light nearly extinguished as I passed, while on full moon nights, it retained a steady radiance. And I observed a precise rhythm, always 23 seconds for the light to regain its usual brightness after my passage. Strangely, the streetlight's behavior began to influence my movements. I found myself slowing down, partaking in this unspoken ritual. Sometimes I would linger beneath its dimmed glow, listening to the faint hum that seemed to whisper tales of bygone eras. I never sought a scientific explanation, content to let the mystery unfold. Perhaps ignorance is bliss. Every evening, as I make my way home, I sense the streetlight's anticipation, waiting to create that twilight realm where we share a silent communion. Night after night, I engage in this enigmatic dance with the dimming light. Whether it's an electrical quirk, a cosmic anomaly, or something more profound remains unknown. Yet, in that fleeting moment of darkness, when the world pauses and shadows reign, I feel connected to a greater enigma, a mystery unveiled through the language of light and shadow. Story 47. In the tranquil embrace of winter twilight, my bedroom was enveloped in a soft purple glow, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain against the window panes, creating a soothing rhythm. The flickering candle on my grandmother's antique vanity mirror cast dancing shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own, adding a touch of mystique to the room. The mingling scents of beeswax and crackling firewood downstairs wrapped me in a cozy warmth, inviting contemplation. It was in this serene moment that my gaze fell upon something out of the ordinary. While arranging my hair before the mirror, a fleeting glimpse caught my eye. A tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, its presence ethereal and elusive. An instinctual turn revealed an empty room, leaving me momentarily unsettled. Returning my focus to the mirror, I dismissed the vision as a mere trick of light and shadow. However, in the days that followed, a peculiar awareness stirred within me, prompting a closer observation of the reflections that surrounded me. Whether it was the gleaming surface of a freshly polished table, the evening hues reflected in the window glass, or even the obscure depths of my car's rearview mirror, each surface seemed to harbor a transient image of that enigmatic figure. It was as though a parallel realm of reflections existed, where this silent observer dwelt with a patient curiosity, casting its gaze upon me. The figure, devoid of distinct features, exuded a gentle luminosity akin to silvery mist, at times hinting at a faint smile or subtle gestures that beckoned understanding. One tranquil evening, while engrossed in a book within the comforting embrace of my favorite armchair, the figure in the window's reflection appeared unusually distinct. Rather than fading upon direct scrutiny, it lingered, as if beckoning me closer. Amidst the hush of the room, a phantom rustle, like silk stirred by an unseen breeze, brushed past my senses. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the window, only to find the figure mirroring my movements from the other side of the glass. In this unique encounter, details of the figure came into focus, draped in ethereal garments that billowed with unseen currents. Its movements possessed a graceful fluidity, as though dancing upon the very air itself. A gesture extended towards me prompted a mirrored response, creating a profound realization. With each appearance, a tranquil aura enveloped the room, softening sounds, muting colors, and causing time to ebb like a languid stream. It was as though this mysterious presence carried a fragment of a serene world, blurring the boundaries between wakefulness and reverie. Driven by a newfound sense of tranquility, I sought out reflections not out of trepidation or curiosity, but in pursuit of that elusive serenity. The figure appeared most frequently in moments of calm, when the burdens of the day faded and anxious thoughts dissolved. It seemed to possess an innate understanding of when its presence was needed most, offering solace in silent companionship. As days turned to weeks, the figure within Reflections became a silent sentinel in the tapestry of my existence. Questions of its origin or purpose remained unspoken, for some enigmas, I reasoned, were better left unsolved. The mystery itself held a beauty that transcended the need for answers, a reminder that not all secrets require unveiling. Even now, bathed in the warm hues of twilight as shadows dance across the walls, I pause to peer into the looking glass. In those tranquil moments when the world holds its breath, there it lingers, a luminous wraith amidst the reflections, bearing with it a profound tranquility and the gentle reassurance that some mysteries are meant to endure, unspoken and eternal. Story 48 that night, as the snow descended from the heavens in a hushed symphony, draping every corner in a cloak of pure white, I found myself wandering the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient museum. The soft glow of the streetlights outside cast a gentle aura over the scene, illuminating my path as I strolled through the empty halls, embraced by solitude. The wooden floors, weathered by time, whispered tales of the past with each creak beneath my feet, harmonizing with the soft hum of the heating system that filled the air. Pausing by a towering window on the second floor, I watched in awe as delicate snowflakes pirouetted through the night sky before alighting on the ground below, creating a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. It was then, amidst this tranquil spectacle of nature, that my gaze was drawn to the inner courtyard of the museum. A figure, obscured by the barren trees, moved with an ethereal grace that defied explanation. Yet, it was not the presence of this mysterious being that stirred my senses. It was the absence of any trace left behind on the pristine snow in its wake. Driven by a mix of trepidation and curiosity, I made my way to the surveillance room, where a multitude of monitors flickered with an otherworldly blue light. With bated breath, I scanned the screens, hoping to catch another glimpse of the enigmatic figure. And there it was, on one of the feeds displaying the courtyard, a blurry apparition that seemed to elude the camera's lens. Determined to unravel the mystery, I ventured downstairs into the heart of the museum, the silence enveloping me like a heavy cloak. The echoes of my footsteps reverberated through the empty chambers, a haunting soundtrack to my descent. The air crackled with a strange energy, a premonition of the inexplicable events about to unfold. Stepping through the glass doors that led to the courtyard, I beheld the snowfall continuing its graceful descent, painting the world in a serene stillness. And there, amidst the drifts of snow, the figure reappeared, a shadowy silhouette moving with a fluidity that defied the laws of nature. With trembling hands, I brandished my flashlight, its beam passing through the figure as if it were but a ghostly mirage. The man, or whatever semblance of humanity he bore, turned towards me, his features blurred and indistinct, as if sculpted from mist. As he glided closer, the air turned frigid around me, my breath materializing in wisps of vapor before my eyes. A chill crept through the hallway, frost tracing delicate patterns on the glass door, a testament to the unearthly presence before me. And then a surreal realization dawned upon me. Objects in the vicinity seemed to lose their solidity, the very fabric of reality warping in the figure's wake. Leaves trembled on the trees as if suspended in a time unknown, a realm beyond comprehension. The figure halted mere steps away, his inscrutable gaze fixing upon me. In that moment, a sense of familiarity washed over me, a connection forged in the depths of eternity, though our paths had never crossed before. He raised a hand towards the glass, a gesture that held no malice, only an enigmatic invitation. Intricate frost patterns bloomed on the glass, weaving a cryptic message in a language forgotten by time. I strained to decipher the symbols, but before clarity could be grasped, the distant toll of bells echoed through the halls, a fleeting distraction that shattered the moment. When my attention returned, the figure had vanished into the night, leaving behind a courtyard untouched by human presence, the snow pristine and undisturbed. The frost on the glass melted away, tears of water tracing ephemeral paths as they vanished into the ether. In the days that followed, I pored over the surveillance footage, seeking answers to the enigma that had crossed my path. Yet the screens revealed only the silent descent of snow in the deserted courtyard, devoid of any spectral visitor. But on nights when the snow falls gently and the museum is draped in a cocoon of silence, I find myself drawn back to that same glass door, a silent sentinel awaiting the return of the enigmatic figure. And in those moments when the light dances just so, and the snow whispers its secrets to the wind, I catch fleeting glimpses of a shapeless form moving amidst the flakes. It is then that I ponder if that encounter was a harbinger of mysteries beyond our ken, a reminder that truths exist beyond the confines of our understanding, leaving no footprints in the pristine snow, much like the enigmatic figure that graced the courtyard that fateful night. Story 49. The autumn garden lay veiled in a delicate cloak of mist that morning, a serene hush enveloping the surroundings as I gathered the fallen leaves that had settled during the night. The crisp breeze tenderly brushed against my skin, carrying with it the earthy aroma of moist soil and the lingering fragrance of chrysanthemums I had carefully planted weeks ago. Silence reigned supreme, punctuated only by the soft crackling of dried leaves beneath my feet and the occasional serenade of an early bird. It was amidst my task, near the weathered stone bench, that a glimmer caught my eye, a faint shimmering nestled among the fallen foliage. A silvery gleam beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. With a gentle touch, I knelt down, delicately parting the damp leaves to reveal an antique necklace. The piece was a work of art, adorned with an oval pendant intricately embellished with floral motifs and a petite azure gem at its core, radiating light in a mesmerizing dance. Cradling the necklace in my palms, I felt its ethereal weight and icy touch against my skin. It was a piece foreign to me, of that I was certain. Having resided in solitude within that abode for over 2 decades, I could not recollect any acquaintance who possessed such exquisite jewelry. The blue gem continued to radiate with an otherworldly luminosity, as if harboring its own inner glow. As twilight descended, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I positioned it on the nightstand beside my bed. Enraptured, I drifted into slumber, entranced by the moonlight streaming through the window, casting playful shadows upon the walls. Throughout the night, I stirred from my dreams, enchanted by a distant melody echoing through the house, a haunting tune akin to a music box's delicate lament. Each time I endeavored to focus on the melody, it dissolved into the stillness. Dawn revealed that the necklace had shifted position on the nightstand, as if touched by an unseen hand. In the daylight, the azure gem appeared dimmer, yet upon grasping it, a subtle warmth emanated from the metal, a departure from the coldness felt the day prior. Fueled by curiosity, I embarked on a quest to unravel its enigmatic origins. In the ensuing days, subtle alterations unfolded within the house. Objects on the kitchen table seemed displaced each morn, as though scrutinized in the quietude of night. Family portraits adorning the hallway wall appeared askew, their angles shifting daily. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer, more familiar, yet eluding precise localization. One evening, whilst engrossed in a tome in my armchair, the necklace poised on the adjacent table, I discerned the soft patter of footsteps emanating from the upper floor, delicate and fleeting, akin to a child's light tread on tiptoe. I rose cautiously, ascending the stairs with bated breath, only to find solitude. However, in the guest room repurposed as a storage space, I stumbled upon an unfamiliar wooden chest adorned with identical floral motifs as the necklace. Nestled within, upon a weathered velvet cushion, lay a time-worn photograph. It depicted a young woman adorned with a necklace mirroring the one I had discovered. Inscribed on the back was a date faded with age and a poignant message: to remember the happy days in the garden. From that night forth, the melody of the music box resonated more frequently, its once unsettling presence now comforting. It was as though the very essence of the house had birthed a lullaby, a dulcet strain that filled the rooms during the tranquil depths of night. At times, as I sat in the garden on autumnal evenings, a fleeting silhouette would flit among the trees, a ghostly echo of a memory seeking substance. The identity of the woman in the photograph remained a mystery, as did the origins of the necklace found in my garden. I embraced the presence of this enigma in my life, akin to the ebb and flow of seasons or the inexorable march of time. The necklace remains nestled on my nightstand, and on the stillest of nights, when the moon casts its silvery glow and the zephyr whispers through the leaves, faint laughter mingles with the music box's melody, a vestige of joyous days lost to the annals of time. Story 50. In the quiet of the attic, the gentle rustle of paper under my fingertips created a melody of whispers. Sunlight, filtered through a dusty window, painted the room in golden hues, casting a tranquil glow on everything it touched. Amidst the old family documents, a faded yellow envelope caught my eye, sealed with time-worn red wax. My name, elegantly inscribed, beckoned me to unlock its secrets. As I settled into a worn wooden chair, the scent of history enveloped me, a blend of aged books and weathered wood, carried by a soft breeze that rustled the leaves outside. The envelope felt weighty, as if holding more than mere words within. With care, I broke the seal, the sound reverberating through the stillness. Inside, delicate pages awaited, adorned with the same graceful handwriting. The date marked 50 years past, a time before my own existence. The opening words, "my dear future grandchild," captured my imagination instantly. As I delved into the letter, the room dimmed gradually, yet the words on the page seemed to emit a soft, ethereal light of their own. The tale unfolded, weaving a narrative of a grandmother I never knew, sharing a family legacy of rare gifts that transcended time itself. She spoke of moonlit nights and northern winds, granting fleeting glimpses beyond the veil of time, vague impressions and hazy visions like ripples on water. My grandmother foresaw my presence, envisioning me in that very attic, reading her words. A chill traced my spine as I journeyed deeper into her revelations. Her prose turned intimate, recounting how she sought to safeguard the family with her gift, navigating challenges with her foresight. But each peek into the future exacted a toll, draining her vitality with every revelation. In the attic's silence, moments stretched into eternity. Shadows danced on the walls, intertwining with the memories etched on those aged pages. The letter foretold events in my life, some familiar, others waiting on the horizon. Yet as I progressed, the handwriting subtly shifted, growing fainter, as if each word demanded more effort. The final page emerged, a tapestry of cryptic script. My grandmother alluded to a pivotal choice looming in my path, a juncture where the gift would awaken within me. Pausing, I glanced at the window, where the darkened sky unveiled the rising full moon, veiled by drifting clouds. A gust of wind whispered through the panes, heralding the impending rain. Returning to the letter's conclusion, her parting words gleamed as if newly penned. "When the call beckons," she penned, "you shall discern your path. The gift bears no curse, but a solemn duty. As I have done for you, so must you scribe a letter, a missive unsent, destined for its recipient when the stars align." Folding the pages with care, I restored them to their envelope. The wind now murmured louder, stirring the ancient floorboards. Standing by the window, I caught a glimpse of my reflection merging with the moon's glow, a fleeting mirage that gave pause. In that ephemeral instant, an elderly woman seemed to materialize in the glass, her gentle smile fading as I blinked. Yet, on the desk before me, where emptiness reigned before, lay a blank sheet and a pen. Seating myself once more, the silvery moonlight enveloped me as the northern wind whispered its secrets. Taking up the pen, I inscribed the words, "My dear future grandchild." Story 51. The autumn rain whispered softly, enveloping the world in a veil of mystery. It was deep into the night, my workday lingering longer than expected. Each step I took on the damp pavement harmonized with the gentle percussion of raindrops on the parked cars' roofs. The air was heavy with the unique fragrance born only from rain, a blend of damp earth, decaying leaves, and that indescribable crispness that accompanies a storm. Drawing closer to the bus stop, a lone figure caught my eye. They sat motionless on the bench beneath the translucent shelter, cloaked in darkness. Their wide-brimmed hat shielded most of their face, merging seamlessly with the night. What struck me immediately was the paradox of their dry coat amidst the pouring rain. Pausing a few paces away, I discreetly observed this enigmatic presence. The dim glow of the street lamp cast eerie shadows around them, momentarily blurring the edges of their form, like a glimpse through frosted glass. As if in their aura, the rain song hushed to a whisper, creating a bubble of unnatural silence. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus arrived. With caution, I sought refuge under the shelter, the rain intensifying. The stranger remained still, unperturbed by my presence. Seating myself at a distance, another unsettling detail emerged. Raindrops near them veered off course, as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's melody shifted in their vicinity, a subtle hiss accompanying its descent. Time dragged on languidly. Despite attempts to distract myself with my phone, the stranger's enigma held my gaze captive. Occasionally, a slight movement of their head caught my peripheral vision, as if beholding a vision only they could see. A gust of wind swayed the street lamp, casting deeper shadows briefly. In that fleeting moment, the stranger turned slightly towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes should be, I glimpsed two faint points of light, akin to the moon's reflection on tranquil waters. My heart throbbed steadily, a blend of fear and curiosity anchoring me to the bench. The stranger gradually shifted back, the moment slipping away like a receding wave. The bus's familiar rumble drew closer, breaking the silence. Its headlights pierced the darkness, elongating shadows on the wet street. As the bus halted with a hiss of brakes, I rose swiftly. Glancing back at the bench, the stranger had vanished. No sound of movement, no trace left behind. Boarding the bus with unsteady legs, I settled near the driver. Peering through the fogged window as the bus departed, I caught a glimpse of the shelter, empty. Yet for an instant, a dark figure seemed to dissolve into the rain, like wisps of smoke carried away by the wind. In the days that ensued, each nocturnal bus ride felt altered. The street lamps' glow dimmed, the rain's melody resonated strangely, as if the very air retained the essence of that mysterious encounter. Though the stranger never reappeared, on rainy evenings, I sometimes observe raindrops deviating from their course, dancing to an unseen rhythm, a quiet reminder of that enigmatic night. Story 52. The gentle breeze whispered through the night, carrying the scent of earth and flowers that bloomed under the moon's watchful eye. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I listened intently to the ancient house's soft exhales and whispers. The wooden bones of the structure murmured faintly, as if eager to share tales of bygone eras. In the hush of that moment, a steady, rhythmic thumping reached my ears from the upstairs corridor. It echoed like a door knocker swayed by unseen hands, yet its regularity held a mesmerizing quality. The warm glow of the reading lamp painted shifting shadows on the wallpaper, forming fleeting figures that danced in the dimness. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, drawn to the persistent beat. Rather than grating, it carried a melodic charm in its constancy. Slowly rising, my slippers sank into the plush Persian rug as I made my way towards the staircase. Each creak of the aged wooden steps seemed a whisper of acknowledgement from the house itself, acknowledging my curiosity. The rhythmic thumping persisted, guiding me through the shadowed upstairs hallway, where moonbeams filtered through tall windows, casting a silver sheen. The air grew cooler as I followed the sound, catching faint traces of aged wood and beeswax. Eventually, I stood before the closed door of the old library, its brass knocker continuing its hypnotic dance against the solid oak. There was no wind to stir it. All windows remained firmly shut. Mesmerized, I watched as the heavy knocker swung back and forth, as if moved by an invisible hand with infinite patience. Approaching cautiously, I found myself entranced by the unchanging motion. The sound grew clearer, revealing subtle variations in its rhythm, hinting at a mysterious pattern beyond my grasp. Reaching out, my fingers met the cold, worn handle, feeling the weight of history in its polished surface. Though unlocked, the door resisted my push, yielding only slightly as if gently restrained from the other side. As the knocker continued its silent ritual, I sank to the floor, leaning against the wall beside the door. Lost in the rhythmic beating, I surrendered to its wordless tale. Time lost its meaning as I drifted through foggy visions of ancient lore and forgotten chronicles, the sound merging seamlessly with my breath and heartbeat. When I awoke, dawn's delicate fingers painted the hallway in a soft, ethereal light. The knocker hung still, its dance silenced as if frozen in time. Rising slowly, my limbs stiff from the hours spent on the floor, I approached the door once more. This time, it yielded effortlessly to my touch, swinging open to reveal the library unchanged from the day before, every tome in its rightful place, untouched by the night's mystery. Yet, upon the antique desk, bathed in the morning's first light, lay an open book I did not recall leaving there. Its pages gleamed pristine and blank, as if awaiting a tale yet untold. Since that night, the brass knocker has remained silent, yet on the stillest evenings, a faint echo of its rhythm lingers in the air, as if the house itself whispers a half-remembered melody into the night. Story 53. In the quiet sanctuary of my study, the grandfather clock stood sentinel, its rhythmic ticking a soothing lullaby that echoed through the room like gentle whispers in the night. But on this particular morning, a subtle shift in the air hinted at something out of the ordinary. The familiar cadence of the clock seemed to falter, as if time itself were hesitating, stretching each passing second into an eternity. At first, I brushed off the sensation as a trick of the mind, a fleeting illusion dancing on the edge of perception. The soft glow of morning light filtered through heavy drapes, casting a warm embrace over the worn wooden floors, everything appearing as it should be. My cup of tea sat serenely next to my weathered journal, the autumn breeze murmuring secrets through the open window. Yet, as I reached for my pocket watch, a peculiar weightiness in the air gave me pause. The watch's hands quivered in defiance of the ticking seconds, caught in a limbo between present and past, refusing to move forward. With a furrowed brow, I watched in disbelief as the world around me stilled in a surreal tableau. Dust motes hung suspended in golden sunbeams, frozen mid-dance in the tranquil air. The steam from my tea curled upwards, frozen in time like a wisp of smoke captured in a moment of stillness. Even the curtains, usually swaying gently, hung motionless as if held in a gentle embrace by an invisible force. The silence enveloped me, not heavy but reverent, a sacred hush that whispered of mysteries beyond comprehension. Each step I took rippled through the air like echoes in a vast cavern, disturbing the delicate balance of frozen time. Approaching the window, I beheld a world transformed into a tapestry of frozen moments. A bird hovered mid-flight, wings outstretched in silent flight against a canvas of clouds. Below, the garden lay suspended in time, autumn leaves hanging in mid-descent, a masterpiece of nature's artistry. A neighbor's cat perched on the garden wall, tail curved elegantly in a pose that would never reach its completion. The stillness that surrounded me was not unsettling but captivating, drawing me into its serene embrace. Instead of fear, a sense of wonder bloomed within me, urging me to explore this pause in the fabric of reality. I wandered through my home, each room a gallery of frozen life's moments. Water droplets hung in midair, frozen in perfect spheres of liquid crystal. Clock hands stood still, yet I felt no urgency to break the spell of suspended time. In the kitchen, my morning paper lay open, its headlines frozen in a snapshot of a world now distant and insignificant in this timeless interlude. What meaning did deadlines and schedules hold in a world where time itself had surrendered its hold? Returning to my study, a curious discovery awaited me, sending a shiver of intrigue down my spine. While everything else remained motionless, my reflection in the antique mirror above the fireplace mirrored my every movement with eerie precision. Yet, beneath the surface, a subtle distortion lingered, hinting at a reality just beyond my grasp, where time flowed in mysterious currents. The mirror beckoned, its depths a portal to an unseen realm where echoes of another existence whispered tantalizing secrets. Hours may have passed, or mere moments, a concept rendered irrelevant in this realm of suspended animation. Seated once more at my desk, I pondered the enigma of time itself, the blank page of my journal awaiting words that defied the confines of linear progression. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the world around me stirred from its slumber. Dust motes trembled, the steam from my tea dissipated, and the curtains rustled with newfound life. The grandfather clock's pendulum hesitated, then resumed its steady march, a heartbeat restored to the rhythm of existence. Time flowed once more, a river breaking free from winter's icy grip. The bird completed its flight, the cat resumed its watchful stance, and the autumn leaves descended to the earth in a gentle ballet of nature. Normalcy returned, yet the essence of that timeless morning lingered in the air, a haunting echo of a reality beyond comprehension. To this day, the mystery remains unsolved, a whisper of a moment frozen in eternity. The grandfather clock continues its measured cadence, life following its predictable course. But in quiet moments, when the mirror catches the light just so, I glimpse a shadow of my other self, the one who wanders in a world where time stands still. And I wonder if, in some distant dimension, that version of me still roams a realm of tranquil silence, discovering beauty in each suspended breath of existence. Story 54. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my vintage farmhouse, crafting a mesmerizing tune that intertwined with the gentle creaking of the hardwood floor beneath my steps. It was an autumn evening where reality and fantasy seemed to blur effortlessly. The leaves of the trees outside swayed in the darkness, casting ever-shifting shadows on the cream walls of the hallway through the misty panes. Nestled in my beloved armchair, holding a cup of now cool chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched as the light from the floor lamp created a golden halo on the ground. An unfamiliar air lingered that night, a subtle yet persistent feeling that eluded identification. Perhaps it was the thickness of the air or the profound silence of the house that felt almost touchable. Rising slowly, I was drawn by a flicker caught in my peripheral vision. The hallway leading to the bedrooms seemed elongated, extending beyond its usual reach. The shadows in the corners appeared denser, darker, almost pulsating with life. Pausing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the deepening darkness that stretched towards the end of the hallway. The temperature dropped gradually as I ventured closer. The floor emitted unfamiliar sounds beneath my feet, as if I trod upon an alien surface. The ancestral family portraits on the walls seemed to regard me with a new intensity, as if their familiar faces had morphed into slightly altered versions of themselves. Halting halfway down the hallway, a peculiar scent tickled my senses, an ancient aroma of aged books and damp wood foreign to my abode. Turning to the window on my right, I observed the intricate patterns the rain had painted on the glass, designs following a cryptic yet orderly pattern. And then it revealed itself. A shadow darker than the rest, gliding with an unnatural elegance along the opposite wall. Not cast by any visible object, it possessed a solidity as if sculpted from hardened mist. Moving slowly, almost hesitantly, as though acknowledging my presence. My breath deepened as I observed, not fear but an odd sense of recognition enveloping me, as if that presence had always lingered, awaiting acknowledgement. The shadow paused by the guest room door, assuming a faintly human form. Taking another step forward, the shadow seemed to respond to my presence, flickering slightly. The rain's sound transformed into a continuous murmur, as if imparting a message. Straining my ears, I almost discerned words in an unfamiliar yet oddly understandable language. The air turned chillier around me, yet not unpleasantly so, akin to being swathed in a cool silk sheet on a balmy summer night. The shadow resumed its motion, gliding towards me with fluid movements akin to a slow-motion dance. I stood transfixed, watching as it neared. A few paces away, it halted. Amidst the house's silence, my heartbeat resonated, steady and serene. The shadow seemed to incline slightly, as if in greeting. On impulse, I raised my hand. The shadow mirrored my gesture, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed a hand materialize from its misty form. Though no physical contact occurred, a warmth enveloped me where our hands almost met. Then, with the same grace it appeared, the shadow began to dissipate, vanishing into the air like smoke carried by an unseen breeze, leaving behind a faint scent of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I lingered in the hallway, the sense of time lost, listening to the rain's diminishing melody. Upon returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if time had paused during our encounter in the hallway. Since that evening, on rainy nights, I tread down that hallway with heightened awareness of the shadows. Sometimes, I catch a glimpse of that familiar form dancing just beyond my sight. The mystery of the shadow remains unsolved, yet its presence left me not with unease, but with the understanding that some enigmas require no explanation. The hallway of my home now harbors this secret, and on quiet nights when the rain taps against the windows, I anticipate, with a blend of curiosity and peace, a new rendezvous with the shadow that dances beyond the hallway. Story 55. The rain cascaded down onto the roof of the old house, its hypnotic cadence weaving a soothing melody through the night's stillness. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a cup of chamomile tea grown cold in my hands, I drifted in and out of consciousness, lulled by the tranquil symphony of raindrops. Yet amidst this peaceful ambience, a subtle disturbance tugged at the edges of my awareness. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, a delicate patter of footsteps that seemed to originate from the depths of the basement. Initially dismissing it as the routine settling of the aged house, I acknowledged that old dwellings possess a language all their own, a symphony of creaks and murmurs that speak of bygone eras. But this time, there was an uncanny precision to the rhythm of those footsteps, a familiarity that stirred a sense of unease within me. With deliberate movements, I set down my cup and rose from the comfort of my chair. The wooden floor exuded a residual warmth, a testament to the day's fading heat. As I approached the basement door, a chill crept into the air, as though an icy breath rose from the depths below. The brass handle yielded to my touch, its coldness a stark contrast to the warmth of the room. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a staircase shrouded in darkness, save for a faint azure glow filtering through a small skylight. Step by cautious step, I descended into the unknown, my footfalls merging with the enigmatic rhythm that beckoned me downward. The scent of the basement enveloped me, a blend of ancient wood, damp earth, and an indefinable essence. Within the dimly lit space, shadows danced upon the walls with each flash of lightning, casting eerie shapes that seemed to move in harmony with the rain's cadence. It was then that I noticed them, faint, ethereal footprints imprinted in the dusty floor. They bore no resemblance to ordinary tracks, but rather appeared as delicate imprints of moisture, as though left by someone with damp feet pacing in circles at the room's center. Drawn to these mysterious marks, I knelt to examine them, puzzling over their origin. The skylight remained intact, and there were no signs of water intrusion. A flicker of movement in the darkest corner seized my attention, compelling me to venture closer. As I approached, the chill in the air intensified, and the sound of footsteps, once distant, now encircled me, echoing as if from multiple unseen sources. In that shadowed recess, a slow, deliberate motion stirred, evoking a blend of curiosity and a peculiar sense of recognition within me. As I neared the elusive figure, the footsteps intensified, no longer confined to a single point but permeating the entire space. It dawned on me then. The footprints formed an intricate spiral leading towards the room's center, the latest impressions glistening with moisture as if freshly made. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as I stood transfixed, watching as the tracks slowly dissipated, evaporating into the frigid air. The footsteps faded into the background, merging seamlessly with the ceaseless rain outside. Ascending the stairs once more, a profound peace settled within me, as if I had borne witness to an ancient, enigmatic ritual woven into the fabric of the house. That night, as I readied for sleep, the rain's rhythm seemed to echo the footsteps I had encountered below, a mysterious harmony that lulled me into slumber. I drifted off, wondering if the footsteps would return, if the spiral dance in the basement would unfold once more. And as sleep claimed me, I pondered whether I possessed the courage to linger and unravel the mystery of the elusive figure that roamed the depths of the house. Story 56. The night was draped in a soothing quietude, broken only by the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the kitchen clock. Nestled on the couch in my apartment, I relished the hush of 2 a.m., a sacred time when the universe seemed to pause just for me. The soft glow from my reading lamp painted delicate shadows across the room, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea pirouetted lazily in the air. It was in one of these tranquil moments that my attention was captivated by a peculiar sight in the adjacent apartment. For half a year I had been oblivious, but now a dim light seeped through the crack beneath the neighboring door, akin to the flicker of a candle. Curiosity beckoned me forth from the comfort of my couch. Setting down my cup on the coffee table, I drew nearer to the dividing wall, my ear grazing its cool surface in a quest for any hint of sound. The stillness enveloped me, yet an intangible shift lingered in the air, thick and weighty. Returning to my seat, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the enigma next door in the ensuing days. I began to discern subtleties previously overlooked. No accumulation of mail outside the door, a spotless doorknob amidst the hallway's dust, and on silent nights, a faint rustling like hushed footsteps. Intrigue wound around me like a creeping vine. Delving into the building's history, I unearthed that the enigmatic apartment had been leased for 2 decades, its inhabitant a phantom of memory. The elderly janitor, his face etched with kindness, revealed receiving the rent monthly in an anonymous envelope left in his mailbox. One night, amidst the haze of drowsiness, a haunting piano melody wafted through the wall, evanescent and laden with wistfulness. Startled, I pressed my ear against the barrier once more, only to have the music vanish, leaving my own heartbeat to echo in the stillness. The following morning, encountering the woman from the upstairs abode on the stairs, I inquired about the nocturnal piano serenade. Her gaze held a mix of pity and understanding as she divulged that her father, the building's architect, had designed that particular apartment smaller, unfit for a piano. Rather than dissuading my curiosity, her words stoked its flames. I observed further anomalies. The door remained cold on winter nights when warmth permeated the building. The doormat outside stayed dry when rain soaked others. One evening, returning late from work, I found the door slightly ajar, a first in all this time. Heart racing, I stood before the threshold, the faint glow beckoning from within. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as I grappled with the urge to explore and the fear of the unknown. Ultimately, I retreated, sensing a wisdom in leaving some enigmas uncharted, some queries unanswered. Stepping into my own abode, I shut the door behind me. The next morning, when I ventured out for work, the door next door was securely closed, just as always. Since that night, each late homecoming sees me pausing before that mysterious door. Sometimes a distant melody whispers in the air, other times a flicker of light dances in the periphery. Yet, I have refrained from unraveling the secrets of that apartment. I have discovered solace in the enigmatic presence beyond the wall, finding comfort in the unknown. In a world that clamors for explanations and definitions, perhaps there is solace in acknowledging the existence of realms that defy our comprehension. Story 57. The antique store exuded a captivating allure as the evening light began to wane. Meandering through its narrow passages, I found solace in the soft groans of the weathered floorboards beneath my steps, and the mesmerizing dance of dust motes in the warm glow filtering through lace curtains from a bygone era. An aroma of old leather-bound books, polished wood, and lingering memories enveloped the air, mingling with the whispers of forgotten treasures. Amid this atmospheric symphony, a faint, enchanting melody reached my ears, like a clandestine secret drifting through the shelves. The music, delicate yet distant, evoked echoes of a time when melodies were etched onto vinyl and unleashed into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal sound, drawn by its haunting familiarity, even though the tune eluded my memory. At the farthest corner of the shop, past shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful gazes, stood an elegant mahogany gramophone. Its brass horn arched gracefully upward, capturing the fading daylight in a mesmerizing display. The turntable spun leisurely, though no record graced its surface. As I approached the gramophone, the music neither grew louder nor softer, maintaining its otherworldly essence. Suddenly, the shop's owner, a gentle elderly woman with silver hair and kind eyes, materialized beside me with a near-silent presence that startled me. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice as soft as the phantom melody. "It arrived last week as part of an estate collection. Quite curious, though. We've never wound it up." I examined the mechanism closely. The winding key remained motionless, yet the turntable continued its hypnotic rotation. The haunting music, perhaps a waltz or a nocturne, wove through the air like gossamer threads, beckoning me further into its enigmatic allure. My fingertips brushed the warm wood grain, sensing an unexpected vitality beneath the glossy surface. "Would you like to bring it home?" the shop owner inquired, her eyes holding a knowing gaze that hinted at unseen depths. "Some objects choose their companions, you see, and this one seems quite taken with you." That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, positioned by the window where moonbeams could caress its brass horn. I devoted hours to studying every intricate detail, the elaborate scrollwork on its base, the faint maker's mark weathered by time, the flawlessly balanced arm awaiting a needle. The music persisted, a soft and intermittent presence, akin to a spectral transmission from a distant era. Some nights it played classical compositions, other times jazz standards that once filled ballrooms of yesteryear. Each melody carried emotions within its notes: joy, yearning, melancholy, hope, as if the gramophone had absorbed the sentiments of all who had ever listened to it. Gradually, subtle changes permeated my home. Books slightly displaced, curtains swaying on still nights, whispers of perfume, hints of lavender and vanilla lingering in the air despite my solitary existence. On a particularly tranquil evening, rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the windows and the music shifted. No longer distant, it grew more tangible, more present. I recognized the piece, Debussy's Clair de Lune, though its rendition felt uniquely enchanting. The notes painted vivid scenes in the air, moonlight cascading over water, leaves pirouetting in a midnight breeze, lovers strolling through gaslit streets. As I closed my eyes, enveloped in the music's embrace, I sensed a gentle pressure on the cushion beside me, as though a companion had settled there to share the melody. The perfume intensified, and the air bore a weight of anticipation, akin to the hush preceding a snowfall. When I opened my eyes, the pressure lingered, though only shadows played across my furniture. The music softened once more, returning to its ethereal distance, yet a transformation had occurred. The gramophone transcended its status as a mere relic, becoming a conduit between realms, a custodian of untold tales yearning to be heard. Now each night I sit in my study as darkness descends. Sometimes I read, sometimes I simply listen. The gramophone unfurls its mystifying melodies, and at times I sense that gentle presence beside me. I have never sought to rationalize or capture the music with any recording device. Some mysteries, I've come to realize, are meant to be felt rather than comprehended. The shop owner's words rang true. Certain objects choose their companions. In selecting me, the gramophone has imparted something precious. The realization that music, memory, and enchantment intertwine in ways that elude complete understanding. As a new melody begins its ethereal journey through the air, I smile, aware that within the notes resides a truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the confines of language or rationale. Story 58. The night enveloped in a shroud of mist, turning streetlights into faint stars. Seated in my cherished armchair, I gazed absent-mindedly as shadows waltzed on the walls, cast by a flickering candle's flame. The aged wooden floor exuded a familiar scent, a blend of memories etched into its fibers. Amidst the silence, the pendulum clock's rhythmic ticking offered a gentle cadence. In a moment of quiet contemplation, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Among the familiar shapes on the wall, one shadow danced to its own unseen tune. While others swayed with the flame's flicker, this particular shadow moved purposefully, as if exploring a hidden realm. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of my fatigued mind, worn down by long hours of work. Setting aside my book, I rose to investigate. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, retreated shyly into the room's corner. Drawing nearer, I scrutinized the wall's textured surface. Though natural shadows played upon it, the anomaly stood out, dense, defined, as if crafted from substance rather than absence. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall where the shadow lingered. The spot was icy, colder than the surrounding surface. In the days that followed, more peculiarities surfaced. The shadow appeared sporadically, always in solitude, always when light hung in a delicate balance, enough for shadows to thrive, yet insufficient to banish them entirely. Sometimes it manifested in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, always with a curious, almost bashful demeanor. One evening, while engrossed in writing at my desk, a presence brushed against me. Not an unsettling gaze, but a silent observation akin to a cat's watchful eye. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow projected on my study's closed door. This time it held its ground, studying me in return. And then a revelation struck me. The shadow bore no source. Ordinarily, shadows are cast by tangible objects, but this one existed independently, a solitary entity. I began communicating with it, not through words, but through gestures and movements. In response, it danced on the wall, shaping forms that hinted at letters, fleeting and elusive. Sometimes a message seemed to materialize, while other times it dissolved into nonsensical patterns. With time, its presence grew familiar, a source of solace. On restless nights, I sought it out, anticipating its distinctive movement amidst the ordinary shadows. It became a silent companion, a sentinel of the nocturnal hours. The origins and true nature of the shadow remained elusive. Despite my research, consultations with experts, and delving into ancient tomes, no definitive answer emerged. Theories ranged from physical anomalies to residual energy specters, yet none encapsulated the essence of its being. Now, as I sit in my armchair penning these words, I observe the shadow's gentle sway in my periphery. It has woven itself into my daily existence, a mystery embraced without full comprehension. I ponder if it too contemplates my essence, if I am as enigmatic to it as it is to me. The candle nears its end, signaling the shadow's imminent retreat into darkness, awaiting a new light to beckon its return. And I, ever vigilant, shall await its presence, engaging in a silent dialogue between man and bodiless shadow. Story 59. The night had a unique flavor, a taste of autumn seeping into your bones, whispering promises of endless nights. Nestled in the armchair of my study, I tuned into the gentle wind outside, its caress on the leaves crafting a natural lullaby. Amidst the peace, a sound emerged from the depths of the basement, a soft rustling akin to old paper whispering secrets. Initially attributing it to the house settling, I rose, driven more by curiosity than alarm. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I approached the basement door. Each wooden step murmured ancient tales under my weight, the air growing cooler, carrying hints of damp earth and forgotten tomes. In the basement, shadows pirouetted to the flickering rhythm of the light bulb, illuminating a familiar space with neatly stacked boxes and shrouded furniture resembling slumbering spirits. Yet, on this night, a peculiar detail seized my attention. A door stood in the shadowy corner, where light struggled to penetrate. It was a plain door, crafted from dark wood, devoid of embellishments. Strangely, I had no recollection of ever beholding it before, despite spending countless hours organizing in the basement. The brass handle gleamed as if recently polished, beckoning me closer. Approaching cautiously, I felt the pulse of the cold floor beneath my feet, as if it possessed a heartbeat of its own. The air surrounding the door was frigid, exhaling a chilling breath. My fingertips grazed the weathered wood, sensing its ancient, uneven texture. The door seemed to quiver at my touch, as if sentient to my presence. Silence weighed heavily, broken solely by the echo of my heartbeat. Tentatively, I grasped the handle, surprised by its warmth contrasting the icy air. Turning it slowly, the door swung open noiselessly, revealing a wisp of silvery mist undulating gently, as if stirred by an invisible zephyr. The mist exuded a soft, hypnotic glow, inviting rather than menacing, reminiscent of a fleeting dream upon waking. A delicate, distant melody, akin to a hidden piano tune, resonated from within. The air carried a sweet, familiar fragrance, evoking spring blooms or freshly brewed tea. Standing on the threshold, Torn between curiosity and caution, I observed the mist weaving shapes that flickered and dissolved before I could discern them clearly. Faces familiar and landscapes unexplored flickered before me, as if peering through a veil separating realities. With a step back, I gently shut the door, the lock's click breaking the enchantment. Familiar sounds of the house returned, the clock's ticking, wind rustling in the trees, a dog's distant bark. Ascending the stairs slowly, I carried with me a sense of unearthly discovery. In the days that followed, the door vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. Yet on hushed nights, suspended between sleep and wakefulness, I still sense that distant melody, pondering if the door lingers hidden, awaiting another seeker. The truth is, some doors yield only at specific junctures, where time and space warp beyond comprehension. Perhaps it's best, for the mystery of that basement door taught me that not all queries necessitate answers. Some enigmas are more exquisite when shrouded, akin to dreams fleeting against reality before dissolving into the silver haze of memory. Story 60. The autumn breeze whispered secrets through the rustling leaves as my car glided down the winding country road. The sky above was a canvas of twilight hues, painted in strokes of orange and purple by the setting sun. The GPS had long given up, but I felt no sense of urgency. I knew these familiar lands, or so I thought. The road meandered gently between hills cloaked in rows of barren vineyards. A crack in the window welcomed in the crisp air, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of moist soil and fallen foliage. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch, allowing me to relish each passing second. A weathered wooden sign beckoned me to turn right, its message faded by the hands of time. It was then that I noticed the anomaly. This path did not align with my mental map of the area. I paused, trying to recalibrate my bearings. Shadows lengthened, casting mystical shapes amidst the trees that lined the road. Beneath my wheels, the road was impeccably smooth, almost unnaturally so for an abandoned country lane. No potholes marred its surface, just a seamless ribbon of asphalt disappearing into the encroaching mist of evening. Leaves twirled lazily in the air, as if time itself had slowed its cadence in this hidden enclave. I continued at a leisurely pace, curiosity piqued by the shifting landscape around me. The trees flanking the road appeared ancient, their gnarled forms intertwining above like guardians of a forgotten realm. Their canopies formed a natural canopy through which waning light filtered, casting a dim glow upon the path ahead. In the distance, faint lights flickered like misplaced fireflies, weaving gracefully between the tree trunks. They danced in and out of sight, ephemeral as distant memories. The silence enveloped me, broken only by the gentle purr of the engine and the whisper of leaves brushed by the breeze. As I journeyed forth, subtle changes unfolded. The road's edges blurred as if softened by an unseen hand. Shadows deepened, yet held no malice. Rather, they seemed to caress reality, blurring its sharp edges. And then a glint caught my eye. An ancient brass mailbox stood sentinel by the roadside, its gleam undimmed by time. I halted to inspect this relic. Adorned with an intricate compass rose, it bore no address, only a sense of enigmatic purpose. As my fingers brushed its surface, a faint warmth tingled through me, a stark contrast to the cool evening air. The road ahead continued its serpentine path, revealing ever more curious details. Milestone stones glowed softly at the roadside, emitting a subtle luminescence that seemed to emanate from within. The sky above had taken on a hue unknown to daylight, a color that whispered of realms beyond ordinary perception. Stars winked into existence, yet even they seemed foreign, as if plucked from a distant epoch. After what could have been minutes or eons, I crested a hill and entered a circular clearing paved with ancient stones. At its heart stood a wrought iron lamppost, casting a warm, beckoning glow. I parked and stepped out, greeted by an eerie stillness that hung heavy in the air. From this vantage point, the distant city lights seemed a world apart, veiled by an unseen barrier from this surreal haven. I beheld the transformed road behind me, now a path of time-worn stones imbued with a history of ages. Yet I knew I had traversed modern pavement moments before. Retrieving my map from the glove compartment, I scrutinized it beneath the lamppost's amber light. As suspected, this road existed only in the realm of dreams. No trace of my journey was etched upon the paper, as if I had strayed into a phantasmal tapestry. A sudden gust made the map quiver in my grasp. For an instant, golden lines seemed to materialize, tracing a path that shimmered before vanishing into obscurity. I blinked, and the vision dissolved. I lingered in this ethereal realm, basking in its tranquil aura. When the time came to depart, I noted the lamppost had extinguished itself silently. The road ahead lay cloaked in darkness, yet an unspoken assurance guided me homeward. As I drove towards the city, I stole glances in the rearview mirror. The lamppost rekindled its glow, a fading beacon in the distance. A golden luminescence danced in its wake, as if celestial dust had been scattered upon a road lost to cartography. In the days that ensued, I sought in vain to rediscover that enigmatic path. Through winding lanes and hidden byways, I pursued the whisper of memory, but the road with its solitary lamppost and luminous stones remained a specter of the past. Only a faint golden trace upon my aged map bore witness to my nocturnal sojourn, a secret yearning to be unveiled. Story 61. The gentle hues of twilight seeped through the sheer curtains, casting a soft embrace over the walls of my study. This room, adorned with weathered books and treasured memories, had always been my sanctuary. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air, a quiet whisper of the unknown. Was it the hushed stillness that enveloped the space, or the way the autumn light lingered, painting the world in hues of amber and gold that seemed to hold secrets untold? My gaze wandered to the newest addition to my study, a portrait veiled in mystery, hanging above my antique writing desk. A relic from the Victorian era, it depicted a woman in a rich burgundy gown, her countenance a riddle I could never quite unravel. The elderly dealer who had sold me the painting had spoken of its intriguing past, yet my mind was preoccupied with the weight of its cost rather than the tales he spun. Nestled in my leather armchair, cradling a cup of fragrant Earl Grey tea, tendrils of steam dancing upward, I noticed a peculiar shift in the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed slightly to the side, now seemed to pierce through the canvas, meeting mine with an unspoken intensity. Dismissing it as a trick of light and a weary mind, I delved back into my writing, the grandfather clock in the corner a steady companion. Yet, with each passing tick, my attention was inexorably drawn back to those enigmatic eyes. Between the lines of my work, I found myself stealing glances at the portrait, each time sensing a subtle alteration, a tilt of her head, a curl of her lips, a shift in her gaze. As night draped its velvet cloak over the room and the old brass lamp flickered to life, the portrait transformed before my eyes. Shadows waltzed across its surface, breathing life into the painted folds of her gown. The backdrop, once a simple room, now extended into mysterious depths of obscurity. The warm glow of the lamp caressed the gilded frame, casting flickering reflections that almost seemed to stir within the painting itself. Subtle changes began to unfurl in my study. Closed books lay open to pages recounting tales of vanished art and enigmatic disappearances. My pen, securely capped, would inexplicably roll across the desk. The room's temperature danced unpredictably, a chill near the portrait and a warmth as I distanced myself. One tranquil evening, on the verge of departing my study, a singular detail seized my attention. In the background of the portrait, obscured by the woman's shoulder, I discerned a faint image of another canvas on an easel. Intrigued, I approached, squinting in the dimness. The painting within the painting mirrored my own study, sending a shiver down my spine. A tiny desk, a leather armchair, and a figure, unmistakably me, engrossed in scrutinizing a painting. The familiarity of the scene dawned upon me until the realization struck. I was the subject, immortalized in intricate detail. Retreating, a tremor in my breath, I beheld the woman's altered expression, knowing, almost playful. Her eyes tracked my movements, shedding the illusion of a static image. A faint smile graced her lips, a whisper of laughter echoing like the rustle of ancient scrolls. That night, I sealed my study door, yet her gaze seemed to linger, a phantom presence trailing through the corridors. Lying in bed, thoughts wandered to the portrait's former custodians, their untold narratives, their shared encounters. Had they too felt the subtle shifts, the weight of those watchful eyes? Dawn unveiled my study untouched, save for one anomaly. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with ornate Victorian script not of my hand. Art is in constant flux, dear observer. The boundary between viewer and viewed blurs, wouldn't you agree? Those words lingered, a cryptic echo of the painting's enigma. I chose not to remove the portrait, for curiosity was my vice. Now, as I pen this chronicle in my study, her gaze often finds me, that enigmatic smile hinting at hidden truths. In moments of perfect stillness, when the light holds its breath and the house is steeped in silence, the painting within the painting shifts. New details emerge, the tableau morphing imperceptibly. The portrait remains an enigma, one I've come to embrace. In the tranquil hush of my study, as the grandfather clock hums its eternal melody and shadows dance upon the walls, I've come to realize, perhaps we are both observer and observed, intertwined in an eternal waltz of perception and reflection. Story 62. The rain whispered softly that evening, draping a shimmering veil over the pavement, reflecting the glow of the street lamps. I strolled homeward, the day's weight slowly melting away, relishing the earthy fragrance that mingled with the rhythmic pitter-patter of raindrops on rooftops. And then, amidst the gentle symphony of the night, it caught my eye. A tiny book, its dark cover glistening, lying abandoned on the sidewalk. The rain had barely touched it, as if it had materialized just moments ago. Stooping down, I retrieved it, feeling the supple leather under my fingers. No markings adorned the cover, no hint of its origins, only a black satin ribbon serving as a silent guide within its yellowed pages. The weight of the book in my hand felt substantial, hinting at secrets beyond its modest exterior. Sheltered beneath a nearby balcony, I gingerly turned to the first page, shielding it from the rain's caress. The elegant script in black ink greeted me, its date marking the present day, yet the year read 1887. The initial words drew me in immediately. I have unearthed something that defies existence. Shadows transcend their nature, and time dances to a different tune. I must chronicle this before it slips beyond grasp. A tingle of intrigue, not fear, coursed through me as I delved deeper. Page after page unfurled, weaving a tale of inexplicable occurrences. The author spoke of moments looping, objects shifting under cover of night, mirrors reflecting with a peculiar delay. As I read, the rain's melody shifted, a hypnotic cadence enveloping me. The drops fell in a calculated rhythm, as if orchestrated by unseen hands. Surveying my surroundings, I found the street deserted, bathed in the glow of the streetlights casting intricate patterns on the wet canvas beneath my feet. The diary narrated phenomena akin to the surreal sights around me, hidden patterns emerging in the mundane, visible only to those attuned to alternate realities. The author's awakening to these anomalies traced back to a peculiar find, a weathered brass key etched with enigmatic symbols. Simultaneously, my fingers brushed against a key nestled in my jacket pocket, mirroring the one described in the diary, ancient, mysterious. The next entries spoke of a door, not of wood and iron, but a threshold between realms, unveiled by light's play on reflective surfaces. The key held the power not to unlock, but to bend reality around its possessor. Glancing up, I witnessed shadows morphing into enigmatic shapes, a language of shadows writ large on the night canvas. The rain's whispers grew more hypnotic, a lullaby from afar, The final page bore a solemn message. If these words find you, know the diary has chosen you. There are no coincidences at this juncture of reality. The key will reveal truths, but heed caution. Some doors, once opened, remain ajar. I closed the diary gently, feeling the key's weight in my pocket, a pulsing reminder of the unknown. Each raindrop now carried a fragment of a grander melody. The streetlights dance, casting ethereal shadows that seemed to pirouette in a spectral ballet. Resuming my journey homeward, the diary clutched to my chest, the key a quiet guardian in my pocket. The world around me blurred the lines between waking and dreaming. I pondered how many had stumbled upon this tome, how many had felt the key's touch. Approaching my abode, I spied shadows on the building's facade, coalescing into the outline of a door, unseen until now, or perhaps always present, awaiting recognition. The key's weight intensified, a silent acknowledgement of its purpose. Standing before the doorway of shadows, rain painting a nocturnal sonata, I knew the diary had found its steward, a new chapter awaiting its dawn. But that narrative would unfold on another night, in another realm where reality and dreams entwined seamlessly. Story 63. The soft glow of moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, creating a dance of shadows on the weathered wooden floor. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I found myself enveloped by the hush of the night, my attention drawn to the ancient mahogany box perched on the mantelpiece. This box had been a fixture in the house since my grandmother's time, yet its contents remained a mystery to me, unexplored and untouched. The polished surface caught the gentle moonbeams, and the intricate carvings on its exterior appeared to shift ever so slightly in the dimness. I could not recall a single instance of seeing the box open, not even when my grandmother was alive. It simply existed as a silent observer, blending into the background of my daily life like a forgotten painting. But on this particular night, a subtle shift in the atmosphere stirred something within me. Was it the way the light played on the inlaid designs, or the profound stillness that wrapped itself around the room like a velvet cloak? Slowly rising from my seat, I felt the wool of my sweater graze the armchair as I navigated the room's reverent quiet. Each step towards the mantelpiece elicited a faint creak from the aged floorboards. The air seemed to thicken as I neared the box, as if a delicate mist had materialized around it. My fingertips brushed the warm mahogany surface, sending a jolt of unexpected warmth through me. The intricate patterns of leaves and branches seemed to come alive under my touch, their intricate details mesmerizing. For the first time, I noticed a minuscule detail, a tiny eye hidden amidst the carvings on the lid. As I studied the box more intently, a whisper of an ancient scent wafted around me, reminiscent of sandalwood but with an elusive, enigmatic undertone. Closing my eyes, I allowed the fragrance to conjure up distant memories, vague recollections of a woman with a gentle smile, her whispered words a mystery. The sound of the wind outside broke my reverie, and I became aware of the tremble in my hands as they traced the edges of the box. Though there was no visible lock, the box had remained sealed, untouched. Or had it? Memories of my childhood in this house began to blur and shift, like pages of a book shuffled by an unseen hand. Seating myself on the sofa, I cradled the box in my hands. It felt lighter than anticipated, almost as if empty. Yet, a subtle movement within hinted at a presence, intangible yet undeniable. The warmth emanating from the box intensified, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the gaze of the tiny carved eye upon me. A shiver tingled down my spine, not of fear but of a peculiar recognition, as if encountering a familiar presence in a dream. In that moment, my grandmother's cryptic words echoed in my mind. Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them. The significance of her words began to dawn on me as I sat in the nocturnal stillness, the mysterious box cradled in my palms. Shadows in the room elongated and swirled, mirroring the intricate designs of the box. The scent grew richer, more alluring, weaving a hypnotic spell around me. Contemplating the generations that had come before, all custodians of this enigmatic box, I pondered the importance of unraveling its secrets. Did it truly matter what lay hidden within? Gently returning the box to its place on the mantelpiece, the carved eye seemed to convey a silent reassurance, a tacit approval of my decision. Drifting back to my armchair, a newfound tranquility settled over me, a peace born of understanding. Certain mysteries, once comprehended, do not clamor for solutions, but rather for safekeeping. The moon bathed the room in its ethereal light, the night silence now pregnant with significance. I closed my eyes, allowing the lingering aroma of the box to cradle me towards slumber. In that delicate space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint sound caught my attention. A sigh, a whisper, or merely the breeze toying with the curtains. The box remained perched on the mantelpiece, a silent guardian of its enigmas, a fragment of a riddle that perhaps required no unraveling. And with that realization came a serenity, a deep-seated calm I had never experienced before. Story 64. Night draped the house in its hushed embrace, as the wind murmured softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the yard. Nestled in the armchair of my bedroom, I watched as shadows pirouetted on the walls under the flickering lamplight. It was the time when sleep typically beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance to Morpheus had taken hold of me. Night after night, for weeks on end, a recurring dream had woven its way into my slumber with unsettling precision. The room's warmth and the steady cadence of the old clock's pendulum tenderly lulled me. My gaze settled on the open diary atop the desk, where I meticulously chronicled each detail of that persistent dream. The pages brimmed with my tidy script, narrating the familiar sequence, a spiraling staircase of gray stone descending into the depths, the distant melody of water droplets, and a grand wooden door adorned with cryptic symbols. Flipping through the diary, a detail caught my eye, one previously unnoticed. Throughout each iteration of the dream, the chill seemed to deepen as I descended the stairs. I brushed my fingers against the cold stone, watching my breath materialize in small, misty puffs. What made the dream truly peculiar was the sense of recognition that accompanied me, as though the staircase led to a place intimately known, though never visited in waking life. The door at the staircase's base remained shut, yet every night brought me closer to deciphering the intricate symbols adorning it. The fluid shapes seemed to shift under my gaze, as if alive. In the dream, my fingertips traced the enigmatic symbols, each touch eliciting a subtle vibration that seemed to pulse through the wood, as if the door itself breathed. That night, as I readied for sleep, a new presence in the room caught my eye. Nestled beside the lamp on the nightstand sat an ancient bronze key, its ornate design evoking the door's symbols in my dreams. I grasped it, taken aback by its weight and icy touch. How it came to be there eluded me, yet its presence felt as natural as breathing, as though it had always belonged. Drifting into slumber, I sensed a shift in the air. The dream unfolded as usual, the spiral staircase, the melodic drops, the chilling air with each step. But this time, as I approached the door, the key trembled faintly in my hand, resonating with the carved symbols. Bringing the key to the door, I discerned a hidden lock among the engravings. Heart pounding, I inserted the key. The mechanism yielded with a gentle melodic click, akin to a forgotten ancient tune. The door creaked open, revealing not another chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirror's gaze, the steps ascended instead of descended. Awakening in my room, the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains, the key still rested in my palm, now pulsing with warmth, almost lifelike. On the desk, the diary lay open to a fresh page, scripted not in my hand. The characters, akin to the door's symbols, shifted shape like inked waves on a sea. Since that fateful night, the dream has yet to return. The key rests on the nightstand, its occasional subtle vibration felt on quiet nights. I ponder what lies beyond the mirrored staircase's peak, contemplating if one day I might muster the courage to ascend. For now, I contentedly observe the dancing symbols in the diary, spinning tales in the darkest hours of the night, stories perhaps not yet ripe for my understanding. Story 65. The hush of the autumn night draped over me like a heavy quilt as I strolled along the gravel path leading to the ancestral home. Each crunch of gravel beneath my feet reverberated in the stillness, amplified by the shroud of darkness that surrounded me. Dry leaves pirouetted lazily around my ankles, guided by a gentle breeze, whispering secrets through the ancient branches of the towering trees. The old family house had stood vacant since Aunt Mary's departure, and the duty fell upon me to ensure everything remained in its place. With a metallic click, the antique key turned in the lock, the sound echoing through the vacant porch. A distinctive scent lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and a mysterious essence that evoked memories of childhood afternoons spent within those walls. Stepping inside, I observed the dim twilight seeping through the delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns upon the weathered wooden floor. The silence within the house was profound, interrupted only by the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet beneath that silence, there lurked a peculiar presence, barely perceptible. As I traversed the main hallway, my footsteps familiarly creaked on the polished hardwood floor. The walls adorned with generations of family portraits now seemed to regard me with a different gaze, their eyes following my every move. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a subtle detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared altered, more enigmatic than my recollection. It was then, amidst the stillness, that I detected it. A faint sound, barely audible at first. It resembled a distant echo, akin to a lullaby softly sung in a remote chamber. The melody, though familiar, eluded my grasp, teasing my memory. Intrigued, I traced the sound to the upper floor. Each stair I ascended narrated a tale through its characteristic creak. The melody grew clearer, yet remained just beyond recognition, akin to a fleeting dream upon waking. Upon reaching the landing, I discerned the source emanating from the old playroom, a space filled with childhood memories shared with my cousins on rainy afternoons. Pushing the slightly ajar door, a sliver of moonlight pierced the darkness, illuminating the room I remembered so well. The rocking horse, the bookshelf laden with children's tales, the weathered toy chest, every detail intact. Yet, a novel addition caught my eye, a music box perched on the windowsill, unfamiliar to me. Approaching cautiously, I beheld the tarnished brass box adorned with intricate floral engravings, its melody lingering in the air despite its silence. The peculiar aspect was that the music box remained motionless, yet its reflection in the window depicted the dancer atop swaying as if in a dance. A mere blink dispelled the illusion. Recognition dawned upon me. The melody belonged to the lullaby my grandmother had sung to us before bedtime. But how could her voice resonate so vividly within a room repurposed long after her passing? Grasping the music box, I felt a warmth emanating from its aged surface. A faded engraving on its base revealed a date matching my grandmother's birth. Gradually, the melody faded into the house's silence, melding with the tranquil ambiance. Seated upon the toy chest, the music box cradled in my hands, I watched as the moon painted ethereal shadows on the floor. Since that night, the music box accompanies me on each visit to the house. Though it remains silent, on serene evenings, a faint echo of the lullaby whispers through the stillness, as if the very essence of the house retains the echoes of bygone melodies. With a sense of reverence, I close the door behind me, pondering the notion that certain places harbor the echoes of love and care, resonating through time like an eternal echo, the gentle reminder that nothing truly fades into oblivion. Story 66. The first time I witnessed the phenomenon was on a tranquil autumn evening. Nestled in my study, engrossed in the pages of an ancient tome, a peculiar dimming of the natural light caught my attention. Raising my gaze, I beheld a sight beyond belief. The sky above my dwelling slowly cloaked itself in darkness, while the surroundings basked in the warm glow of the setting sun. A subtle yet unmistakable contrast unfolded. It was as though an invisible shroud had chosen to hover solely over my rooftop. The air carried the scent of moist earth and fallen leaves, and a gentle breeze caused the lace curtains adorning the windows to sway gracefully. Their soft rustling birthed a mesmerizing melody that seemed to harmonize with this enigmatic natural display. In the ensuing days, the phenomenon persisted without fail. Each evening, as the sun commenced its descent towards the horizon, that specific segment of sky above my abode would adopt deeper hues compared to the rest of the heavens. It appeared as if an artist had brushed strokes of gray and midnight blue onto a square of the sky, forging a surreal contrast with the vibrant blue expanse surrounding it. I found myself fixated on this spectacle for hours, ensconced in the antique velvet armchair by the window. The aged wooden floor murmured softly under my weight as I shifted to track the evolution of this celestial marvel. The room's atmosphere grew cooler, and a delicate film of condensation adorned the window panes, crafting abstract patterns that seemed to pirouette with the shadows. One day, while immersed in contemplation of this riddle, a novel discovery seized my attention. Amidst that darkened expanse, minuscule points of light materialized and vanished, akin to stars electing to shimmer solely for my eyes. They followed no discernible pattern, yet their movements held a mesmerizing quality, almost melodic. The silence enveloping the house seemed to amplify their presence, while the pendulum clock's rhythmic ticking in the hallway appeared to synchronize with their dance. As the weeks unfurled, I noticed subtle reactions from the objects within my abode to this phenomenon. The ancient mirrors reflected a gentler, more embracing light. Shadows elongated in peculiar formations, evoking ancient symbols. The flora adorning the windowsill flourished more abundantly precisely during these moments of selective obscurity, as if drawing sustenance from that particular twilight. One evening, seated in my study, I felt a feathery touch upon my shoulder, akin to a breeze-borne caress. Swiveling around, I found nothing but the empty air. The aroma of antiquated books and weathered wood pervading the room seemed to intensify, momentarily bestowing upon me the sensation of time standing still. The clock's hands continued their movement, yet their chimes appeared to emanate from a distant realm. I commenced a journal chronicling these occurrences, meticulously documenting every nuanced shift in the darkness's intensity and the accompanying phenomena. The pages burgeoned with elaborate depictions of light's metamorphosis, shadows' dance, and the air's subtle vibration with an imperceptible yet palpable frequency. My script grew more refined and fluid during these interludes, as if guided by a gentle and enigmatic influence. On the stillest of nights, a melody seemed to drift from that darkened portion of the sky. Indescribable by words, it resonated as a sensation within me. It was as though that darkness harbored an ancient melody, a cosmic lullaby privy solely to my domicile. With time, I embraced this enigma rather than fearing it. My residence became a conduit between the mundane world and something grander, something profound. While the world outside pursued its daily rhythms, I found myself enfolded in the embrace of these gentle shadows, in the waltz of light and darkness designed solely for me. Thus, night after night, I continued to observe the sky darkening solely above my dwelling, cognizant that certain mysteries need not be unraveled, but merely experienced. My abode transformed into a sanctuary of marvel, a realm where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined in a perpetual ballet of light and shadow, of known and unknown, of reality and reverie. Story 67. The gentle flicker of candlelight cast a soft glow upon the walls of my bedroom, creating a dance of shadows as I settled in for another tranquil evening in solitude. Outside, the rain whispered against the window panes, its rhythmic patter lulling me into a state of calmness, synchronizing with the steady rise and fall of my breath. Surrounded by the familiar embrace of aged wooden furniture and the earthy fragrance of well-loved leather-bound books, I found solace in the peaceful stillness of the night. Yet, on that particular night, a subtle shift in the air hinted at an unseen presence. Seated at my antique writing desk, my focus was unexpectedly drawn to a faint, mysterious sound, a delicate scratching echoing from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as mere echoes of the house settling, I couldn't ignore the peculiar pattern that emerged, almost as if deliberate hands were tracing secrets upon the surface. Intrigued, I leaned in closer, pressing my ear against the weathered wallpaper. The scratching took on a cadence, a cryptic rhythm that seemed to pulse with intention. Running my fingers over the wall, I detected a subtle warmth in a particular spot. With cautious curiosity, I peeled back a portion of the aged paper, revealing a hidden world beneath. Etched into the plaster were enigmatic symbols, meticulously carved as if with purpose. They formed a series of intricate patterns, some resembling ancient runes, while others bore resemblance to complex equations. Bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, I reached for my notebook, compelled to capture these cryptic markings for further study. As I transcribed the symbols, a sense of familiarity washed over me, like a half-remembered dream slowly coming into focus. Time seemed to stretch and bend as I delved deeper into the enigma before me, the rain outside providing a soothing backdrop to my exploration. The symbols seemed to shift and transform in the flickering light, their meanings elusive and ever-changing. The old house groaned softly, the candle flame dancing in silent response to unseen forces. With each layer of wallpaper I peeled back, more symbols emerged, expanding outward like ripples on a pond. They seemed to hum with a latent energy, their warmth palpable beneath my fingertips. The rain intensified, its rhythm mirroring the intricate dance of the symbols on the wall. As midnight approached, a hushed anticipation filled the room. The scratching had ceased, replaced by a gentle, melodic hum emanating from the wall. It was a distant, ethereal sound, like a chorus of whispers from another realm. I devoted hours to deciphering the symbols, their intricate beauty captivating my every thought. The candlelight cast enchanting shadows, causing the symbols to come alive, dancing across the exposed plaster in a silent, mesmerizing waltz. Exhaustion eventually claimed me, and I reluctantly retired to bed, the rain's gentle symphony still serenading the night. In the realm of dreams, amidst the tranquil patter of raindrops, I fancied I heard faint whispers drifting from the wall, a chorus of ancient voices sharing long-forgotten secrets, their words a murmured lullaby. With the dawn's gentle light filtering through the windows, I beheld the symbols once more, their enigmatic presence undiminished, but now veiled in a quiet patience, awaiting the veil of night to be lifted once more. Running my fingers over the patterns one final time, I realized that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced and pondered in their enigmatic beauty. The symbols, hidden behind a painting, remained a silent testament to the profound secrets that dwell within the most ordinary of walls, waiting for a curious soul to unveil their timeless truths. Story 68. In the quiet embrace of my grandmother's ancient home, raindrops tapped gently against the window, weaving a lullaby of tranquility. My task for the day was to sift through the treasures of the attic, a task that carried a weight of both apprehension and serenity. Each step on the weathered wooden stairs released a whisper of aged cedar and bygone memories, leading me closer to the attic's hidden secrets. The soft glow of daylight filtered through a small round window, casting a hazy light that illuminated the space in a dreamlike manner. Dust motes waltzed lazily in the muted beam, painting ethereal patterns in the air around me. The attic seemed alive with echoes of yesteryears, each box and trunk safeguarding fragments of lives long lived. As I navigated through the attic, my fingertips tracing the edges of weathered cardboard boxes, the rain's gentle melody provided a harmonious backdrop to my exploration. Nestled in the far corner, obscured by a pile of leather-bound albums, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A small music box, its once gleaming surface dulled by the passage of time, perched atop a faded pink blanket. Yet it wasn't the appearance of the music box that intrigued me, but the slow, deliberate turning of its metal key, as if a spectral hand had just wound it moments before. The subtle motion, almost imperceptible, stood out in the attic's serene stillness. Approaching the music box, a subtle chill in the air hinted at a shift in the atmosphere. The ornate lid of the music box bore intricate carvings of woodland creatures, their features softened by the gentle touch of time. Curiously, my grandmother had never spoken of this particular piece, which struck me as odd, given her penchant for sharing tales of her cherished belongings. When I gingerly lifted the music box, a warmth unexpected in the cool attic enveloped my fingers. The key continued its mesmerizing dance, defying reason and inviting intrigue. With trembling hands, I lifted the lid, anticipating the familiar chime of a soothing melody. Instead, a different sound emerged, the soft, distant giggle of a child, ethereal and haunting, drifting through the air like a long-forgotten memory. The laughter held no malice. Rather, it carried a poignant sense of solitude and longing, stirring a deep emotion within me. Beneath the music box lay a diminutive porcelain doll, its delicate features painted with a tranquil expression, one glass eye slightly askew, imbuing the doll with an enigmatic gaze. The once white dress had acquired a patina of aged ivory, its lace trim as fragile as gossamer. What struck me most were the doll's tiny hands, outstretched as if yearning for a tender embrace. As I pondered the doll, the rain's cadence shifted, as if echoing footsteps traversing the attic floor. Dust particles swirled in intricate patterns, briefly forming shapes reminiscent of tiny handprints before dissipating into the air. The temperature dropped subtly, not uncomfortably, but akin to the caress of a gentle breeze on a summer night. In that moment, memories unfurled in my mind, not my own, yet vivid and undeniable. I glimpsed a young girl frolicking in the attic, her laughter reverberating against the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. These scenes appeared like watercolor paintings, soft-edged and muted, yet bearing a profound truth. I recognized her as my grandmother in her youth, a certainty that defied explanation. The music box's key finally stilled, and the spectral laughter faded into stillness. Holding both the music box and the doll, a powerful urge stirred within me to bring them downstairs, to infuse them with new life in the warmth of the living space below. Yet a whisper of hesitation stayed my hand. The doll's gaze, now focused beyond me, seemed fixed on something, or someone, unseen. Carefully, I returned the items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket with precision. A subtle shift in the air, akin to a sigh of contentment, accompanied the gesture. The rain resumed its gentle symphony, and the dust settled back into its lazy waltz in the sunlit beam. In that moment, a profound realization settled upon me. Some toys refused to fade into oblivion, lingering in the realm between memory and reality, past and present. They frolic with phantom companions in the silent hours when no eyes watch. That evening, as I readied to depart, a faint strain of music box melody seemed to waft from the attic, intertwined with the sound of tiny feet dancing upon creaking boards. I chose not to investigate. Certain enigmas are best left unsolved, residing in the tranquil space between wakefulness and dreams, where the inconceivable finds form, and memories waltz eternally in the dust-kissed light of aging attics. Perhaps therein lies the reason my grandmother never spoke of the music box. Some treasures yearn to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their enchantment unveiled solely to those who chance upon them at the precise moment when rain falls softly and the world hushes to hearken to the whispers of days gone by. Story 69. The snow whispered its descent on that wintry night, a soft cascade of purity draping the windowsill like a plush white cloak. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the snowflakes pirouette in the lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the brew enveloped me, a comforting contrast to the chill seeping through the weathered wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's steady ticking painted the night with a hypnotic cadence, a melody akin to a lullaby. In the hush of that moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the window's reflection. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a face materialized. Though indistinct, it bore an otherworldly essence, as if sketched by the mist from my breath on the frosty glass. The eyes, however, held a peculiar clarity. Profound and shadowed, they gazed at me with an eerie familiarity. Rising from my seat, the floorboards murmured beneath my weight as I approached the window. The reflection seemed to waver as I drew near, yet a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. A subtle jasmine fragrance now mingled with the tea's aroma, evoking faint memories of a summer eve long past. Returning to my seat, my gaze remained fixated on the window, seeking that enigmatic face in the glass. The pendulum's hypnotic swing persisted, its tick now murmuring unintelligible whispers. From the shelf beside me, I retrieved my weathered journal, a faithful companion of years past. Leafing through it absent-mindedly, a photograph slipped from its pages. Trembling fingers retrieved the aged image, its colors muted by time. Smiling faces adorned the snapshot, frozen in a moment of summer bliss. One figure, however, captivated my attention, a young woman in the background, slightly blurred, her deep dark eyes mirroring those from the window's reflection. Heartbeat slowing, I scrutinized the photo. Clad in a white floral dress, she clutched a bouquet of jasmine, her smile tender and wistful. Flipping the photo, elegant script adorned the back. "Don't forget me." A gust of wind teased the curtains, though all windows remained shut. The scent of jasmine enveloped me, a gentle embrace. Eyes closed, memories surfaced, a tinkling laugh, a distant piano melody, the rustle of a white dress amidst a garden's foliage. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow fell quietly, the window's reflection now merely my weary visage. Yet as the photograph found its place within the journal, I sensed that haunting presence would linger in my dreams. Not menacing, but melancholic, akin to a forgotten tune resurfacing in the mind. Draped in a cozy blanket on the couch, the pendulum's swing persisted. The jasmine scent lingered, waning like a fading memory slipping into slumber. Drifting towards sleep, I pondered the hidden memories within, waiting patiently to be rediscovered. Some faces, I mused, are not meant for oblivion, but rather as tender phantoms, guardians of veiled yet enduring recollections. As consciousness ebbed, a crystalline laugh seemed to echo in the wind, mingling with the snowflakes' nocturnal ballet. Story 70. In the quiet embrace of an autumn evening, time seemed to lose its grip, allowing the rain to softly serenade the roof of the ancient family abode. Nestled in the arms of my cherished armchair, I observed the gentle glow emanating from the floor lamp bestowed upon me by my grandfather in his parting. This lamp, a treasure of colored glass, wove enchanting patterns of light upon the room's walls. Yet on this particular evening, a peculiar allure beckoned from the shadows birthed by the lamp's radiance. The silhouettes pirouetted with an eerie vivacity, crafting intricate designs unseen by my eyes before. Initially dismissed as a mere trick of my tired mind, the shadowy ballet revealed itself as an enigmatic anomaly, defying the laws of the physical realm. When a breath of wind nudged the lamp's shade, the shadows refused to mimic its motion, but instead embarked on a clandestine choreography of their own. Intrigued, I rose from my seat, drawn towards the lamp by an invisible thread of curiosity. The glass, imbued with a subtle warmth akin to a pulsing heartbeat, hinted at a concealed enigma nestled within its geometric contours. Tracing my fingertips along the lampshade's surface, I discerned faint etchings in the metal base, an ethereal symbol softly aglow in the light's embrace. The shadows persisted in their silent revelry, now revealing distinct shapes. Ethereal human forms gliding elegantly, trees swaying in a spectral breeze, and elusive entities materializing and dissolving like wisps of memory. It felt as though the lamp transcended its physical form, projecting not mere shadows but vivid recollections of times long past in the silent dialogue of light and dark. Enthralled, I sank to the floor, spellbound by the surreal theater unfolding before me. The shadows seemed attuned to my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding as I withdrew. Amidst the spectral display, a distant melody, a tender whisper of music, accompanied the mysterious ballet. A tranquil sensation enveloped me, devoid of fear but brimming with contemplative awe. As the night deepened, the projected vignettes grew more elaborate, blending mundane scenes with fantastical realms. A child at play transformed into a soaring bird, a seamstress metamorphosed into a dancing butterfly. The lamp seemed to communicate through a language of light and shadow, weaving tales that straddled the border between reality and reverie. Then, a revelation unfolded. Certain shadows mirrored fragments of my childhood, resurrecting forgotten moments within the room's walls. I beheld myself as a youth, frolicking in the very yard, my grandfather unveiling the lamp's magic for the first time, and other memories surfacing from the depths of recollection. Outside, the rain persisted, its gentle cadence harmonizing with the shadows' movements in a silent duet. Time dissolved, leaving me adrift in a tranquil reverie. Gradually, the spectral figures waned, their dance slowing like weary performers bidding adieu. The shadows softened, their edges blurring, yet retaining a mesmerizing allure. The lamp seemed to murmur the conclusion of a bedtime tale, preparing to resume its guise as a mundane fixture. As I rose from the floor, the rain had ceased, enveloping the room in a hush broken only by whispers of memories. Gazing upon the ancestral heirloom, I knew its essence had forever shifted in my eyes. How many untold stories lay dormant within its luminous depths, awaiting quiet nights like this to unfurl their tapestries of dreams and recollections. Drifting onto the couch, I surrendered to the lamp's gentle radiance, allowing it to guide me into slumber. In my waning wakefulness, a final shadow pirouetted on the wall, a spectral echo of my grandfather's smile, a silent assurance that some mysteries are best embraced, not unraveled.